Why, hello, everyone. If it isn't episode 181 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and other words that I say as, look out, sir. My name is Dan. It is my pleasure and privilege to introduce you to this wonderful show. I'm sure you'll agree. And my exceptional co-host extraordinaire, dear old Philip. How you doing, mate? How's the world treating you? Are you all right?
I'm tippity top. I am all good.
Tippity top, Phil. My goodness. What does that involve?
Just being all right. Yeah, all good. All good in the hood. Not like I'm in the hood. I'm in the... what rhymes with shed?
Bed.
I don't know.
Lead. Cled. You're in the bed.
I'm in the bed in the shed. Yeah, something like that.
It's all shed in the bed. That sounds like a terrifying skin condition.
No, I mean, it could be. Yeah, it could
exactly.
be.
That's the old
how are
age
you
selling
doing?
in. I'm all right, mate. Yeah, no, life is pleasant at the moment. I've been enjoying 40k a little bit more lately, which has been really good. I've been playing some good games of that, which is great. Obviously, really excited for 4th edition AOS, working through my Old World Tomb King collection at the moment, trying to get all of that built. And then, also still aspiring to get a load of Dark Angels done to start really engaging in Heresy. So, just playing all the Games Workshop hobbies, although bizarrely as well, in addition to that, been building Wild West Exodus as well, or Redux, sorry.
Oh, did you buy it?
I bought it, mate. I bought Wild West Exodus Redux, whatever it was.
Kept that on the down low after we talked about it. Oh, very good.
I dropped the money, mate. I got it. I got my hands on it. It's great.
Oh, nice.
It's lovely set. Really lovely sculpts. Really cool looking thing. So, we'll have to get together and play that. I also received my starter box set for Star Wars Legions as well. So, got that all underway also.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you're full steam ahead.
Mate, I'm hobby butterflying up like crazy. It is, it's quite extreme, to be real with you. Much like the content of this week's episode, which is, Phil.
So we are talking about the Dallas Open reveals, both, 40k, miscellaneous, heresy, necromunda, all of those things, plus the Vermintide AOS 4 starter box.
I don't think it's called Vermintide, Phil. I think it's called SKAVENTIDE.
Oh, Vermintide's the computer game. Yeah, SKAVENTIDE. What so similar names? I think arguably Vermintide's the better name of the two. But
I'm sure they wish they could have had it.
Yeah. Damn that game that came out probably 10 years ago.
Oh, it's been a while, it's been a while. So we got that. We also talk about the Tau Codex, don't we? That's pretty cool. So that's sort of the main event of this episode. So the bit that follows this bit will be the Tau Codex. And then, an outro. So, not a bad offering, I'd say, overall. Wouldn't you agree, Phil?
I know. We're probably, not that we know, hit that 4-hour mark.
Oh, we've easily smashed the 4-hour mark, mate. We haven't even recorded the Tau segment yet, and I think we've done 4 hours.
Spoilers.
I know. But we will have done it by the time that this goes out, so it'll be fine. As fine as a 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
This week's 5-star review, you know you love it, Phil. Where has it come from?
Apple Podcasts of America.
Gosh darn it, Phil, no. It is Apple Podcasts of Sweden. We do well, Phil, in the Nordics.
We do indeed.
It is a very popular region, I'd say, for the Lookouts Warhammer 40,000 podcast. Do very well in the Swedens.
That's true, we do.
Yeah, no, it's lovely to see. This is obviously exemplified within this 5-star review, which comes by way of Mange DayP. Mange DayP. It's an interesting choice of thing. What do you assert, Phil, would be DayP?
Is it Day, D-A-Y?
D-A-Y, uppercase P, yeah. Would that be like,
DayP?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, like the day that you're going to go for a pillage, maybe?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's Swedish. Maybe
it's Swedish for something. I mean, it is an entire language that I neither understand nor comprehend.
Fair indeed.
I mean, maybe mange means something entirely different.
I would assume so.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe it's a term of endearment.
True. I mean, if they haven't told us in the review, I'll be a bit disappointed now.
No, they don't really give any context to the name. Mange DayP is all you get. And it reads not only the best Warhammer 40k podcast, ... 5 stars, which is a prerequisite fill of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you, dear listener, would like to appear in the 5-star review segment, you need only leave us a 5-star review somewhere on the internet where 5-star reviews can be left. In this instance, that's Apple Podcasts of Sweden, but it could just as easily have been Apple Podcasts of the United States of America. And had that been the case, Phil would have got it right, and he would have felt all warm and fuzzy in his tummy. What a shame, eh, Phil?
I know, they've ruined it.
They have ruined it. Darn you, Mange DayP. Why weren't you American? Anyway, yeah, so please take the time, if you're able. Really helps us out. Gives us, that little extra boost of algorithmic support. Makes people feel like this is a worthwhile thing to come and pay attention to. So, yeah, if you've got the capacity and you actually enjoy listening to the pod, please get out there and give us a 5-star review, and you will appear here one day in the 5-star review segment. And wouldn't that be lovely? I'm sure you'd like to appear in the 5-star review segment, wouldn't you, Phil? But you're just not allowed.
Well, I know. That's why I'm going to go around to your gaming club and harass you until you read out my 5-star review.
That's how it's going to go. Fair. Additionally, as much as obviously we love the 5-star reviews, and we really do, thanks again to everyone who's been able to do that in the past and has done that already and is able to do that in the not-too-distant future. Love you. Thank you. Cheers. We also have patrons. Patrons are really, really appreciated, and we awesomely support all of the stuff that you do to enable us to be able to do this. I always say it all the time, a great deal more effort really needs to be made by us to kind of acknowledge and appreciate those patrons. At some point, I need to talk to you, Phil, about trying to get myself on there in some kind of administrative function so as I can kind of dive in and actually have more regular communications with the patrons, because I feel like I'm neglecting them horribly. But all that being equal, if you would like to be amongst those neglected few, why not consider signing up to Patreon? And maybe you'll be the one that, that breaks my camel's back and forces me in there to engage and have conversations, which I so wish to be able to do. I just don't currently have the capacity because Phil lords it over the patron like some kind of, jealous dragon, don't you, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, there's the odd message in our mailbox that I reply on behalf of both of us, and if it's anything interesting or about you, I always send it to you. So if anything, I am your PA, doing all the legwork for you. So, I mean, by all means, come on and do it yourself.
Indeed.
And then you'll realise, like, oh yeah, I've lost that login, or Phil, you'll just have to go back and do it for me again.
That's it. That's how it'll go. Such is the way of things. And then lastly, merchandise. Links are in the description. Check it out. Be the envy of all your friends when you, strut your stuff down the high street adorned in Lookout Sir finery. So yeah, let's get back to the 5-star review. It's a short and sweet one. Thank you very much again, Mange DayP, who wrote not only the best Warhammer 40,000 podcast, ... 5 stars, but also the best Age of Sigmar show out there. Thanks, TYP, for a great show. Thanks, TYP. What's TYP?
I don't know. Is that their initials?
I mean,
or was it like internet slang for something?
So it usually stands for typical, apparently. Thanks, typical, for a great show. There's a bunch of potential meanings of it, but typically it's typical. If you're listening, Mange DayP, feel free to expand on this and let us know what that actually means.
And what your name means.
Unless, of course, it was just one of those strange autocorrect things and it's supposed to say thank you for a great show.
Maybe.
Anyway, thank you, Mange DayP. You're an absolute saint. Really means a lot that you not only appreciate what we're doing as a 40k show, which we are still predominantly, although I think in recent months some people might argue otherwise. But yeah, thank you for acknowledging also as well that we are fans of and enjoy talking about Age of Sigmar, because we do, because we are really enjoying it. And hopefully people are getting a kick out of that as much as they're enjoying the 40k content. But to elaborate on that, it is, of course, I was trying to work out some way of incorporating Phil's name into Mange DayP, but it would only just be, I suppose, Mange Day Phil. Anyway, it's Phil, everyone.
A quick question, Dan. When was this comment left?
September of 2023.
Oh, so relatively recently. I mean, on the cusp, Mange DayP, of our AOS descent, I guess. So, since then, and much like today's episode, you've got plenty of AOS content to lap up. So thank you for your kind words. Glad you're liking it as a 40k podcast. Really glad you're liking it as an AOS podcast, even though we don't understand your name or what, TYP means. Yeah, thank you very much. On that note, Dan, we've had quite a few nice comments about us doing AOS content. I feel like maybe we need to somehow incorporate it into the meta for the for the SEO, so people who actually like AOS can find us, and not just people who like 40k who also happen to like AOS.
Maybe we should do a rebranding when AOS 4 drops, Phil.
Yeah, because I mean, we could just say, because I think
we need a rebrand anyway. It's so tired now. We've had the same thumbnail and things for ages. Go on, flex that creative muscle.
People like our little man, though.
You like
your
little
people,
man.
It's me. Let us know, everyone, in the comments, whether that man should go, because he shouldn't. He should stay.
No, I don't think we should lose the man, but maybe we should, maybe there's an opportunity where we could update him to maybe half what he is, and maybe the other half you could do him Cities of Sigmar or something.
Well, maybe.
Or maybe, I don't know. There's options, right? There's options. But it's all a conversation for another time. Right now, Phil, we're going to get on with the show. Transitional noise. Hey all, in this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to be reviewing, talking about, and giving general vibes concerning what, Philip?
Codex Tau Empire.
Tau Empire? Yes, absolutely. A beautiful tome from the good people of Games Workshop. Again, interesting to see how they are continuing to develop and deliver quality across, Warhammer 40,000's 10th edition. We'll see how this, I suppose, stacks up against some of the other books that are already available. It's been rapid fire, Phil, because next time around we're going to have to do Chaos Space Marines. It's just non-stop at the minute, isn't it?
I know, although I feel like Chaos will be the last one in a while. It feels like they haven't previewed or revealed anything that it will insinuate that there's another Codex imminent. There's no battle box timed exclusive stuff, which normally preludes some of these codexes. So I don't know if there's going to be any more before AOS comes out, or if the build-up's just all on that. But who knows? There might be a couple more that will come in the next month. But for the immediate future, Chaos Codex will be next, and then we'll be checking off some ideas from that whiteboard that we talked about last episode.
Absolutely. Look forward to that. So we've got a new Codex cover for Codex Tau, an entirely original piece that I'm fairly sure has appeared nowhere else before, unless, of course, Phil can correct me on that.
I can't think of anywhere that it might have been, but I can't really remember what the other Tau Codex covers look like, unless I'd have to look it up, to be honest.
I mean, typically, Tau codexes consist of some kind of geezer in an XV8 crisis suit looking, especially foreboding. And this is kind of in that idiom, if you will. I actually cannot remember what the 9th edition Tau Codex cover looks like. We're going to have to Google that quickly. 9th edition. Oh, no, I'm not even typing in words now. 9th edition Tau Codex. Right. Well, there we go. That exposes a blunder. This is the 9th edition cover, Phil.
Oh.
There was me singing its praises, talking about how it's all new. Such little impact did the old 9th edition Tau cover put upon me. I hadn't even realised that this was just that again.
Well, they've done that clever fading out the background to give focus on the character, which, on this one, I think it actually works really well.
I agree.
And overall, we talked about it last time. I don't mind it. Like, I like the consistency of style across all the codexes. That's clearly the thing that they're doing, and it actually works quite well. Is it the most inspiring artwork? No. Would it be great if it's all that kind of almost John Blanche-esque by the guy who isn't John Blanche with the Admech and Gene Stealer Cult from last edition? Yeah, that would also be great. But for what it is, I actually think these are all pretty good. And this one, looks great.
Yeah.
I like it.
I think of all the Codex covers within 10th edition, this is definitely one of the stronger ones. I think it is the least offensive adaptation of the 9th edition artwork made fresh for 10th, compared to some of the newer pieces that they have previewed for Sisters and Gene Stealer Cult, which, by the way, Phil, is obviously the things that they have previewed for the future. We were talking about that this very episode. We haven't done it yet, but we will do soon.
Yes. No, yeah. I just forgot. Time remind me. I've just got terrible memory. Yeah, so you're right. Yeah.
Anyway, is that it's all right by 10th edition cover standards. This is in the upper echelons.
Yes,
but it is lazy because it is just the 9th edition art. But seemingly, I didn't recognise that, so and I'm usually pretty good on this stuff.
Whoever photoshopped out that background, whacked in that CRT lines, and put in that logo in the background, did a good job.
Absolutely. Well done them. Well done them. Overall, as a general kind of tome in terms of the design and treatment of it, again, I think they've done better jobs with older editions in terms of kind of stylizing the segments around Tau specifically. I think the kind of standard 10th edition design templates don't leave the same level of opportunity for creativity as maybe the 9th or 8th edition books did. But again, I think it does a pretty competent job overall. It's very on brand for 10th edition 40k, while still adding a few little flourishes, I suppose, that make it a little bit more Tau-y, but not dramatically, I would say. I think 9th and 8th edition did a lot more to kind of incorporate some of the more technological aspects. But there is some nice new artwork in there. Obviously, they've got a new Kroot range now. So they have obviously commissioned some new pieces featuring the newer Kroot miniatures, or rather, illustrations of those new Kroot miniatures. So that's really cool to see. There's definitely been some really strong Tau artwork over the years that it is a shame that it isn't more kind of prominently featured within the book. But, the DPS that they've got between pages 23 and 26 is really, really cool, with the big kind of double page spread of our crazy crew smashing up Kriegsmen, no less, Phil.
How dare they? Hold on, let me find the page.
It's a big orange.
Oh, yeah, it is Krieg just hiding out in the corner.
They are.
Yeah, that's a cool bit of artwork.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do. Yeah, do look like that. It looks good.
Indeed. And yet again, in the spirit of the weirdness of this particular series of books, they do also have, segments of lore where they talk about characters that you can no longer purchase or play. So that's always good as well.
I didn't clock that this time round. They've got some...
Unvar, the Ethereal Supreme, he's not in this book, but he is in this book. They talk about him. You just can't put him on the battlefield anymore because he's gone.
Fair enough. I mean, I do like the bits where they've got like the illustrations of all the battle suits in like scale next to each other.
Yeah.
And then the following pages, they've got all the little gribbly support systems that you can stick on your battle suits and all the different drones and weapons, and like they explain what the markings are. I always think they're some of the most useful bits of so both lore and guidance, I would say, from a hobby perspective to include. It's like when, they explain what all the squad markings are for Space Marines and stuff like that. I think that's important information to include in these books. I think that's really nice to see. And obviously, I think they've included those in previous editions, but it's just nice art.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the stuff that's really evocative. And again, that kind of stuff that adds a little bit more kind of factualness, I suppose, to things. It's nice when rules, or rather kind of in-world lore and and iconography, but also items, war gear, whatever, is just given a little bit more weight and consequence, which I think this achieves. It's always really appreciated. I definitely always loved the codexes that made an effort, and including this one, to really kind of dive in and explain what things are. Because I do feel more and more, with the increasing arsenal of like weaponry and things that are available, more definitely can be done to really kind of guide people through and educate them on what all the different types of weapons are and loadouts, etc. These days GW actually do quite a job with good job with the model kits as well, actually describing the options and giving that kind of clear guidance within the instruction manuals as well. But look, I mean, I can't really complain about it in terms of its overall presentation. I think there's some really nice art in it. Some really beautiful photography, obviously. They've really gone to town photographing the new Tau and Kroot minis, or more specifically the new Kroot minis. So they feature quite prominently within the book. But again, just some really nice stuff overall in terms of production. I can't really grumble. I think it's a perfectly adequate, if not, solid production from a general sort of design perspective. I didn't know if there's any other things you wanted to add on your end, Phil.
No, I think you've covered it pretty well.
Fair. Before we get into the rules, have you ever played Tau, Phil? You ever dabbled with the Tau?
No, I've played against Tau quite a bit.
As have we all.
Never played them. I mean, I've had a tiny itch to collect them, because I think the idea of heavily weathered battle suits, I think, is quite cool, and you do see that in some of the artwork with the white color scheme that they introduced in, I think, 8th edition. They did that, and that was a nice style where they had a bit more weathering on it, whereas the traditional Tau Sept was tan and very clean. Now, I love the idea of a Kroot army. I think that'd be very cool. Never going to happen, but I love the idea of it. It'd be one of my top picks for a new army for sure.
No, absolutely, mate. For me, I mean, I played Tau when they first released in 3rd edition, so I played Tau quite extensively at the start of their existence, and have dabbled with collecting them at various points. Most recently, I got into collecting them throughout 9th edition and built up quite a sizable force, but they ended up selling it just because, I just knew I wasn't going to be able to give it the time that it needed. But I will say this for them, with the right tools and the right techniques, Tau are a really rewarding army to collect and paint. Because the type of armor they have and the type of design they have works really well with, your pin washes and other kind of really, modern painting techniques that really make this stuff just come to life in a really easy way. I definitely think that, with this stuff, you can really get really great effects by, doing very basic kind of single, flat colors, adding in those washes and pin washes to really kind of emphasize the kind of extra details, and then maybe by getting some of those pencils or one of those things, just doing those sort of like etchings on the sides to do the edge highlights and what have you, add a bit of weathering in. I think, Tau, though requiring a certain level of discipline and process in order to get those results, definitely one of those armies that feels like you can achieve really good things with them with relatively low effort, which is exemplified within their combat patrol painting tutorial as well. I think, again, really great to see those back in the books also. So, yeah, overall, I think, Tau are a really compelling army that I think a lot of people really get into because they are just really cool, right? Like, I think there's not much you can point to with Tau and be like, ugh, it's a bit lame. I think they're actually a really, really iconic army now that looks really great.
True. I think my one criticism of the model range is that the broadsides look quite dated as a sculpt.
Those broadsides came out in like 7th edition or something, didn't they?
But considering that, I don't know, they just look a bit old for me. They look a bit derpy. They look a lot better with a rail cannon or rail rifle or whatever it is, the rail cannon, than they do with the missile silos. Yeah, there's something about them that just makes me feel like they could do with a refresh already. Whereas I think most of the vehicles hold up really well, and things like the Riptide and the Supremacy, like the bigger suits, all look good. And I like
Riptide's older than the broadside, just to say.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, wow. Well, there you go. And I like the direction that they've teased slightly with Farsight, where they've just gone much more into that Japanese influence of the sort of samurai vibes. And I kind of wish they would do that more if they redid any of the battle suits. However, I don't know if that was just a Farsight sort of stylistic choice for them because he's different from the rest.
Yeah, it's very much a Farsight special on that side of things. It's fair to say that the kind of Japanese mecha influence is definitely felt throughout the army. So certainly if you're into your Gunpla or, just general kind of anime, manga, what have you, you'll probably find a very, comforting and welcoming home within the Tau collection. I certainly was drawn to it for that reason when it first released. I think the thing that's really interesting as well, we'll get into rules momentarily, but I also think as well, from an archetype perspective, Tau have always been in a really interesting place because older editions of the game, it just became far too obvious and efficient to run Tau in a kind of gun line capacity. So most people just kind of played Tau quite statically. Whereas in my opinion, I think Tau have always actually wanted to be a bit more mobile. I remember in the 3rd edition Tau Codex, they talk about kind of strategies for playing and winning with Tau, and they talk about using mobility to kind of, outfox and maneuver your enemies and then set them up into devastating like crossfire situations where, they're being shot at from both sides and being really just sort of exposed on multiple flanks, etc. So I think from a design perspective, I think GW has always aspired to Tau being quite mobile. But I think with the way the game was played over older editions, they became quite static. That was definitely true in 8th edition. Most of the time you saw Tau, it was always just lots of missiles, lots of shooting that remained relatively static, sort of slowly moving forwards.
Yeah, well, you wanted all your auras off, so you would just clump up as much as possible. But I do remember, because our buddy Andy used to play it in 6th and 7th edition, and you could sort of like do that fire and fade, so you'd jump out, you'd shoot, and then you'd hide back again, which was quite frustrating because there was no interaction with that other than trying to get behind that building to get to them or use out of line of sight shooting to actually hit them, which was always a bit trickier to pull off.
Well, they had in 8th edition, didn't they have that insane greater good ability, which was that if you charge one thing, everything within range and it would overwatch you.
Yeah.
And this was back when Overwatch didn't cost any CP. So it was literally like, I'm charging all of your guns. Good luck to me, I suppose. It was pretty wild, to say the least. And I think that supported that archetype. 9th edition Tau was super interesting because when they first came on the scene in 9th Ed, when they got their new book, people were losing their minds because they had like loads of like really ridiculous tools. So they had like these kind of alpha strikey bomb units that would just turn up and just blow everything up with their insane firepower. So you used to get a lot of like Farsight Enclave detachments where loads of like breachers would come down and cause you a real headache, as well as big units of crisis suits, which were super strong, stealth suits kind of moving around and adding a lot of that to the whole thing. So, you know, while still having really solid like backline firepower with lots of out of line of sight shooting.
You also had the rail guns that ignored invuln saves, which was the first time, other than the first modern iteration of that rule in the game of 40k, with the exception of the Knight Dominuses with their one-shot missiles that could have a shield breaker on it, where they would also ignore invuln saves, which was a rarity. Or
Death Watch captain or Death Watch squad sergeants with phase swords, or whatever they're called. The
Xenos. Was it Xenos blades?
Yeah, they were like Necron phase swords. Yeah. Similarly, actually, I think the Kaladas Assassin had that as well. She also had but on shooting weapons, it was a lot rarer. Well, I think
there was definitely some close combat stuff that had it.
I think the thing that was super terrifying about it was not just the fact that it ignored invuns, it was the fact that it did mortal wounds on top of the damage.
It seemed quite devastating.
It was very strong, really strong. And I think that's the thing. Tau were in an interesting spot throughout 9th. I think they had just lots of outline of sight shooting and were very devastating, and they had basically very good alpha strike potential. So it was very much like come down, hit you really hard, and then kind of whatever remained of you just got kind of, for the remainder of the game, kind of broken down through lots of kind of small arms fire, out of line of sight missiles. So in 8th, they were very static. In 9th, they had a bit more mobility, but it was a lot more drop stuff in your face and smush you up and then hope for the best after that. So in 10th, it's going to be interesting because obviously 10th edition is a game where mobility is kind of king. And, you know, being able to get around the board, scoring objectives is really important. So it seems like a really good time for them to bolster the ranks of the Tau with a more extensive Kroot collection, which obviously they've done. So it'll be interesting to kind of hypothesize how Kroot play into this, but also obviously how units like your Pathfinders and your stealth suits kind of add to that kind of overall functionality. Again, it's interesting, I suppose, to see the stuff that has been removed from the books, but yet Vespids remain. I'll just say that from the outset. I was super happy to see that Vespids stayed in. I was worried about them, but I'm really grateful that they stayed in. I mean, they're nothing special, I don't think, but I just love the fact they're still there.
Yeah, I looked at them and I sort of did feel like, has any effort been put into these? Because they don't really seem to have much going for them. But their shooting attack's okay, and they've got that ability to disappear at the end of a movement phase and reappear anywhere on the tabletop in your turn. So
which is huge. It's such a powerful ability.
That's I think we talk about later when we talk about Canada's Assassins and the State of 10th edition. That's actually quite a good unit just for that ability, I would say. But going on to that, I think Vespids being in there and not getting new sculpts, I think is a bit of a shame. Hopefully, at some point they get kill teamified and get a new sculpt. But I would love to see just more of that auxiliary alien races appear. And we've said it tons of times, so I'll just reiterate it again. Kroot are amazing. Kroot should almost have enough of a range to deserve their own supplement, but if you're not going to do that, and you still could do that, but just flesh out the other alien races. Give us Vespids, cool, but give us like 2 or 3 others just to visualize the fact that they are working with all these other alien worlds and alien races, and even like, because they're meant to even have like human auxiliaries, right? Like alliances with humans. So just give us not quite a full brood brother rule. I would just like a unique unit of humans using Tau equipment that you don't have to kit bash, although people can kit bash it obviously, but that would be really novel, I think. And again, that completes the rules and the model range representing the lore that you're trying to tell of this faction. I think that would really work, because it was basically either you just sort of forget about the aliens and you just go, okay, cool, they're just crew and they're just Tau battle suits and that's all you have. But hopefully I'd like them to expand out on those alien races over time eventually.
Yeah, I think, again, to sort of quantify what I was saying before with this Vesper squad, actually, I do actually think it's probably very strong. I think it lacks a few. Basically, if it had infiltrate as well, or stealth, if it had some extra survivability or an extra bit of mobility, also very low on wounds, 1 wound each with a 4-up save, they can just basically get blown away. But definitely a great option to chuck into your army just to do actions. And again, obviously trades really well into marine units, for example, with the damage of 2 and -2 AP. So
yeah,
it's just good to see him still in there, though. Really, same with the sniper drone team as well, which is on the same page. It was just, I think overall that was probably the thing I was happiest about with the Tau book was, yeah, sure, they've removed some of the HQ units and so on, but they have still kind of kept some of the elements in there that I genuinely am surprised to see. That specifically being the sniper drones, which are no longer called sniper drones, by the way. They've got a new name now. They're the Firesight team.
Yeah.
But yeah, to see them still remain is quite cool, and yeah, I think it's nice overall.
I was going to say, actually, I've just realised, so the Vespid airborne agility rule isn't as good as the Caldas Assassin one, which is at the end of your opponent's turn, I believe, you can put it in strategic reserve, and then immediately is your turn, so then they come down in your movement phase. This is at the end of your movement phase. If they're not within engagement range, place them into strategic reserve. So you basically got to spend a whole turn, sit out all of your opponent's turn, and then you come down. So it's not quite as good as the Calidus, which can literally every turn just be picked up and dropped down somewhere.
Yeah.
So this is a bit slower, but it's still not terrible.
I think the game is often won by that kind of utility, so you can't really stick your nose up too much at it. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the thing is with Vespids is I could easily see people putting at least 1 unit of them in each army. Obviously, the models are super dated. They came out in 4th edition, which was a really interesting time in GW sculpting history. Essentially, that was around the time where they introduced a lot of lesser quality kind of miniatures. Their designs weren't quite to the same standards as they maybe then later became in 5th, 6th edition and onwards. But I still kind of have a place in my heart for the Vespids. I still like them in a kind of retro chic kind of way.
Looking at the picture of them, they look a bit weird because they're wearing like little bits of Tau armor on them,
yes,
which
correct.
just seems odd. But then the glove armor looks like their actual like chitinous plate. And that's also in the Tau color. So is that a glove that they're wearing? Are they wearing finger gloves, or is that their own natural armor but painted in the color scheme of the Tau seps that they're with? I mean, yeah, if you think about it too much, it just seems a bit weird.
Yes, yeah. No,
I think if they were to redo them, just have them be much more like organic and almost don't have any of the Tau technology with them, much more like Kroot-esque, where they're using their own technology maybe, or just let them have the Tau guns. But yeah, the armor stuff is a bit odd, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think there are some definite like shortcomings with regards to those models. The only other one actually I wanted to talk about briefly as well is the lack of options for ethereal minis. So the only ethereal that they've got in this book is the one that obviously you can buy right now, which is the one that, if you remember, Phil, came with the Kill Team box set of Raven Guard versus Tau back at the end of like 7th edition. So it's the guy floating around on his drone.
Yes.
And don't get me wrong, like, again, I understand that they've got that plastic miniature for ethereals, so they just sort of go, well, this is the ethereal default miniature now. But it is actually a crying shame that there aren't other ethereal miniatures or better, newer ethereal miniatures readily available. Remembering, of course, that there was a store anniversary ethereal released.
Oh, yeah.
Like last year or the year before. And that was stunning. Like, that was a really good mini. Had lots of like really quirky details. So you could, if you remember, Phil, you could have it carry different elementals. So it could represent like earth or fire or air. It was really,
I do
really
remember.
beautiful. So it's a real shame that this is the, if you were just getting into town now, you still have to, I can understand why ethereals don't feel quite as significant to people as they did. Certainly back in like 3rd ed when Tau first came out, ethereals felt really important, whereas it feels more and more on the tabletop, certainly with miniatures like this, but overall kind of rules and things that, I don't know, the ethereal sort of feels like it's sort of lost its luster a bit in terms of miniature, but also rules as well, I suppose. Although maybe they're okay, but like, I don't know. I just think it's a real shame that they didn't just go, you know what, that store anniversary mini, we're just bringing it back because it's amazing and we should just sell that because look at this idiot.
No, they should. Yeah, because didn't they used to have a couple of like named ones as well? And that, much like the Necron, like Lords, having the named ones plus the generic ones just helps like set the scene, gives you some flavour to, either the different subfactions or just the army overall. So it's it's a nice touch to have them, but a bit of a shame that they have gone. But obviously, the Games Workshop's on that process of just getting rid of fine cast basically throughout. So hopefully some of those stuff will start coming back over time. But then maybe they won't. Maybe that's just too much choice and too much bloat in an army, and they want to keep the codexes streamlined and easier to balance, right? If they've got less stuff in, if we're being generous, maybe that's what's going on, and maybe they won't come back, which is a shame, but that is the modern game potentially, and that's what it's going to be going forwards.
Yeah, totally. I think there are some beautiful old ethereal sculpts out there, though, so definitely worth. Again, unfortunately, they carry quite high price premiums, especially the metal cast ones. But yeah, if you want to go back through history and look for ethereal minis, there's definitely ones that have a little bit more gravitas, a bit more presence. Because I think that ethereal in particular, the one floating around on his drone, is one of the least interesting ethereal sculpts they've ever done. But otherwise, there's nothing else really immediately stood out to me in terms of what they changed from a range perspective.
Well, they did one thing, and that was with the broadsides. So before it was take a broadside, give it whatever you want in terms of loadout, whereas now...
You're talking about crisis suits, Phil.
Yes, crisis suits, Dan. That is what I said.
Yeah, that's what you said. I'm sorry. Yes.
And they've split them out, much like the Lehman Russes, into various data sheets with fixed loadouts. So now you can take technically more, but you lose out on some of the more quirky customization. I want to say maybe with the exception of the whatever their crisis suit captain's called, crisis suit commander. Maybe he has a bit more flexibility in terms of the build options.
Yeah, so there are a number of loadout options for the commander, and you can take the commander in the Enforcer battlesuit or the Cold Star battlesuit. So Cold Star is a bit more speedy, and then when you add that character into the unit. It basically changes all crisis suit move characteristics to 12, and then also gives them the assault ability, so that's really powerful. And the enforcer battle suit is just a bit more durable overall, with a 2+ save rather than the 3+ save that the Cold Star battle suit has. So yeah, I mean, again, you got a lot more tactical flex with the commanders, which is fair enough. But yeah, I suppose the only thing I will say in support of what you're saying there is it's actually interesting because, yeah, they really have kind of dumbed down the array of characters now. So you basically have Shadow Sun, Farsight, and Darkstride. And Darkstride is really interesting because obviously they did a plastic adaptation of Darkstrider, but Darkstrider was again a model that was added in Finecast, I believe in 6th edition. 40k was when Darkstrider first came into existence. So yeah, cool to see them still there. But yeah, shame for the Ethereals that we lost along the way, is all I can say. Because I felt like the Ethereals really, back when Tau first came into existence, were really some of the more characterful elements of the army. Whereas it does feel at the moment they've been pushed back a little bit more into the background a bit. I'm sure they're still vital and people obviously got a lot of love for them, but I think you're going to be looking at Shadow Sun and Farsight long before you're looking at adding in Ethereals to your army. But yeah, sure. Other than that, and obviously, as you said, the changes to the crisis suits, which was met with a lot of frustration by the unfortunate souls who went out and purchased or 3D printed all of the weapons to be able to say, my crisis suit unit is going to blow you away effortlessly. So obviously,
yes, because there was like one gun that was better than all of them, so people would just take as many of those, even though like you got one per model in the box. So now they've gone back to that more restrictive, build loadout. Thinking about it, when I said I didn't like the battle suits, the broadsides, I think I actually maybe meant some the crisis battle suits in terms of they look quite dated and silly.
Well, that's even crazier because they're newer than the broadsides.
I knew you'd say that. But I think, yeah, maybe I just don't like the style of them. Like, whereas the Ghost Kill and the more modern ones.
The Ghost Kill doesn't really do it for me.
I think I prefer it more.
It's cool. It's got like some nice designs, but I feel like it's a bit... I don't know. The Ghost Kill isn't my jam. I love the crisis suits. I used to love the original stealth suits as well, which... were more
the like Mark, was it Mark 1s or Mark 2?
Yeah, they were like, I think they were like XV-15s or something.
I do like, much like with the the Mark of Armors for Space Marines, that they've evolved it into the narrative. Like when they update the designs, they're like, cool, here's the new prototype version of this battle suit, which is why it's now looks different from the previous ones. It's nice emergent narrative,
and the experimentary weapons that they sprinkle onto stuff, bring into the mixture overall for sure. But I mean, what's interesting actually as well, just to say about these crisis battlesuit teams as well, is they're not reinforceable beyond their standard output of 3 minis. Which actually, I'm in favour of. I think it definitely removes the opportunity for these units to become overpowered, but also I think it's just a good thing for people buying and playing this army because again, it just means that you get that one box and you got that one squad, and then if you want to add others, it's more squads. Don't get me wrong, I'm also in favour of bolstering your ranks by buying multiple boxes to build big, scary units, but I actually quite like for things like this, especially when they're going to give you the opportunity to take as many as, well, I mean, theoretically, you can take 27 crisis suits because they're free individual data sheets. So, yeah, I just hope that they've adequately updated the boxes to give proper guidance on the 3 different builds.
Maybe not, but you might have to just look at the artwork where they've told you what weapons are which, or maybe the instructions actually say that themselves. But I know sometimes the instructions are quite vague on telling you which weapons are named what, and you've got to do a bit of a deep dive into the Codex to actually find that out.
Yeah, but I feel like for me, the Sunforge battlesuit stands out just because obviously it's got the fusion blasters, which doesn't have a lot of shots, and it's only ballistic skill 4, which is fairly standard for Tau units. But yeah, strength 9, -4, d6 damage, melter 2. Admittedly, you have to be within 6 inches to bring that into effect, and they've also got the ability where they can reroll wound rolls and can reroll damage rolls against monsters and vehicles. So they feel pretty strong. I mean, that unit is going to be blasting out 6 shots. So, it does seem like it's got some, value to it. Plus, it's the only one of these battlesuit variants or crisis suit variants that actually has a 4+ invulnerable save as well, which is super interesting. I'm curious why it is that they specifically get the 4-up invuln. I think it's probably because they are intended to fling themselves into battle, but there's no mention of them coming pre-equipped with like a shield generator or shield drone or any of that stuff.
I assume one of the Grubblies that's on the battlesuit in the picture might be some kind of, as you say, shield generator, and that's why. And that's great, but it's a bit of a shame that it isn't almost like, if it said that it was equipped with this piece of war gear. If you think about olden games of Warhammer, it would say all models are equipped with a shield generator. A shield generator gives you a 4-up invuln, and it's like, this does the same thing, sort of more succinctly, but without any of that narrative explanation. So you lose out on, the understanding of the sort of lore reasons behind it. Whereas the older sort of style of war game, where it went into that crunchy detail, explained it to give you a better understanding of the setting, which personally I prefer. But from a playing the game perspective, just saying it's got 4-up invuln save is much quicker and speedier.
Yeah, because it really doesn't have a shield generator in that picture that I can see. The thing on its right-hand shoulder is a velocity tracker. So yeah. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's interesting for sure in terms of what they've done with it from a unit composition perspective. I haven't really meaningfully reviewed points costs for these guys at this point, so I don't know what you can get into an army, but obviously it being 10th edition 40k, it's probably a disturbingly large amount of stuff, especially if you're going to be leaning into Kroot units, I imagine, because I would assert that those guys are going to be coming in very cheap, but there's certainly a lot of really interesting stuff in here. And again, another thing just to say as well, a really interesting selection of fortifications as well. So the tide wall, the shield line, and the gun rig for the tide wall, all really interesting options. You can actually buy the gun rig right now, can't you? Which won't be useful to people who are actually listening to this because it will have gone off sale. But it is currently available in the made to order.
You're right. It is. Yeah.
But yeah, so I genuinely, I keep looking at fortifications more and more. I'm this close to buying a Hammerfall bunker for my Space Marines.
I mean, it's an all right looking.
Oh, it looks terrible, but it's what it does in the game. It's like actually seems like quite a good piece of utility.
No, you're mad.
No, because like basically it's like a really good backline thing because it can Overwatch for free, and it and obviously like so many of your opponents these days will have little units that they want to fling around the board to be able to score objectives. So like if you look at like the Mandrakes, for example, or the Vespids, like they want to go, I'll get my Vespids into your back line and take your home objective and do the rest of it. It's like, cool, yeah, come on down. I've got 4 heavy flavors. Enjoy. It's like it's yeah. I genuinely think that there is, and again, I think the rules in this edition are actually facilitate fortifications being slightly more viable. So I genuinely will be interested to see what guard look like when they come along. Have they done? This is a question going off on a slight tangent. We'll get back into town momentarily. But on the topic of fortifications, have they done generic fortifications like the Bastion, the Sky Shield landing pad, the Aegis defense line? Is there generic rules for those as fortifications, or are they non-existent?
Those went ages ago.
No, I thought
those models, I mean, other than when they've done made to order, haven't been available for a really long time. The Aegis defense line is the closest one, which is now part of the Guard Codex.
Yes,
the Guard range. Things like Bastions.
Right? New sculpt, though. It's not the old Aegis.
Yes, yeah. No, it's much bigger and newer, which is ironic because the table's now much smaller and denser, so it's harder to fit it in comparison to the old one. They don't have any kind of like generic fortification rules I can think of. You just got your normal terrain types, right, of stuff. So there's nothing like that in the game anymore.
Well, again, it would be interesting in that sense. I genuinely, as I say, the Hammerfall bunkers got me interested. I keep becoming tempted by the idea of buying a void shield generator at the moment on the made to order side of things, because it just feels like one of those terrain pieces that I should own.
I mean, I picked one up when it was first out, and it's still in its box, completely sealed. I've never.
Is that the resin one?
Open it. Yeah, no, it would be. Yeah, wow. I mean, I think even this one's still resin, isn't it? Or was it?
No, they did a plastic one.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. What is that thing they did? Yeah, they did a multi-part plastic kit for it.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I think mine's the original resin one, which I think was quite difficult to put.
Man.
I mean, for its price, I think the made-to-order Void Shield Generator is pretty good value for money, because I think it was roughly always that price, because it was very expensive when it first came out, whereas everything else has gone up in price quite drastically.
Yeah. I think I've got a couple of days left before they take it off order, so I'm just sort of like, maybe one day. But I do keep looking at it going, it's cool. Anyway, getting back to the Tau and all of that stuff. So, overall, nothing dramatic from a kind of miniatures perspective. Really great that there's a whole new range of Kroot in there. Nothing too terrifying in terms of the stuff they removed. Again, they didn't suffer too hard from the removals, bar the characters. But I'd love to see some more ethereal sculpts. And to those of you out there who happen to own the store birthday ethereal, well done you. It is dead pretty and certainly cool. So let's talk about the army rules we got for the greater good. Phil, do you want to attempt to explain what the heck that is?
Yes. Shall I give you the summary, or do you want me to read it out?
Give me the summary, mate. Let's not get into the weeds with it.
Yeah, so I believe when you're shooting and your entire army is a Tau Empire faction, you basically select one unit to be a observer unit and one to be the guided unit. And then in addition to that, you also select a spotted unit. So the spotted unit is the target you're going to shoot at. The guided unit is the one getting the bonus, and the the observer unit is the one basically going, look over here, and granting the bonus, but not actually shooting themselves. Basically, to be eligible to do this ability, you can't be a fortification or battle shocked. And also the observer units can't shoot. I think that's the how it works. So until the end of the phase, each time a model in a guided unit makes an attack that targets their spotted unit, improve the ballistic skill characteristic by 1. And if the observer unit has the marker-like keyword, the attack has the ignore cover ability. So that's like a nice extra bonus. And then each time a model in the guided unit makes an attack that doesn't target the spotted unit, you worsen the ballistic skill characteristic by 1. So basically, you've got 2 units. One of them grants +1 ballistic skill when you're shooting at a specific target. And if you're not shooting at that target, you're -1 ballistic skill. That's basically it. There are probably other stuff in data sheets that give you bonuses to this. And like I said, if you have marker lights, that gives you ignore cover as a bonus.
Yeah, so Markalites now has become basically a keyword ability, right? So it's like an extra benefit. So no longer are you rolling 4+ to create
to
Markalite.
Get tokens and stuff. Yeah,
so
you're not spending them, which is what you had to do before.
And just for clarification, the spotter unit can still shoot.
If it does select one other friendly unit with this ability that is also eligible to shoot. Maybe they can still shoot, but they're not getting the benefit.
They wouldn't get the benefit, but they can spot and shoot, because there's nothing in here that states that they are unable to shoot, to the best of my knowledge.
Yes and no, I think you're right, yeah.
So you'd end up in a weird daisy chain thing where, say, if you had 2 units of stealth suits that have the Markalite keyword, they could spot for each other. So they could both go, I spot that unit. Cool, I spot that unit too.
You've got to be eligible to shoot. So basically, if you've already shot, you can't then spot.
There you go. So yes, that's a really good
point. I think you can sort of daisy chain downwards, but you couldn't have 2 units spot for each other effectively.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That makes absolute sense. Yeah, no, that's a good clarification there. I dare say there'll probably be some abstractions around that, but it's a nice. I personally, again, it kind of it actually to me is one of the most elegant Markalite solutions they've kind of come up with, in terms of the fact that Markalite bolsters it. I'm always a little bit apprehensive about linking additional benefits to keyword association, because sometimes that can get kind of lost in the shuffle. But regardless, I do think that this kind of spotter mechanic works quite well. It doesn't feel so bad as well, because like I genuinely felt like in older editions where you used to just mount loads and loads of Markalite benefits onto something and seem to be able to all of a sudden be re-rolling to hit, re-rolling to wound, re-rolling, ignoring armor saves, all this crazy stuff that came off of it. This feels like an overall buff and a benefit without making it obscene. It's not like it was before where you used to just be like, yeah, I get it, I've got 6 Markalites on me, so I'm dead. Whereas like now it's like, no. 1 unit is getting +1 ballistic skill, which when you consider that most Tau units are ballistic skill 4+, that and you're boosting them to ballistic skill 3+, doesn't feel that egregious, especially with the negative connotation around, should you then choose to shoot something out, you actually become ballistic skill 5. And that's to your characteristic. So you pick up ballistic skill 5, and if you're shooting at something that has stealth, for example, you'd be hitting on only criticals, i.e. 6+, which is, in most instances, 6+. So, yeah, man, I quite like that change to the greater good. I think it's good overall. I mean, what's your feel for it?
I think it simplifies it a lot more than the previous editions, where you could get crazy with the kind of bonuses. And yeah, it seems thematically on points. It is funny because I know most Tau players hate the fact that Tau hit on 4s, and they always think they should hit on 3s. But it's like, no, they do hit as good as guardsmen, but it's their technology that makes them better, which is what this spotter mechanic is doing for you. So I like that.
Yeah. Also, as well, it specifically states here that each time you select this unit to shoot, if it is not an observer unit, so if you can shoot with the observer unit, but the observer unit can't benefit from someone else's observer ability. So it's basically about pairing things up.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Which again, it's quite clear, it's quite clean. My concern with this is the sequencing. I'm a fan of declaring those kind of commands and those sequencing. So I like more punishing mechanics where you're rewarding tactical kind of skill and overall generalship. So I like the idea that I would have preferred if they specifically stated that this was a command phase ability or an end of movement phase ability. So something that you have to lock in and then resolve the outcome. I
thematically, yes, but that is a pain to keep track of. plus, because I hate the fact that kind of guard orders are now done in command phase, which makes total sense. But actually, when most of those are bored around shooting, you've got to then kind of keep track of what ordered who via like tokens and stuff to just so by the time you get to that phase, or maybe it's even combat phase, you remember that the unit's got a specific order put onto it. So yes, it's thematically great that you would do it in the command phase, but then you got to make sure everyone would have to like measure like, okay, cool, but I need to make sure that this will be able to see the thing once I've moved or something like that. Yeah. So it would maybe be a bit too hard to keep track of.
Even if it's just start of the shooting phase where you just nominate it based on what line of sight you have at that point, I admit that it's easier just to go through and go, right, this unit's spotting for this unit, I'll resolve that, and then I'll move along. But the thing is then it's like, right, then you're going to resolve for the observer unit straight afterwards and then move over to another pair? Or, these are the things that sort of are really interesting about it in the way that it operates in game. I just feel like I actually quite like it mechanically, but I think, again, it's just one of those things where maybe more could have been done just to make it a little bit more streamlined. But compared to, like, as I say, that whole sequence they had in 9th where marker lights just became actions that were resolved in the movement phase, I think this is nicer. I don't know how much you played Tau in 9th edition, but they basically used to just go, I'm doing a marker light action. And then it was
yes, or you would shoot your marker lights and you had to hit with them first to then spend them.
Oh, that was 8th edition. So 9th edition, it was resolved as an action. It was a specific action that you did in the movement phase.
Okay.
So it created a situation where you couldn't advance, you couldn't do any of this stuff because it was specifically an action, which is interesting. The other thing that actually is quite interesting now is drones. So drones have effectively just become unit upgrades now. So if you have
were they not like that in 9th edition?
No, they had profiles. They
profile.
Had
yes, you're right. They did. Yeah.
And in fact, actually, going back to what I was saying about things that they've changed, it used to be once upon a time you could take entire squads of drones. So you used to be able to take drone squads. Now, obviously, not so much. They're just upgrades, which is a lot cleaner. In terms of the rules, I've seen now Tau players not even bothering having them as separate tokens on stalks next to the unit, but actually incorporating them into their bases or adding them to the miniatures.
Oh, cool.
Which I actually really rate. Yeah, no.
Having them on a little sort of stem above the shoulder or something would look really cool.
Yeah, I've seen people, just have them like floating on the actual bases of like the crisis seats and things. I think that's really nice. It sort of cleans it up a bit, adds a little bit more kind of expression to the miniature. But yeah, they're just upgrades, which I think is the right decision. I think that whole weird sort of like it's actually got a wounds characteristic becomes a little bit annoying.
Yeah, having a Riptide surrounded or by like 8 shield drones because it's like I've got 2 squads of shield drones just next to it to give it all these wounds was a bit of a pain to deal with. Yeah, because
it did the lookout surfing, didn't it? Where it was literally tank all these hits for you.
I'll tank these hits, and then they also get a save plus an invuln save plus a feel no pain or something. It was quite egregious in terms of how that all worked. So glad that's been streamlined. And having tons and tons of shield drones just cluttering the table doesn't really look great either. So,
well, the thing that was crazy about it as well was the fact that you could choose what the shield drone tanked. So it was like, I'm going to shoot with this volcano cannon. Cool. The shield drone's dead. I'm going to shoot you with this bolt gun. I'll take it myself. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's like, so you couldn't even use like small arms fire to like shred them and then hit with the big stuff. It was all
true.
Up to,
yeah.
Whereas now, like shield drones are just +1 wound, which is absolutely what they should be. That is spot on, in my opinion. And a gun drone is an extra gun. A marker drone gives you the marker light keyword, which is great. A missile drone gives you another gun, which happens to be a missile. And a Guardian drone gives you -1 to be wounded.
Which is pretty good.
Really good. Like, it's cool, man. I love all of this. I think this is a really good change for Tau players. I think Tau before, even though adding some tactical nuance to that, were probably unnecessarily complicated between drones and marker lights and, the greater good Overwatch craziness and other shenanigans. this feels really clean. I like this. This is good.
Yeah. One other thing, so the Markerlight drone, in addition to giving you the Markerlight keyword, also allows you to act as an observer unit even if you've advanced that turn. Which is interesting because to be an observer unit, you have to be eligible to shoot. So in theory, if you've got an assault weapon, you could do that anyway. But maybe there isn't a lot of assault weapons in these units, so that's why.
Yeah. But no, I really like it. I think it's pretty cool. So detachment-wise, we've got Kion, Monkar, what's this? Retaliation Cadre, and Kroot Hunting Pack. So 4 different detachments make up the entire selection for the Tau. We can probably talk about Kion from the outset. I'll just quickly talk through its detachment rule, which is from the 3rd battle round onwards, ranged weapons equipped by Tau Empire models from your army have sustained hits 1 ability or sustained hits 2 ability while targeting their unit's spotted unit. So gets better late game is Kion.
Which it's the reverse of Monkar, which gets better earlier in the game. There are workarounds though. So, for example, the first enhancement, while the bearer is leading a unit, the patient hunter detachment rule applies to that unit from the 2nd battle round onwards instead of from the 3rd. And I think there's a stratagem maybe that overrides it as well. I can't remember. So yeah, there are sort of little workarounds on that army restriction.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, again, I think, I personally really like buffs and benefits that come into effect late game. I think that is one of the more interesting mechanics where an army comes to life and performs better when it is in the latter turns, because I think it sort of creates really interesting gameplay when your army is operating more efficiently at a lower, model count. I personally like those mechanics more than mechanics that make me hit harder. I'd rather have stuff that buffs me late than stuff that helps me at the start.
Yeah, I mean, my only concern about that is in tournaments, you can quite often run out of time, or at least I do. I know you don't have that problem down with your Knight army, but if this only kicks in from turn 3 onwards, you need to make sure that you play all of your turns to maximize this benefit, because you'll feel really gutted if for whatever reason, whether that's you or your opponent, like you just don't get to turn 4 and 5, and then you feel a bit cheated because I haven't even used my whole army-wide detachment ability because we just haven't played those turns. That'd be a bit sad. Yeah,
that's fair. I mean, again, strongly advocate for people to play with chess clocks if they have issues with timekeeping. I think that's actually more relevant for people that struggle to get games in themselves than it is for the opponents that they face, because I think it's just a good piece of courtesy. Personally, I understand people have different opinions on chess clocks, but I think it's just a really good tool for keeping you on time and ultimately punishing yourself if you're unable to get your turns done in time. I personally have never struggled to get all of my turns in. When I played most recently over the weekend, with my Blood Angel army, I don't think my own sequence of turns lasts more than 40 minutes. Like I'm
because you just smash them up real quick.
No, it's just how I play. I like to use tempo as a weapon as much as all of the stuff in the game. I think it's a really good way of not upsetting, but kind of catching your opponent off guard. I think being able to use tempo actually really benefits players who are okay operating in that kind of pressure. And I find that it's quite disarming to people. But yeah, one of the things I definitely am in favor of doing is using those chess clocks. Not that I need it for me, but it just kind of keeps my opponent honest as well. But equally, I think if I was slower, I think I'd also advocate for it, because then at least I could be like, look, at the end of the day, I had my hour and 15 I couldn't get my stuff done. Oh well, you should win. That seems like a fairer outcome to me than ending up in a situation where someone doesn't make it past turn 3.
That's fair enough. I was going to say, should we go through some of these stratagems, because there's a couple that are really good that I actually wanted to call out.
Yeah. Do you mind if I start with photon grenade, because that sounds really fun?
Oh, well, that was one of the ones I was going to call out, but so go for it.
Yeah, so photon grenades. I love this kind of stuff because I think anything that sort of debuffs charges is really interesting, and obviously plays into the Tau's kind of wheelhouse because they don't really want to get charged. It's a shame because I think combat armies do struggle in 40k 10th edition. So, this is quite powerful in that regard, but all the same, in the opponent's charge phase, you select one Tau Empire grenade unit, and essentially they fling one of these photon grenades. So that unit that is charging has to immediately take a battle shock test, which is super interesting because if they fail that battle shock test, they are not then able to re-roll their charge because they're no longer eligible to have stratagem.
True. Yeah, no, you're right.
That's big. And then you subtract 2 from the charge roll. So regardless of whether they pass or fail that battle shock test, they are -2 to their charges. So again, if someone's trying to drop in on you from 9 inches away, 1 CP, chuck a photon grenade at them, now all of a sudden they need an 11-inch charge, quite possibly without a re-roll. Noting, though, that you can't do this on units that are within engagement range themselves. But yeah, photon grenade seems very powerful.
Yeah, it's just also quite thematic as well. Reminds me of the old Tanglefoot grenades that
Yes.
Custodes used to have and stuff like that.
No, totally.
Yeah. The one I wanted to call out was a Tempting Trap, which is a 1 CP battle tactic stratagem. So you do it in your shooting phase. You select one Tau Empire unit from your army that's not been selected to shoot this phase. The first time you use a stratagem, you must also select one objective marker that is not in your opponent's deployment zone. Until the end of that battle, this becomes a trap objective marker. So the effect is until the end of the phase, each time a model in your unit makes a ranged attack that targets an enemy unit within range of your trap objective marker, add 1 to the wound roll. And also there's a restriction that you can't use a stratagem during the first or second battle round. Again, the stipulation, much like the army-wide ability. So it's cool. You get +1 to wound against units on an objective that you pick, which is quite cool, I think.
Yeah, no, that's pretty strong. And again, only worth talking about just because I think it's relevant to the conversation we're having. Coordinated to engage. So in your shooting phase, basically you take the unit that is observing and then they get the benefits of that observation as well. So they basically, until the end of phase, each time modeling that unit makes an attack that targets the spotted unit. So they themselves go, I'm spotting that unit. They are the spotter. The unit they're spotting for gains the benefits, but they also gain them as well. So they are able to improve into the skill. And if they are marker light, ignore cover. So that's actually really powerful as well, the idea that you can have those two things working in concert with each other.
What's interesting, if one of the kind of commanders that can attach to your regular sort of Tau Pathfinders has the generic kind of like captain ability where you can, for 0 CP, use an ability that's a battle tactic. Effectively, you can use that stratagem twice per turn, which would be quite strong because then you're getting 2 extra units. So I guess, would it be the No. Cadre guy can't do it. Can the Ephraim will do it? No. Can Darkstrider do it? Oh, no. Maybe no one can do it then. I know one of the Kroot guys can do it, but obviously that's only for Kroot. I guess Kroot can... Yeah, Kroot can do the spotting as well, I guess, because they are Tau Empire. And there's no restriction to say that they can't do this whole guiding thing, which is odd because I never thought or assumed that they could actually do that kind of thing.
But yeah, no, I think overall, I think there's some really interesting stuff in there. Definitely some good utility. Feels like a good detachment overall. Yeah. Compared to Monkar, what's Monkar, Phil?
So Montcar's similar, but the opposite in terms of timing. So during the first, second, and third battle rounds, ranged weapons equipped by Tau Empire models in your army have the lethal hits ability. While a unit is guided, its ranged weapons have the assault ability as well, which I guess is sort of useful. But the fact that you get lethal hits for the first 3 turns of the game is pretty strong. And there will be things that play into that as well. I'm trying to think if there was something that gave you critical hits on a 5+, but maybe not. But yeah, no, that's pretty cool. This one, if I believe, it's funny because actually the lore in this one, it's got a picture of Farsight in the picture, but the lore specifically talks about how you combine your battle suits, your gunships, and your hordes of alien auxiliaries and, formations of breach teams. So it's meant to be the all-encompassing one. But then literally all the rules pretty much exclude crew from the keywords.
Not Vespids, no. Not Vespids.
All right, yeah. So your alien hordes include Vespids, but not crew. So I thought it was funny that the flavor text actually doesn't accurately reflect the rules for this one. But again, this is, if I remember rightly, got a bunch of really cool stratagems, and some of the enhancements are pretty good as well. So, for example, coordination exploration, exploitation, which is one of the enhancements. Tau Empire model, excluding Crew Shaper models. While the bearer is leading a unit, each time a unit is an observer unit, until the end of that phase, ranged weapons guided by models in the guided unit have the sustained hits 1 ability while targeting their spotted unit. So basically, in addition to getting lethal hits for those first 3 turns, you'll also be getting sustained hits 1. So you're sort of doubling down on when you can actually get those critical hits off, which is quite cool.
I was really interested in the Pulse Onslaught stratagem because although it sounds really good, I'm kind of curious what circumstances you're going to find yourself in where that is massively beneficial.
I thought that same one as well. Do you want to read out what it does?
Well, yeah, so basically 2 CP, it's in your shooting phase, specifically Tau Empire infantry units, excluding crew. And again, this will not affect enemy monsters or vehicles. So basically, anything that isn't a monster or a vehicle can be affected by this. And essentially what happens is, until the end of your opponent's next turn, the enemy unit is shaken. While a unit is shaken, subtract 2 from its move characteristic and subtract 2 from advance and charge rolls made for it. So essentially, you're massively reducing their movement characteristic, which is massively valuable. So say, for example, you're up against Death Guard and they've not remembered to bring Mortarion with them. This is super powerful. Certainly against other slower armies as well, really big. So, great from that perspective. But I'm just curious what the circumstance, what Tau infantry unit is really going to benefit from this. And then secondly, what Tau infantry unit is shooting at something or targeting something and not getting rid of it. I mean, obviously, you can look at Fire Warriors, you can look at Breachers, you can look at Pathfinders. So there are things that are going to benefit from it. But yeah, it's it's an interesting instance where you're like, oh yeah, this is worth 2 CP for 1 turn to reduce
a lot. I mean, you might have, for example, those like sniper teams where you think they do a bit of damage but not much else. Or you just, if there's a 20-man assault intercessors with jump packs headed towards you, and it's like, cool, they're going to move 12 and they can charge 12, and, heaven forbid they've got an ability to also advance and charge, right? You're getting -6 to that overall movement, which doesn't seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but maybe that's enough to stop them charging into you for a turn, which would be huge if you could pull that off. But yeah, I looked at that and was like, 2 CP seems very heavy for that ability. But, some slow-moving stuff like Terminators that only move 5, this is actually, probably quite strong against slow-moving stuff.
Yeah. It's just, I'm sort of... seems good, but again, maybe 2 CP was overpriced. I mean, counterfire defense system on the other hand for 2 CP makes absolute sense because you can target anything and it's -1 damage, and subtracting 1 from damage is incredible.
On like a Riptide or something.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. Oh, here's my ghost kill. It's -1 damage. And I assume stealth. I can't remember. It probably has stealth because it's a wibbly, sneaky creature. Hang on. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yes, it is stealth. So, yeah, like something like that. Very, very, very good. And totally justified at being 2 command points. Pulse Onslaught, yeah, less so. But, you know, situationally good, I suppose. Just something to remember you got, I guess, if you've got a bloat of CP that you want to spend.
True. Yeah. The one stratagem I was going to point out is pinpoint counter offensive, which is your 1 CP battle tactic stratagem. So you can do it in any phase when one Tau Empire unit, again excluding Kroot, from your army has just been destroyed. You can use a stratagem on that unit even though it was just destroyed until the end of the battle. Each time a Tau Empire unit, again excluding Kroot, from your army makes an attack that targets the enemy unit that just destroyed your unit, you can reroll the hit roll. So it's like a revenge mechanic where it's like, oh, you killed me, right, my whole army can get reroll hit rolls against you for the entire game because it's for the whole battle, which is pretty good for 1 CP. Yeah. And again, I don't think there is anything that you can spend that on for free because it's a battle tactic and it excludes Kroot. But it's kind of cool.
Farsight has it.
Oh, does he?
Farsight has the 0 CP strat thing.
But I guess he wouldn't go with regular infantry, but he'd go with the battle suits, which is even better.
Yeah, exactly. And again, say someone kills something, you then turn around and go, Farsight goes, right, we're having him for 0 CP. So it's all right, isn't it? But yeah, no, interesting detachment for sure. The next one is the retaliation cadre. So each Tau Empire battlesuit model from your army makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within 12. Improve the strength characteristic of that attack by 1. If the attack targets a unit within 6, improve the arm penetration characteristic by 1. Crisis suits, battle suits, very popular. So, you know, taking a detachment that favors battle suits is probably going to be a popular choice.
This is your classic neck army. It's got some cool things. So I do like you've got for enhancements, you've got the internal grenade rack. So a Tau Empire battlesuit model only. The bearer has the grenades keyword. And each time the bearer ends a normal move, you can select one unit that is moved over during that turn. If you do, roll 6d6, and for each 4+, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. So, you know, on average, I guess it would just be 3, but you could get up to 6 mortal wounds off on someone, which is pretty cool. And then the other one that's quite fun is the prototype weapon system. So, Tau Empire battlesuit model only. Each time the bearer is selected to shoot, either select lethal hits or sustained hits 1 ability. Until those attacks are resolved, ranged weapons equipped have that ability, basically. Which can kind of play into your, you know, +1 strength, +1 AP as well, so you can kind of double down on stuff. So yeah. And there's a bunch of cool stratagems, but I'll let you pick first.
First of all, I'm always drawn to battle tactics because those are the things you can do for free. So you could easily see like Farsight adding this in, and there's only one battle tactic in this, and that's the Arrowcon Protocol. So in your shooting phase, a Tau Empire battlesuit unit that is eligible to shoot essentially until the end of the phase. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack that targets an enemy unit that contains 6 or more models, you get sustained hits 1. But if you're attacking a unit that has 11 or more models, you get sustained hits 2. So again, with very specific units, you could definitely pump out a lot of extra shots. And obviously, if you're taking Commander Farsight, you're going to be able to do this for free, which is, you know, super useful. So yeah, always interesting kind of, you know, seeing how that whole thing works. Like that seems cool. I mean, again, relies on your ability to roll sixes, obviously, but if you get a few sixes in a bunch of shots, it's going to make a pretty big difference to the output. What do you reckon, mate?
It's a solid one, and for 1 CP, it's not bad. I was going to pick one of the 2 CP ones, Failsafe Detonator. Again, this is like a super thematic one. So basically, you select a Tau Empire battle suit just after it's been destroyed. You can use this stratagem even though it has been destroyed. So before removing your model from play, if it had the Deadly Demise ability, do not roll for that ability. Instead, you can choose whether the result of the roll was a 1 or a 6. So you can basically choose to explode it or not if you're on, depending on what's surrounding it, I guess. But if the model does not have Deadly Demise ability, roll 1d6 for each unit within 6 inches of it. On a 4+, that unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, which sounds good. That sounds really good.
Yeah. No, it does sound really good, to be fair. One of the other rules that was quite interesting to me was the Torch Star Gambit. So it's an interesting rule, and the reason I want to talk about it is just because I think it's interesting, because it comes down to one of those really weird situations where you hear someone say it and you're like, okay, but what's actually good about that? So when in your shooting phase, 1 Tau Empire battlesuit unit from your army that can fly, whose attacks have been resolved this phase. Well, it's obviously good, isn't it? Because basically it's move, shoot, move.
You can do a normal move after you've shot, basically, which is what I talked about. Andy used to love doing in 6th and 7th edition. Yeah. And for 1 CP, that is pretty good. I mean, I think all of the stratagems are pretty good. There's one that allows you to effectively deep strike within 3 inches of enemy models, but you can't charge. So a bit like the Inceptors. And that's a 2 CP one. But there's obviously that ties in really well with your detachment rule, where if you're within 12 inches, improve the strength by 1. And if you're within 6, improve the AP by 1. So you can just drop down and be like, cool, I'm getting +1 strength, +1 AP on whatever I'm shooting at. So I think that one's really good as well.
No, it seems like a really strong detachment. And again, obviously something that works well with a very popular unit, i.e. battlesuits. So
and
it won't be a shocker to see
style.
That. It won't be a shocker to see that appearing all over the place. Last of the detachments, we have the Kroot Hunting Pack. What do they got, Phil?
Well, they're obviously the best detachment because they're my favourite. Obviously, they've got Hunter's Instinct, so each time a Kroot model from your army makes an attack, add 1 to the hit roll if the target of that attack is below its starting strength, and add 1 to the wound roll if the target is below half strength. So it's a kill 'em quick mechanic, basically. The more they're wounded, the more damage you can do to them. But they also have the Skirmish Fighters rule. So Kroot models from your army have a 6-up invulnerable save against melee attacks and a 5-up against ranged attacks, which is pretty cool. Plus, you get a bonus of Kroot Carnivore units from your army get the battle line keyword, so you can obviously take more of them because the theme is you're just taking all Kroot with these guys. Yeah, it's pretty good. There's some really sort of fun enhancements. I'm trying to think, because there's basically 3 enhancements that play into the 3 types of shapers that you've got. I think the Trail Shaper one is just a bit rubbish because it gives assault, which I think is a bit naff. The Kroot War Shaper one I think is really strong. So all weapons equipped by the bearer have precision and devastating wounds ability, which I think is very good, especially when you look at its ability. So it suddenly becomes this great like character killer. And then the one that goes with the Flesh Shaper basically gives you unmodified hit rolls of 5, score critical hits.
Nice. And then you got the Kroot Hawk Flock, which is basically ranged weapons equipped by models in the bearer's unit have the ignore cover ability, which also is always dead handy because there's cover everywhere in 10th edition 40k.
Yeah, and reinforcements can't be set up within 12 inches of you.
Which is even better. than the ignores cover ability. Let's be honest.
Well, it can be quite good. And then they've got a bunch of cool stratagems. The first one being the best one. So join the hunt. It's 2 CP, but you don't care about that because it's a battle tactic, and that means you can do it for free if you take the War Shaper. So any phase, 1 Kroot infantry or Kroot hounds unit from your army that was just destroyed, you can use this stratagem on that unit even though it was just destroyed. Add a new unit to your army identical to your destroyed unit in strategic reserves at its starting strength. This stratagem cannot be used to return destroyed character units to attached units, but that's fine because the character unit stays alive. Your main unit, the bodyguard unit, is the thing that dies. So, I believe, because I checked this yesterday, if I remember correctly, for 150 points, you can get 20 Kroot in one unit. You can attach, I think, for 60 points, a Kroot War Shaper. So when that 150 point unit dies, it comes back for free. And you can technically do that at least 3 times with 3 units of it, with 3 characters, of course, as well, all for free.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the characters aren't then reassigned to those units, but...
No, but it's sort of one and done each time. But you can get a lot of free points out of this army build. Yeah,
man. That's pretty cool. I love as well, by the way, that they've got EMP grenades. I think that's super fun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, you read that one out, because that's a good one.
But yeah, the idea that obviously because they're not really using any advanced tech, they're all just bows and arrows and all this sort of stuff. So they're the perfect candidate to bring EMPs. So your opponent's shooting phase or fight phase, just after any vehicle unit selected to shoot or fight, 1 Kroot grenades unit in your army within 8 of the enemy vehicle unit until the end of the phase, worse than the weapon skill, ballistic skill characteristic of that vehicle's unit by 1. Really devastating to Mechanicus. For example, so if someone's got a unit of ballista, which are ballistic skill 4+, same thing with the Honor Gadroon Crawler, ballistic skill 4+, chuck the MP into the mix, and all of a sudden they're ballistic skill 5+, which is not too good at all. So, really cool, really interesting, and very thematic for the idea that the town would be like, hey, you guys are just running around in butt flaps and carrying sticks. Have some of these. They'll do you good. Love that. What else you want to call out with these anymore? I mean, I quite like the sound of Grizzly Feast, but you carry on.
I was going to suggest actually a trap well laid. So in your shooting or fight phase, select 1 Kroot unit from your army that has not been selected to shoot or fight. After your unit has resolved its attacks this phase, select 1 enemy unit that was hit by 1 or more of those attacks. Until the end of that phase, each time a Kroot model from your army makes an attack that targets that enemy unit, unless the attacking unit is battle shocked, improve the AP characteristic of that attack by 1. So basically you can get an extra AP for your entire army shooting 1 particular unit, which can be quite good. Do you want to read out Grizzly Feast?
Yes, certainly. Sorry, I moved ahead a couple of pages just to double check some of the Kroot rules in particular. Grizzly Feast. So, one of the cool things that Shapers and Kroot basically do is they get better by eating stuff. That's kind of their whole gimmick. And in older editions, it used to be that you had to roll a test after you'd killed a unit in combat to see if you basically became inactive for a turn as you were busy feasting on the remains of the dead. Now that seemingly is brought to life with the stratagem for Grizzly Feasting. So 1 Kroot unit from your army that destroyed 1 or more units this phase. In your opponent's next command phase, each enemy unit within 6 of your unit must take a battleship test. And that unit takes the test is below half strength, subtract 1 from the test. Any units affected by this stratagem do not need to take any other battleship tests in the same phase. And it's good they clarify that, so it's basically one thing. But again, it's a really interesting thing because obviously, once they've slain their enemy, they're very busy chomping down on them. And I guess people around are thinking, that's pretty gross. It's pretty scary. I mean, oh, God, they're cannibals or whatever it is. They're eating us.
Weirdly, you wouldn't have thought that'd be that out of the ordinary in the world of 40k battlefields, but it's nice that it does scare people. I love the fact that if they're below half strength, you get -1 to that test, because I really think Battle Shock only works if there are debuffs on your leadership. So I like that addition.
It's weird. Battle Shock in this edition is very swingy because it is just one roll. There's no real kind of modification to it. I mean, obviously, if you do minus it, it does make a difference. But yeah, it's very swingy. But no, I love that. I just think crew is so cool, man. If it wasn't, I mean, as you've already pointed out, 150 points for 20 of them. It's like, good Lord. So literally 450 points will get me 60 crew. It's like, oh, wow, I've got a long way to go. Now, admittedly, obviously, they've got things like the Rampagers and the Crutox Riders and other things that are a little bit more bulky. But it's fair to say that you're going to need to put a lot of crew down on the battlefield if you're intending to do an army of them exclusively. But I do love crew. I think, again, super cool to see them getting a lot of love. It doesn't really feel like they've been massively popular based on what I've seen so far, but I think that's just, hobby drag at the moment. I think hopefully more and more players will start to be coming to the table with actual crew collections really soon, now that they can do it meaningfully for the second time in 40k history. So for those who don't remember, there was a PDF or White Dwarf rule set for Kroot back in the day. So this is the first time since then that you can field an all Kroot force, which is super cool. I'm there for it. I love the range. I love the idea of the Kroot. I think it's really good. Cool beans. Well, look, I think we've actually done a pretty comprehensive job on it because we've already kind of gone through data sheets, so I don't really feel like we need to drag those back up. I think we're pretty much happy as Larry with that. So we'll just move into just some closing thoughts and vibes on Codex Tau. So I only have one regret with Codex Tau, and that is that they've removed the 8. I always feel like the 8 is a super cool thing that we should always see.
Well,
obviously,
do you know why maybe that they're not in there?
Well, because most of them are dead now.
Yes. Well, I mean, they might have been replaced.
But you know what? Like, I don't mind dead. That.
Or it's because, if I remember rightly, didn't Peachy say he created them, and maybe Games Workshop have gotten rid of them in spite because he's left? Is the other option? Maybe.
I know, obviously, there is that conspiracy theory that people who leave Games Workshop are, tarred and feathered. And in the case of Chris Peach, he did create the Ventrilian nobles. And in fact, no, he didn't create the 8. Duncan created the 8.
Oh, it was Duncan. That was it. Yeah, I knew it was one of the two. I couldn't remember. I thought it was Peachy, but you're right. No, he did Ventrilian nobles and Duncan did the 8. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so Duncan did the 8. And I think they probably, anyway, I don't want to speculate on which one of those Games Workshop like lease. I think the shame of it is, though, is they've done a really good job across 9th edition and throughout on creating this ridiculous detachment, the 8. And although I appreciate that maybe they don't want that situation where someone can take a big unit of the 8 or add them into their army and have them operate as like a big thing of independent characters. I personally love it. I just think it's cool. And the idea, like, it wouldn't have hurt just to have a big 1,000-point like thing that's just, this Riptide, this Broadside, and these, 6 battle suits plus Farsight is the 8. I think.
Do they exist in Legends at all, or are they not even in there?
That's a really good question. I don't know. Is the answer to that?
But even if we gave them to them in there, that would be something.
Well, I think the thing is as well, though, and the thing that's sort of interesting with it is that obviously each member of the 8 is effectively a commander, but before it used to be that you used to be able to make them out of just squads. So like before they actually did the 8 as a detachment with like rules in 9th and 8th before it and 7th before that, they were things that you could make because you can mix and match the units. So you'd have different members of the 8 with different loadouts and they would make up, you could build them out of squads essentially. Whereas now, obviously, they're much more rigid in what the squads contain and the squads come in 3-person quantities. So Yeah, I just think it's a shame. I feel like with the way that they've restricted the crisis suits, having a really characterful, really fun unit like the 8 would be really cool. It's kind of like with Death Watch, where you can still take the Cassius squad, the Cassius kill team.
Oh, the kill team Cassius, yeah.
Yeah, which is super fun.
But that was like a purpose-built unit, though, wasn't it? It's not like a kit bash that you've got to do, and I think maybe that's the difference. Maybe the 8 would have to come back, but as a model range based on the current Games Workshop philosophy of how they're doing units.
Yeah, I totally agree with that statement in so much as because obviously that Death Watch unit exists as an actual kit. But I think the 8 have just as much, if not more, kind of status and gravitas, etc., associated with them. So I think, for me, I think it would have just made more sense if they'd given you that as an option. Again, is what it is, but I just would have loved to have seen it. Is my general vibe on them. I definitely feel like I noticed their absence in the book, and the fact that you can't within the rules meaningfully recreate them. Although I suppose actually you can, right? Because you basically take. Well, that wouldn't even be correct because because the 8 doesn't have that many Cold Star and that many Enforcer style armors. They were just normal crisis suits in there. So long story short.
Could you just have those models exist within your army and just headcanon it that these happen to be the members of the 8 spread throughout my army, even though they don't have specific rules for them?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can always do that. That is always an option. But I would suggest that it's better when it's actually supported. And I think it would have just been a fun thing to add to it. And it's sort of notable in its absence in that sense. But anyway, other than that, though, actually, truth be told, this is probably the second most interesting and actually really fun, cool codex that 40k has done, and a really good sign of things to come. I was a little let down by Custodes. I mean, I probably have to errata my final thoughts on Custodes following the review we did of those last episode. I think when you look at Custodes, I actually don't think they're as that good at all, really, at the moment. They need a lot of work to fix some of their problems. Having played more games against them and spoken more to Custodes players, I am now starting to appreciate what the problems are with that. But I do genuinely think that the Space Marine Codex is really good in this edition. I think there's lots of really interesting creative things in it. I think Dark Angels was a little bit wet behind the ears, but worked because it was extra cool stuff to add to an already quite good book. And then beyond that, I genuinely think Tau stand out as a really good book. And the reason why I say that is I think they made lots of really clever, creative decisions to distill the essence of Tau, but simplify them in the way that doesn't make it simple. They're basically living up to that kind of, mission statement of simplified, not simple. I genuinely think Tau is I genuinely really love this codex. I think it's actually a very, very good army with a lot of really fun options, and I love the new Kroot stuff. Yeah, sincerely, this is a real winner for me. I think, I haven't got it in me to do a Tau army right now, but based on my time and experience reading through this particular book, it's definitely one of the 40k codexes that I've been most engaged with and most intrigued by, because it's just, I think everything in it is just really smart and done really well. And also all the units in it have got lots of nice functionality. You can see how they work with each other. There's nice synergies. There's a lot of obvious playability. So, yeah, no, I rate it. I think that's more of that, please, Games Workshop. I think that's a great book overall. So, yeah, no, honestly, bizarrely, no complaints. Really like it. What's your vibe on Tau?
Overall, I will, reiterate and agree with a lot of your points. I think the army specific rules are done very nicely and neatly, and I think will be a lot quicker to play than in previous editions. there's only 4 detachments, but they're all good ones. There's no duds in there. I think the first one where you play late into the game is probably the weakest in my opinion, but that's because I just think if you're playing at a tournament, you might not always get to that, those end turns, depending on how quick you can smash through your games. Basically, and I don't like relying on something that you're not guaranteed to get to. Whereas if you play the kind of generic Montcar one, I think where you're playing into more heavily in towards turn 1, 2, 3, it's like you're definitely doing those turns. But it's just on positioning. I love the Kroot aspect. There's one thing I wanted to call out. So the Kroot Warshaper, because I said he can have he can have that root carved weapons. So he gains precision and devastating wounds. But if you look at his Dark Blow Tri-Blade shooting attack, range 24 inches, D3+1 attacks, bit swingy, but hits on 4s, strength 4, no AP in 2 damage. But it's anti-infantry 3+, assault, and heavy. So basically you're doing between 2 and 4 shots. Yeah, you're hitting on 4s, but if you don't move, you're actually hitting on 3s. And then every 3+ to wound an infantry model, you're doing 2 mortal wounds. So I like the swinginess, and you've got precision, so you could be a really good character killer with that guy. Plus, you're also getting your once per battle round use a battle tactic for free. So I think the Kroot Warshaper is really great. I think I love the idea of a Kroot army. What I would do would be kind of Kroot mercenaries gone rogue. I think I said it before, Ben-Hur style. They're apart from the Tau army. But what I would almost love to see them is more like sort of Gene Stealer cult, where they're using loads of Imperial equipment. Like I'd love the idea of looted Imperial vehicles that are just being ridden around by Kroot guys. I think that'd be hilarious. I don't know how it would work, but that's what I would like to do if I was to do a Kroot army. I think my one criticism from what they need as a model range is that they don't have a Kroot character that's mounted that can then join like your Rampagers and your Riders. They've got the Kroot Lone Spear, who's a very cool model, but he's not actually a character. He's like this lone scout guy that goes out. Although it's quite good, he's got an ability that if he hits someone, the whole army can reroll to hit against that unit. So he sort of like Markelites them up himself with his spears. But yeah, if it wasn't obvious enough, love the Kroot. I think that should be a range all on its own. I think the rules for the sort of generic Tau are all pretty good as well. And as you said, there seems to be a lot of utility and sort of decent rules and range diversification throughout the army. And there's a lot of choices, and I like that each detachment kind of plays into the strengths of whatever theme you might want to go down, I think. So yeah, overall really good, I would say. Yeah. It's I was expecting it to be a bit average because it's Tau, but it's actually surprisingly good.
Yeah, but good in a way that doesn't feel obscene. Like you're not looking at it going, well, that's crazy. I think Tau have always struggled in the balance sense to be like fair and consistent. They've either been utterly trash or they've been way too powerful. And like this actually feels like a really nice middle ground for them, which is what we really want for 40k armies. And I actually like the fact that, again, talking about Kroot one more time, that they've got those kind of two parts to them where they've got the Xenos Kroot mercenary element, but then they've also got the Tau element. But I think what's actually really lovely, even though those two things do simultaneously exist within the army, I think what they've really done a great job of on both ranges is create this really well-defined archetype. And I think that's the thing that they've succeeded with Tau, where I feel like they've kind of not quite gotten to yet with Mechanicum and Votan, for example. I don't really understand yet what the vision is or what the general vibe is for Mechanicus, in the sense that they're just guard, but more sci-fi, and then Votan are just guard, but more sci-fi. I'm just sort of like, whereas at least with Tau, they've got this like emphasis on battle suits. They've got an emphasis on mobility. I think they've done a really good job of establishing the archetype for them. Similarly, recruit this really like feral, bestial kind of crazed, cannibalistic army of lizard men. It's really awesome, and I'm there for both of it. And I hope over time they can get to a place where, I mean, like Mechanicus, in my opinion, just needs a revisit, and they need to kind of come up with a vision for what that army is trying to be. I used to like it when it was just all about this kind of radioactive, like deathly kind of like entity that basically get near it and you're dead, because they're just literally one big, they're like one big walking nuclear reactor. Whereas like they've never really leaned into that anymore. They've just kind of ended up going, oh, they're like guardsmen. And then similarly with Votan, same sort of thing. I just think we need, hopefully Games Workshop will get to a place with these newer ranges where that character gets injected.
It's interesting talking about, because I think actually Tau and Admech have both taken the crown off of Guard in terms of being the shooting army, because they both do shooting better than Guard. But yeah, I think Tau's had the original sort of identity of we're just shooting and we're mostly mech suits. I like now that it's can be more crew focused, and I hope Tau players lean into that more, because it's meant to supplement the lack of combat abilities with the crew to be sort of, whether it's just cheap kind of screening units or more close combat potential. I think that's really cool, and it's got that visual distinction of the two sides of the same coin. You've got the nice pretty battle suits, and then you've got these rugged killer turtles running around. Interestingly thinking about it with Admech though, it's like the 30k range kind of does it better than we talk about this in the previews, right? Because the archetype of Mechanicum from 30k is robots, lots of robots, and like your thralls, which are kind of like robot looking. Whereas the 40k stuff for Mechanicus is human infantry and weird human stuff. Very Da Vinci. Every unit is so wild and wacky that they don't really feel that cohesive as a they're cohesive by the fact that they're not cohesive, if that makes sense, because they're all so different. Whereas I think the 30k does have a visual style that's consistent across the entire model range, and they lean more towards that, robot vibe. Whereas beyond the Castellan robots, you don't really have anything, do you, that I can think of? It is all mostly, infantry and some vehicles. And it leads in more towards that kind of human element, where I prefer the sort of cybernetic robot stuff, I think, a bit more for those guys as an aesthetic.
Yeah, I do think, again, what you're seeing with that is a kind of divorce between, the design studio creating the miniatures and the rules writers. And I think a lot of the time there is this aspiration that new ranges are important. We, Games Workshop need to introduce new ranges. So they go, we've come up with, like, people want squats back, so here's squats. But it's like, cool. But from a design perspective for the actual game, no one's actually figured, right, but what, if there's a kind of triangle of like powers, like it's either, power, defense, speed, if those are your kind of 3 key metrics for expressing, things on the tabletop, it's like, well, what are Votan? Well, they're powerful and they're defensive. Okay, cool. What are I don't know, Mechanicus? I guess they're supposed to be powerful and fast, maybe, but then maybe not. And then they end up sort of weirdly just swinging sort of into the middle, and then that sort of is a space that's occupied by quite a lot of stuff. And I don't know, the old ranges, the old armies have had their kind of archetype defined over years and years and years of iteration. So like, Elder, even though they're not like this anymore, Glass Cannon Army, definitely not that anymore, but they used to be. Drakari have kind of filled that void now. And, in a way, Elder have kind of lost some of their luster, but they've become more about being a bit of a Swiss Army knife, or being an army of lots of different aspects, which is kind of cool. Anyway, I won't go through every one of them, but the point is that those archetypes have been better defined, whereas I feel like with these newer ranges, of which, even though Tau have been in the game since 2001, they're still, a relatively newer race within the game. because they were introduced in like 3rd edition, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, in the same way as sort of Necrons are and so on. But yeah, I think they've done a good job with Tau. I think they've done a good job with Necrons. I think they've done a good job with Krieg. But I'm intrigued to see what they do with others. I don't know why I needed to get into that tangent here, but it was just something I felt like saying, because I do feel like now with these rules, I don't know, it just feels like they've done it in a really good way. It feels like there's so much history to Tau now that they've been able to elegantly realize them on the tabletop, which is great, in my opinion. Any more from you, Phil, or should we call it a day?
I can't think of anything else worthwhile, so let's call it a day.
Smashing. Transitional noise. Howdy, hello, welcome to this part of the podcast where we're going to be talking about the various non-Age of Sigmar reveals that took place, I should say, during the proceedings of whatever that event they were doing in Texas was called. Do you remember what it was called, Phil?
I want to say the Dallas Open.
The Dallas Open. There you go. We'll go with that. That was an event in Texas. And, it was done as something of a celebration of all things Warhammer, but definitely seen as something kind of over-indexing into the Age of Sigmar 4 round, which makes sense. It's only a little ways away. So, get hype. What did you think overall of the live streaming extravaganza that was the Texas Dallas Open Wopen?
Do you mean the reveals or the gaming?
Just any of it. The whole extravaganza.
Good.
You didn't watch any of it, did you? You didn't
No. So live streaming. I watched a bit of the wrestler Spearhead showcase.
Oh, indeed.
And I watched probably the first 20 minutes and then I sort of skimmed through it a bit going, oh, okay, does it get any better? Is this something that can be more so? Okay, when I say get better, what I really meant is the top-down camera that they predominantly using was hideously washed out in a sort of bluey color and wasn't actually showing the true colors of the battlefield and the models. And I was like, well, this is pretty poor for your main first showcase of Age of Sigmar. And then actually they I think that camera just had technical problems.
Yeah.
Or the settings were wrong. And then they actually flipped to other cameras a bit more often that had the normal color spectrum on them. And I was like, okay, that's a lot better. And then I was like, oh God, for a game that they're touting that can be played in your lunch break, how long is this live stream? And then it ends up being, I think, 3 hours. So I was like, not the best showcase of your main USP, because that's what they seem to be going for. But they're clearly learning on the go. They haven't, played this before. For whatever reason.
Which makes sense, okay. Right? I mean, I suppose when you're going to be working with talent like that, you probably don't have the opportunity to gain access to them beforehand, or if you do, if you're going to, it comes at some expense. So they kind of sort of tried to make the best of the situation they found themselves in, I guess. To me, I think it was an opportunity wasted. I think they could have just produced a really slick 15, 20-minute video and really kind of, got them into a studio, maybe even, gone to one of those AEW events and had them come down from their own kind of ring setup and, have the board
playing on the ring. In
the ring, yeah, absolutely. In the middle of exactly that kind of vibe. Like that would have been cool had they just sort of done a 20-minute thing there and maybe, cut away to like them, being disappointed with the results and one of the wrestlers, taking out their frustrations on the other for their loss by, doing wrestler stuff. That would have been cool. But
you just want to see more wrestling. That's your thing.
About that wrestling lifestyle, man. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, look, I mean, all I'm saying is I think, like you say, getting two fellas who clearly weren't that knowledgeable on that particular game system, because no one's been able to play it other than the people who have. It's just that thing where I thought like, whatever. But we're not here to talk about that necessarily, although it was definitely part of the live streaming extravaganza. I do actually think that the team in the US are getting a lot better at producing gameplay coverage. I think the trio of presenters that they have over there that work on a regular basis are definitely getting a lot more seasoned at it. So I think the general coverage of Warhammer 40,000 Age of Sigmar gaming that goes on within the event is actually improving. I think they do quite a good job of kind of capturing the energy and excitement of the overall event. I quite like the way that they staged it with the raised stage area for the gaming. It definitely gave it an okay overall vibe, I thought. So yeah, I can't be overly critical of the actual kind of stream overall. I mean, it was a bunch of games of Warhammer 40,000 and a few kind of, special exhibitions and or regular games of AOS. So yeah, overall good. I mean, the streaming side of things, it's interesting, first and foremost, that they continue to punt out these updates at unsociable hours. I know that this one wasn't that bad, actually. This one went out at kind of 6 o'clock UK time. So that was a little bit more tolerable, I suppose, for us in the European region to kind of watch and consume that content. But certainly the AOS one going out at 1 a.m., I really struggle with that whole concept. I don't really kind of understand how GW is, arrived at this notion that they need to be putting out, major significant updates that affect their global audience at a time that only really works for America, which I'm sure is one of their biggest audiences, and parts of the kind of Asia, Australia market, right? It's sort of weird that they kind of do things in a way that sort of neglects what I would assert is probably a bigger region for them overall. Well, I imagine America's number one, but then I assume UK, Europe is probably number two.
Yeah.
So it's weird that they do it at that time.
So. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, because normally they, Warhammer Fest, for example, RIP, and that was the thing. But they did a live show of the reveals, shortly followed by the for the audience that was there live, not live, and then they broadcast was it a pre-recorded one afterwards, or was it just all live?
It was all live back then. They've only started doing these pre-recorded segments relatively recently. I actually like them because I think one of the biggest problems, right? I know the community aren't super loving them. I've seen the comments and stuff as I was watching it, and people aren't super into it. But I did feel like before the weird kind of 10-minute segmentation job that they had to do, where Eddie and someone else from Warhammer community, typically the Dark Angel guy, is it Adam? Anyway, whatever his name was.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
So yeah, those two would have to sit there, and it was so evident that they just knew 40k, and inevitably they'd be like, oh, it's a Warcry update. Yeah, so Warcry. Like that scene in Wayne's World where it's like they go in through the green screen and they're in different cities, and then it's like, oh, Texas, yeehaw, cowboy, and then they get to Delaware and they're like, oh, Delaware, I'm in Delaware. It was just like that kind of. That was always what it felt like with those segments with that team. It's like as soon as it was something that wasn't 40k, they were just lost, and it was so evident. So now that they get the relevant people talking in a really kind of, scripted and very kind of sanitized manner. But, at least you're getting people who actually are experts on the topic talking in a succinct manner for a timing that is appropriate, rather than just having two people who don't know very much trying to eke out 10 minutes about something they don't care that much about.
True. The point that we slightly got away from, my theory behind it is that if there's no live show where they're doing a similar reveal for an audience that's tied to the Dallas Open, then yes, they could put out that pre-recorded video at any point realistically within that Dallas Open weekend. So even if it's like 8 p.m. for the Americans and it's like, I don't know, a sensible hour for the British people.
8 p.m. for the Americans would not be a sensible time for us, though.
No. I don't know these things.
Time clocks, oh God.
I can't remember. I think, is it normally it would be like a crazy hour for them, like 6 a.m. for them, but it would be 6 p.m. for us, depending on if you're...
It's not quite that bad. If you go for the West Coast, so like 9 p.m. in the West Coast, I think it's around 5 p.m. Sorry, 9 a.m. is about 5 p.m., I believe. So yeah, you could do something at like 6 o'clock UK time, 10 a.m. US time, and that would at least, which would
be sensible, I guess. I mean, potentially it's like if they're doing it on a Thursday or a Friday, it's a work week for most people. So most people are just busy at work, so they'd have to watch it later on anyway, I guess, instead of having a cheeky look on the phone at the updates. I think the one thing that bugs me a little bit about the new pre-recorded stuff is, and I do like the bit that you're saying where, yes, it's a bit sanitized, but actually it's with the people that have the knowledge and can actually talk a bit more in depth about a specific topic.
Yeah.
But quite often it's like they flash by the miniature reveals so quickly, and then all you're seeing is talking heads, and you're not ever getting a decent look at some of the reveals. And I guess, and this is my complaint in the last one, and I guess you're just meant to go onto the website to look at the stills.
Yeah.
But actually some of the stills don't represent all the loadouts that you see in the video reveals. So yeah, I kind of wish they would, during those talking sections, maybe just show a bit more of the still photography, or, you know, replay some of those videos, just so you can have a look at it while they're talking about it.
Yeah,
I don't mind any criticism, really.
Yeah, I don't entirely disagree. And again, what's interesting actually, and one of the things the reveals really kind of showed up is kind of the different styles of the different teams, and it intrigues me that some of the stuff that kind of made it in. Not to get ahead of it, but there was this sequence with like the individuals who designed the Adeptus, the Mechanicum minis. And he talked quite critically about how complicated it is to make the minis, and he was so much more in the weeds about the design and development process. And it kind of felt kind of oddly out of sync with like the idea of like, it was just sort of, it wasn't that it was this bad, but it just sort of felt like he was using his opportunity to vent about how annoying it is to take something that was just really high detailed and make a plastic mini out of it.
I really appreciated that. Yeah, and, you know, potentially, you know, I think there was some criticism of the Solar Auxilia troops being marginally different in how they looked between the resin versions and the now plastic ones.
Yeah, of course.
And I guess they were just sort of preempting this by sort of explaining it. It's like you've got highly detailed, you know, silicone resin molding process that allows you to have these big complex shapes, and with plastic you just can't do that, so you've got to break it out into multiple parts. So yeah, it was a bit of a moan about, it's actually quite difficult to do, but you know, I like that they were sort of explaining that, and you know, potentially saying this is why some of the bits are a bit different as well, because it just physically has to be. So yeah, I quite enjoyed that in the weeds, and quite honest, refreshing insight into some of the processes in the studio.
Oh mate, totally. I was there for it. I enjoyed the insight for sure, and again, that Mechanicum section was definitely one of the highlights. But before we get into that, we'll start with what they started with, which was new Adeptus Sororitas, or Sisters of Battle. So only one new figure, as has been something of the tradition this edition. You're getting, 9th edition, when it was like the lazy 9th edition release, it was a character on foot. This edition, it's a character with a jump pack, seems to be the general vibe. We got the Space Marine Captain with jump pack, we got the Chaos Lord with a jump pack, and now we've got the Sisters of Battle with a jump pack, which is...
True. No Custodes Captain with jump pack, though. I mean, that would have been an interesting treat if they had done that.
I would have been there for it. I actually think that would have been something really cool to have added to the overall range. But, sadly lacking. Hopefully, when Custodes get a bit more, range, love and attention, that's something they can address. But, I have to be honest. I think my initial hot take on this particular mini is other than the fact that unlike all of the other jump packy Sisters of Battle, this individual has a decorative base where they're essentially standing atop some ruined bits. But other than that detail, I'm not really seeing much of anything other than... No, I'm seeing very little that kind of distinguishes it as being in a kind of command function beyond the halos around the outer kind of power pack kind of exhaust areas of the jump pack. I think definitely from a silhouette perspective, it struggles to stand out as a character. I assert that it's probably going to have a bigger base than the rest of the jump pack minis, and that probably is going to help you visually distinguish it from the rest of the range. But yeah, it's a very competent, very, interesting miniature with a lot of really cool variety. I think there's a lot of really great head sculpts and weapons. I definitely like it because I like this whole kind of range in general, but I just don't know it's very similar to the problem they had with the Chaos Lords they did recently, where it just doesn't look that remarkable. It's just sort of, it's just another one of them, but they've got a few little blink and you miss it details that distinguish them from the herd. But I don't know, that's got my hot take on it. Overall, I like it. I think it's a really solid mini. I think it's got a lot of really good options. But yeah, on the whole, I'm a little bit like, they've not really necessarily done very much to make it really stand out, I would say.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Initial reaction is really like the mini. I think it's good. The best weapon options, the halberd, which annoyingly, as I've just said, isn't shown here. It's only in the video, so it's a bit like, just give us a photo of it, please, so we can appreciate it a bit more in still photography. But I do like the head options, do like the weapon options. As you say, interestingly, they've given it a characterful base, a hero rock, so to speak, to be on, rather than the normal flight stands that the rest of the range have. So I guess it stands out just from that alone. But it is a bit of an odd choice. It's not something I would have assumed people are calling out for. If it was a bit Space Marine-y, Space Marines have captains and have all these options. It's like, do they really need a captain to go in a unit of Zephyrim? I guess the answer is yes, because it's a buff piece now. And that's what this sort of feels like. It almost feels like, well, because of the way the game now functions, we now want to have a character that could plug into every unit in the army in some fashion. So they've gone, well, we need a character with jump pack. But, for me, having their characters on foot, sort of, chanting and praying their way forwards or flaming people on foot seems more like a traditional hero character for the Sororitas than someone on a jump pack. I'm not saying I hate it. I just seemed like it wasn't a choice I needed. Not that I'm a Sisters of Battle collector.
I definitely think that when it comes to the canonesses specifically, I always struggle with them conceptually because I feel like they don't really do very much to kind of differentiate them across the board. When I look at all the other kind of canonesses that are available, they're relatively, they've just, all sisters have robes. They're just a little extra roby, and then they've got a bit more kind of ornateness, like iron halos, that kind of thing, which does distinguish them. And obviously you learn through familiarity and seeing them often that, that's the Canoness mini. But I do feel like it would have been cool had they kind of led into some more kind of aspect of the Emperor type thing. Because obviously these sisters are devout and followers of the Emperor. So something a little bit more gold and ornate and just completely crazy would have been really cool to see.
Do you know what they needed? They needed doves flying in the background.
Yes.
Or cherubs, like something like that to make it a little bit more like a diorama. And add a bit of oomph to it. John Woo doves, I think, though, would be the best way of singling them out as a character.
No, I agree.
That could be a motif you could push more across your other characters in the range,
or potentially having a more kind of ornate, kind of mechanical kind of wingspan that really kind of gives the character a bit more of a unique silhouette. And that's the thing that I feel like it just lacks. Is like, again, it's just something that really would have made it stand out. But overall, good mini. No real complaints about it, other than it's relatively unremarkable in the context of the overall thing that it is. But it's very very commonly done. What's the name of the actual squad again? It's the Zephyrim, isn't it? The Zephyrim, yeah. Beautiful miniatures, and this is a great addition to it. So I'm okay with it.
I was going to say there can also be Seraphim as well.
Seraphim, sorry, yes. I knew they were like...
There's two. There's Zephyrim and Seraphim.
Yeah. And I suppose that's actually interesting, isn't it? Because, forgive me, but I think there's a version of them that also have the similar haloed kind of effect over the top of there. So again, within the context of that, it also becomes even more unremarkable because when you put it up against the other ones,
I think it's the Seraphim, which have the halos on the wings because they're the close combat ones, and I think Seraphim are the more shooty ones.
Gotcha.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's what it is.
No, that sounds about accurate. But yeah, anyway, long story short is it's good. Not remarkable, but very, very competent piece of miniature. You're going to get some battle forces as well. So if you want, you can buy a box set that comes with 3 units of either the Zephyrim or the Seraphim. So that's super cool because you can get 15 of those plus this Canoness. And that comes with the Exorcist. Is the Exorcist, isn't it?
Yeah, Exorcist.
Exorcist. It's weird because I get the feeling that this cover art that they've done here for the image is quite a bit of Photoshop, and the Exorcist kind of sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of the execution of the Photoshop implementation. Unless, of course, that's just a funny quirk of photography. But it kind of looks like they sort of realized at the last minute maybe it wasn't a good enough value proposition for what they wanted to charge. And we're like, oh well, just stick that in. Like,
I see what you mean. Yeah, I think because they've clouded every other sort of base with this sort of haze, probably to sort of hide the flight stands as much as possible, so it looks like they're generally floating. But then they haven't really replicated that mist across the lower half of the tank. It does look like it's sort of just cut out in comparison. And to be fair, it probably is photoshopped in place, so it's sort of missing any kind of form of shadows along the bottom as well. So yeah, I didn't notice it until you pointed it out, but yeah, it does look a little bit off.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's, of course they're going to be photoshopping this stuff. It's only inevitable.
They have to really.
Yeah. And then they also get a new combat patrol. What's interesting about this combat patrol is, if I'm not mistaken, Phil, the old combat patrol for Sisters was the contents of the old kind of easy build box, right? Do you think I'm right about that? I can't remember for sure.
Did they ever have easy build models?
Yeah, so their initial release was easy build box.
Yes, yeah. No, I think you're right. I think from what I've vaguely seen online, but not actually looked at it properly, this is the boarding actions box that they had.
Yeah, so I've just checked. Yeah, so the current or soon-to-be retired Combat Patrol box was basically the contents of the old original Sisters of Battle box set with a rhino. So they basically added a rhino to the old contents. And now it is all the multi-part plastics. And what's interesting is unless I'm mistaken, it appears that they may be now, as a result of this, retiring those old miniatures, those old sprues, which is interesting because they're not even that old, really. I think they've been around for maybe like 5 years. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. They look like they're going.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like those launch boxes that are slightly more easy build are never really designed to stick around, but inevitably they sometimes do because they never turn one of those easy build sprues into a multi-part plastic kit, like the suppressors for Space Marines, and then they're like, they've got to just keep that sprue going somehow.
Or obliterators for Chaos Space Marines, same vibe, isn't it? Yeah. But anyway, they got a new Combat Patrol, which is fair enough, and a new Codex, obviously, with a cover that is old artwork reused. It's not old cover art, as far as I'm aware, or cover art for Sororitas, but it is definitely artwork that you've seen around in other places. Again, I can't remember if they used this artwork in the initial 8th edition release. Truthfully, I bought the box set to get like the cards and the figures, and so my version of the Adeptus Sororitas 8th edition Codex has a completely different cover anyway, so I can't remember for certain if this was what they had in 8th, but it's definitely not the one they had in 9th. So Yeah, but it is not a new piece of artwork. But actually, by the standards of 10th edition covers, it's actually pretty good.
It is. I've just had a quick look. The 8th edition cover.
It is the 8th. Oh, okay. I sort of thought it might have been, but I just couldn't remember for sure because
good spot. Yeah.
But it's a good cover by the standard of 10th edition covers. Probably one of the worst edition for covers since maybe 8th edition, to be fair, because 8th edition had some pretty bad covers. Although the weird thing about the 8th edition covers was they were basically, it was all part of the 6th, 7th, and then 8th edition saga, wasn't it? It they just kind of kept reusing the 6th and 7th.
Yeah, so the 6th and 7th were definitely repeated. I think 8th, they just gave it a different border along the top, didn't they?
Yeah. They wrapped it a different way. But anyway, it's by the standard of 10th edition covers, it's pretty reasonable. But that is the Adeptus Sororitas Canoness. Overall, I would say that's a 6 out of 10 for them. I feel like if you're a Sisters player, you probably wanted more, understandably so. But you've had loads of love the last couple of editions. Now you get to be phoned in with a with a single mini and a new book. So yeah, that's how it goes. Any closing thoughts on that from you, mate?
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's a cool new mini, but it is just one. And as you say, that's the phoned in status of all things that aren't getting much love this edition. So it's sort of to be expected. That's it.
Next along, we have the Gene Stealer Cult, the GSC, and they've got a big-brained new Benefactus. That's what they're calling it. So a new type of Gene Stealer Cult that has themselves a big old brain, something similar, it would imagine, to a Zoanthrope, but with little legs and arms and a staff, of course. I have mixed emotions about this miniature. There are lots of really nice elements of the sculpt that I really like, but I think the overall look is pretty underwhelming to me. I think there's some kind of details with the way that they've kind of, encapsulated the brain and the kind of cheatering or the carapace around it is very weirdly synced up. Like it's kind of overlapping in really odd ways that doesn't feel particularly well thought out. And also I'm really not a fan of the notion that the Gene Stealer cult, the kind of development of the Gene Stealers, would create a kind of genetic improvement, if you will, that has to be augmented by technology. I think it completely is at odds with like what the Gene Stealer cult is. It's kind of more of an organic, more biological thing, whereas this figure, this creature, is only really able to stand and maneuver because it's using a complex series of mechanics to essentially prop up its massive brain, as well as also seemingly manipulate and manage all of that. So that kind of breaks the fourth wall a bit for me with the way that I would assert GSC should operate. But overall, it's a very competently designed figure in places. It's got a lot of nice subtlety, but it's not. I'm sure it would be even better to see it in person. But overall, I feel it's more of a miss than a hit for me. I don't know what your vibe is on it.
No, I think you've hit all the issues on the head. Exactly. The weird sort of metal sort of probe bits on the side, I guess. They're either there to hold it in, or they're there to somehow interface with the brain, which doesn't make sense if it's genetically born that way. And likewise, it's got this weird sort of prop stand for the brain at the back, and it's like, well, it should be able to carry the weight forward. And if it's designed that way, to be born that way, it should be self-sufficient, and as you say, not integrated with technology. I think there was a Necromunda character which had I think he was a bit more floating in the air as a psyker, but he had a sort of big brain as well, and I think that model works a lot better. I thought you were going to say like, oh, I don't think they should have had a character that's so obviously like mutated, like that couldn't hide a bit more in plain sight, like a lot of the GSC minis. But obviously you didn't say that, so maybe you don't have an issue with that.
No, not particularly, because I think because there's obviously the underground aspects of the GSC.
Yes.
It's someone who's
which
obviously, I don't have an issue with that, because this individual will make themselves known when they need to make themselves known, and that's fine. I don't mind that. It definitely is something that I've really appreciated about the GSC range. Like, I really like that kind of subtle dangerousness to them, like the I forget the name of it now, but the guy with the staff who looks very kind of diminutive in his cloak seems like a very kind of old, decrepit kind of gait and posture. But we know that underneath that cloak is just a whirling dervish of blades that will just, that will obliterate you a million ways before you even blink. This, I think, the thing I think I would say about this is it's probably one of the least threatening looking GSE character sculpts that they've created. It looks a bit pathetic, and I think that's because of the way that it is kind of relying on other kind of augmentation to kind of function,
Yeah, I think that if you think about the GSE, the one thing everyone as a GSE player will say that they don't need is more characters, and ironically that they've got another character. However, I guess this edition sort of unlocks that you can have more characters, albeit this one's got a staff and a lot of them have staff. So I think they're a bit done with staffs. You can just get rid of them, and just that would have probably given him a bit more of a dynamic pose. Unless, of course, he needs for staff as a sign of authority or to prop his big brain up, maybe. When he needs a bit of a rest, he can just lean his head on it. And, that curved bit of a staff, maybe that's where his brain sits in. But it was interesting that this was the time that they actually were like, oh, yeah, this is an anti-tank character killer, anti-monster. They sort of... I don't know if they were, as we like to say, how the sausage was made, but they were basically saying, we needed something that could deal with vehicles in GSE, so we created this character. Now, I don't know if that's generally how it happens, because normally it's models first, rules come second. But I've always thought they should sometimes go, well, we need to fill this gap within an army. Let's make a unit to fill that role. And it sort of sounded like that's what they were doing with this. But ultimately it's just like a unit buff, right? And that's what characters are now. So it doesn't matter that they've got hundreds of characters in their range now, because you can just have hundreds of characters. Ultimately, in a way, every unit now deserves its own character. And they're probably more profitable to make and sell because, each character is like 25 quid.
Yeah, no, they're pricey, right? And I think that's the thing, though. They kind of tried to introduce that concept as well with the Saboteur. They were very much like, this is the demolition expert. It's all about kind of setting up demo charges, disrupting gameplay, introducing a bit more anti-tank. Because, again, they widely acknowledge on a regular basis that this army really doesn't have too many very reliable kind of options for dealing with big problems. So
it's what the rock grinder's for.
Well, exactly, and I feel like that's the thing. I feel like they probably just need to kind of lean into that more. But and again, it's sort of interesting in a way as well, because this kind of is just kind of an evolution or a next kind of phase of like the Magus type of archetype. But and the Magus is typically much cooler as a kind of concept than this is, because again, familiarity, history, etc. But yeah, it's interesting. I think overall, I think, again, the thing that just sort of doesn't sit with me is the fact that, I've already said it, the whole kind of tech integrated thing is the bit that confuses me. Because when I think about the GSE, again, and the Tyranids and what they're about, it's like biological perfection. They are basically creating the ultimate killy things. And this doesn't look like the ultimate killy thing to me. It looks a bit useless. It's like, I don't know. You think like maybe with all of its psychic, powerful might, it could just sort of suspend itself using all of that, levitate, etc.
Yeah, I think some kind of a more dynamic action pose would have been a bit better than a Marvel hero trying to do some psychic powers pose of I'm touching my forehead. Oh no, it's more X-Men, I think. Touching my forehead. Yes.
You were that child. Come on,
exactly. It's very Professor X vibes with that model. Whereas I guess if they had done it slightly floating in the air, it would just be compared with the Necromunda Mini And if you really like the Necromunda Mini, maybe just get that one and convert it up. But cool concept, I think. But yeah, just doesn't hit the mark from a miniature point of view. I don't think. I mean, because GSE have some really incredible miniatures, so it's a high bar.
Oh, mate, absolutely. Really stunning range. And I mean, again, that's represented within the Battle Force. I think the Battle Force is super cool. The Aberrants are absolutely amazing. Obviously, now they've got the new Gene Stealers in that range as well, and they are stunning. So, again, GSC only getting better as Tyranids are getting better. Those Gene Stealer, pure strain Gene Stealers, phenomenal. The Rock Grinders, the other kind of trucks and stuff, the hybrids. That is a really, really tempting Battle Force right there.
I was looking at that going, I've always wanted GSE. I had the original, was it GSE and Death Watch when they first came out? Yeah, so I've had those minis sat around for ages. I think maybe Joe got some off me. I can't quite remember. But yeah, so I've always wanted to do them. I just never had the time. And this force makes you go, oh yeah, you get a lot of good stuff in this one. And then even, to be honest, even Combat Patrol was pretty cool. It's much more mobile heavy. And combined together, you've got really good, sort of mobile force, I think.
Yeah. I think as a Combat Patrol, that looks really interesting in terms of the selection of things that they give you access to there. Again, reminds you just how vast and interesting the actual range is when you look at this stuff. It is cool. I mean, the only thing that's slightly concerning about the Battle Force, for example, is the fact that what you're looking at there probably doesn't even break 500 points. That's probably the thing that you're a little like, oh, God.
That's depressing, because that is, even both boxes together, that to me, old school style would be a full game army. And it's like, I don't, in that, if that's not 2,000 points, that's super depressing, because it's like, that's a lot of models. And it,
mate, those two things together, I bet aren't even 1,000 points.
Oh God. I mean that feels like a nice amount that you go, oh, that's all I want to build. I'm done.
Yeah.
And maybe that's, the joys of playing 1,000-point games or Combat Patrol.
Maybe that's it. Again, still haven't gotten around to playing Combat Patrol, so don't know for sure on that side of things. But again, look, in terms of the minis, in terms of what you're getting, seems cool. Looks like a really good selection. So that's cool. Another thing, or one thing that isn't cool, is this Gene Stealer Codex. How far they've fallen, Phil. How far they've fallen. Like, the 9th edition Gene Stealer Codex cover is one of the best pieces of cover art Games Workshop has ever done. Like, the 9th edition covers, on the whole, are some of the best they've ever made. And how you could go from one of the best, only really bested by the Mechanicus cover, because the Mechanicus cover in 9th edition is chef kiss incredible.
Clearly the same artist as well.
Oh, yeah, it's stunning. But how you go from that to this? I mean, literally, it's terrible. It's awful. Like, it's the most. I mean, and maybe it's just because of what it was before that I'm being unnecessarily harsh on it. But what is compelling about that figure is it's just awful. It's terrible.
Okay, hot take. I really like it.
Mate, no.
So I'll preface it as it's not anywhere as interesting or as grimdark as the last edition one, which I totally get, because those were amazing pieces of art. Yeah. However, this is arguably a better Codex cover in the start, because here's the thing, they want consistency across all of their Codex covers, and this is the style of Codex covers, right? From the Custodes, to, the new AdMech to, these are all much more consistent in a visual look and feel. It really reminds me of the style of the 6th and 7th edition covers, where it's just, a single miniature up front and center. I think, the character's kind of cool. I don't mind it. But I understand that as a piece of art, it's nowhere near as good or as interesting as the original, ninth ed cover.
It's so bad. I mean, I would have preferred, like, sincerely, they could have taken the old 8th edition or, like, 7th edition cover with the Magus and the Patriarch in the background. Just given us that back. I mean, I would rather have had that. I mean, I genuinely would have loved, would have been less bummed out if they gave us that old artwork. It's awful.
Harsh.
No, it's terrible.
I like it. I like the sort of the charm of it. Maybe
where's
knowing
the charm of
sort
it?
of what it is.
Where's the charm? What is
it? It's the sort of like I said, the hokey 6th, 7th ed Codex charm. It's got that, it's just a simple Codex cover, Dan. It's the thing. If they could have given us the artists that did GSC and AdMech from last edition across every single Codex, that would be phenomenally interesting, and I'm sure every single one of those pieces would be absolutely amazing. Maybe budgetary constraint or for whatever reason, they couldn't do that. But I sort of get that these are now much more stylistically consistent across all the different armies.
Terrible. Anyway, there you go. Overall, that is a 5 out of 10 from me. The mini is so-so. The Codex is god-awful. But it's GSC. At the end of the day, it's a fun range. It's got some good stuff. It's nice to see them getting support. I really hope that the rules for GSC actually bring them back into the game. Shout out to 50% guard. I think that's a massive win for the GSC players.
That's cool. And because they already given us the upgrade sprues for that, or they have shown them, so they look great.
Yeah, they look great.
Yeah.
And that is a big win for the GSC. The fact that you can basically lean in, and I think it's a specific formation, battalion, etc., detachment. But you can have like up to 50% of your army comprised of AdMech units. Obviously not heard just yet exactly what all those restrictions are, but obviously AdMech's a very healthy range. You can definitely bring in some really fun elements, which I think is just super cool. And I think that's going to be the thing that's going to make it really awesome. I think at the end of the day, a big old, basically, Phil, your kind of Krieg collection with just 30, or maybe if they come in units of 20, 60 pure clean stealers in it. Happy days. And a Patriarch. Rah! Come at me, bro.
Maybe that's what I need to do.
That's it. So that's it in terms of the 40k releases, although one thing that's slightly more 40k adjacent than the other thing, which is Necromunda, and also quite Gene Stealer cult orientated as well.
It is.
I mean, yeah, we'll get into it quick. It is Necromunda Hive Secundus, which essentially is this kind of dark depths of Necromunda, where effectively they cordoned off the area, firebombed, or just basically smashed to hell this particular part of the Hive Secundus. And now there are all of these kind of, incentives for gangs to go down there and to discover Dark Age technologies that have been forgotten. So this is much more the kind of deep, dark, forbidden zones of Necromunda, noting that a lot of the places we've already explored within Necromunda are pretty off limits. This is the off limits of the off limits. Heavy emphasis on the Van Saar, but also a unique selection of G-Stealer cultists and the return of one of the more kind of legendary Necromunda gangs, that being the Spire, who are essentially Necromunda nobles who adorn themselves in fancy power suit technology to go down and muck people up, which is super interesting to see brought back to life in this particular fashion. There was an extra bit of the update that they did either yesterday or the day before, where they showed additional Spire units. So you've also now got the kind of fighty, knife hand, Wolverine-esque geezers and ladies, as well as the Vulture-esque flying people as well. And the ones that they showed in this reveal are the Maxes that were more kind of, armored, punchy suits. And they seem to come with a token ghoul, which is always nice. You're going to never go too far wrong with a token ghoul, can you, Phil?
No, exactly. It's always good to have one of those. They're called Caryatids. I don't know how it's pronounced. Caratids?
Oh, they changed the names to it.
Which is that. That's the little fella with the wings, and then you've got the spire hunters, which are the dudes in the big sort of suits.
Amazing.
Which it was interesting because I saw on Instagram the designer who's since left, who said he made these as part of his sort of trainee program, and that he originally envisaged that they would be painted up in sort of like traditional like knightly heraldry with like bright colours and checkers and stuff. So he's a bit disappointed that they sort of painted just to look a bit Van Saar-esque. And then he was also told that he wanted to do this like sort of spiral pattern, I think on the back of the little winged demon guy, and he wanted to do it as part of the model, like indented, but was told that they would add it at painting stage, and then they didn't, so he was a bit disappointed with that. But yeah, it was interesting seeing his thoughts on those minis, and he's like, "Oh, I'm glad to see they're finally out now."
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I think the paint job on those is, I don't know, maybe not doing it for me personally. And as he points out, makes them just look very Van Saar.
Yep.
To me, I think the technology just doesn't look Imperium enough. It's just all too a bit like crazy and wacky, which is the times that I don't like the direction of Necromunda stuff goes in. I sort of get it that it's meant to be like wild tech, but I just like a bit more grounded within the Imperium, so it's obvious from there rather than some weird like alien tech.
Yeah, I have to admit, the Van Saar is definitely the gang I have the least interest in, and it's interesting that they've kind of integrated the Spire into the Van Saar, or at least kind of have them sort of linked to them in some way. And that to me kind of, again, sort of takes away from it. I'd always sort of felt before the Spire with this really interesting concept, because I like the idea of these nobles that are sent down on these kind of, rites of passage where they're, drugged up and tooled up to the nines and set on this kind of like, quest to go and retrieve things and, basically return to the upper hives and, gain their favor and earn their place amongst their, complex civilization that they operate within. But I genuinely find that Van Saar is one of the least compelling aspects of Necromunda. And I have to admit, at first glance, I was super hyped for this box because we'll get into it, but the GSE element of it was so cool. I was like, oh, this is amazing. Like, I really love the way they've gone with this. And at first glance, I was actually really sold on the Spire. But every time I sort of look at it, I come back to the Van Saar and I go, I'm not interested. And it's a shame because it just breaks the immersion of Necromunda for me. If this had been GSE up against Corpse Grinders or GSE up against Cawdor or, Escher, whoever it was, anyone but Van Saar, basically. Like, it's a bit of Van Saar of a bit of a buzzkill for me, I can't lie.
Yeah, I do agree. It's interesting looking at like the box art and the sort of the table layout. It's very Aliens. It's like the guys have pulse rifle-esque looking weapons. It's like this cool color tones, and obviously up against aliens, basically. So it feels like that's a bit of an inspiration for this as a concept overall. I always thought the Spires sort of basically went down from the hive nobles. They went down on sort of jollies, almost like Predator-esque, just hunting the other gangs for like fun and sport. And I don't know if that was just my own made up lore, if that's what it actually was. So it's a bit of a shame that it's no longer that, because because that was my gang as a kid. I had, just spies, because it was like, okay, cool. It's like 3 models. Brilliant. Like low model count for the win.
Oh, mate, I was the same. Spire were one of my gangs. I had Redemptionists and I had Spire, and then for a while I went Delac or Delac, or however you're supposed to say it. But that was back, Delac. But that was back when Delac were bold geezers in trench coats, which I was all about. Whereas now they're a little bit too kind of like, they're a little bit more. What's the guys from Dune? The Harkonnen sort of vibe to them. Oh, it's in modern Dune, not old school Dune. But yeah, like they used to have a bit more of a kind of, I don't know, they were a bit more kind of, I don't know, old kind of like punky in a way in the old Necromunda.
Yes, they're very sort of wispy now, I would say, sort of live. Yeah.
But anyway, long story short I agree with you. Well, just to put your mind at rest though, Phil, again, if that was your headcanon for what Spire were, it was also mine as well. So either we're both wrong, or and somehow
that's just how we like to play it.
Yeah, we
just like to beat up the peasants. Oh, I'm living out my best life here.
Yeah, exactly. We've collectively, as a couple of younger individuals, we both arrived at the same fiction, despite it being completely false, potentially. Yeah. Or it was actually what it was. But yeah, the Spire to me. I was always really excited to see what they were going to do with the Spire, and these first minis definitely. I was like, one of them's not as cool as the other, but overall I'm kind of into it. But then it was like, Van Sar, ugh. And then when I saw the other 4 minis they've done for it, I was just like, no, the magic's gone. I just basically need to lean into the Cawdor Redemptionists and just kind of. Live my best life, flame throwing everything. That's kind of
true. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if this is like sort of almost like a standalone game, or if other gangs can join in.
Yeah,
I'd assume that would be the case, because why wouldn't you? Should we talk about the Gene Stealer minis?
Yes, we should. Yeah, because again, the Gene Stealer minis are really the kind of standout, real kind of like stars of the show. Again, at first glance of seeing this, I was absolutely blown away. The idea that they would kind of take Gene Stealers in this really kind of interesting direction and actually show you a bit more of the kind of nuances of the hive mind, the hive fleet. What I kind of love as well is the fact that they said that these Gene Stealers are not pure strain. They are, heavily mutated, heavily deformed, but they're still fulfilling their function as a cult. They're still, breeding and spreading their dogma and creating the conditions to kind of, bring upon the hive tendrils to the world of Necromunda. The only problem is that they're absolutely, utterly like wrong, to the point that the signals that is getting sent to the hive mind is basically saving Necromunda from an incursion by the hive police. It's like, no.
This is too bad. Yeah,
we're going nowhere near that, guys. Let's leave
that's a great concept. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell if I actually like the Gene Stealer minis, because they're sort of so ugly and disgusting. They definitely, they are repulsive minis, and I don't know if that means they've done a great job, or if there's something about them that I just don't like from a design point of view. I like elements of it, like the spindly back bit reminds me of, it's like some kind of like, is it like those zombie ants that infect insects and little tendrils come up from them? It's something like that they've done. And that in itself is very cool, but then you realize that they're all, because of the plastic molding, they're all like super, like, parallel to each other. They're all like in a flat line. And if that was slightly broken out, like if you just cut a few of those out and position them so they're a bit more spaced out along the back, I think that miniature would just look a bit better. And they've got like big sort of panda eyes like I haven't had a good night's sleep, and maybe that's, partly the paint scheme. So those are that thing that really sort of makes me go, is this a good me or not? I can't tell. But the weird floating sort of brain aliens, like the facehugger brains, they're very cool. I think they're really awesome. Cool. Don't know what they are. Want to find out.
Yeah. I can only really base my opinion based off of my first impression, and my first impression was very impressed. I thought, just again, really amazing to see a GW range, admittedly a specialist games range, that just is pushing it in a different direction, exploring and expanding the world. And that's what I love about it. Are they the greatest minis? Do I particularly want to own them? Maybe not for me, but, I do still love the fact that they exist. I think it's a really, really cool thing to see. And again, it was one of the joys of Necromunda, is the range is just really kind of pushing the envelope. And again, so many of those kind of design cues and those imperfections are then sort of exhibited within their cultists themselves. So these ganger cultists that are all themselves kind of like mutated and, taking on all these kind of like pustules and these really kind of malformed sort of ridges and other things that they've got. Again, there's a real kind of feralness to them that is very out of whack with some of the more kind of sinister, cunning aspects of other GSC. I just think they've done a really good job within these sculpts of trying to communicate some of the more unhinged elements of them. So, yeah, overall, I'd say the GSC element of this box is a real win. I'm on the fence whether I would pick this up, but I think overall I just really like this release. Every time Necromunda does something, most of the time I'm impressed, unless it's Van Saar or really, really static vehicles. The one I'm talking about with I forget which house it was.
Well, there was a few. There was Goliath was a bit naff looking.
Those Goliath bikes though were so cool. It was just the guy on it was a bit.
Yes, and was it Orlok? Can't
it was the Orloks. It was the Orloks on the tricycles. That was not quite, or the buggies. That was quite awesome. But most of the time, 9 times out of 10, Necromunda produces some of the best stuff in all of Games Workshop.
Well, what I really like about the cultists is they've got that real sort of 90s armor and aesthetic to them.
Yeah,
and I think there was like an upgrade pack that I picked up, and I think it was like just sort of like 4 or 5 like Underhive, I don't know, dregs basically, and they had very similar armor. So I assume they've used, I don't think they've just done head swaps, but the body armor is very similar to those. It's like those the flak pads and on the shoulders and the knees and stuff. That's all really cool. And as you were saying, they expand the lore in really interesting ways. It's like they gave us like kind of classic squats, or their take on squats, which was like an interesting direction from the Votan. And here they've gone, well, here's what effectively GSE could look like, but in their own sort of vision, in sort of quite twisted way, which is really interesting to see what else comes from this range, because I'm sure there'll be more Gene Stealers coming as we go. I mean, I hope so. That's for sure.
Yeah, likewise. I really do hope so.
I think the board's really interesting as well. Really reminiscent of the old Necromunda Underhive that first came out, because that was tiles, but this is more like the kind of current playmat styles. There's like no walls, so I guess in a way that hopefully keeps the cost down, because that was like the most expensive thing when they moved away from the Underhive version of the game. And that this way, it's just like the walls are just sort of printed on as like blanks. So, and it looks really well designed as well. And you've got some cool like bulkhead pieces that really have visual cues from the old 90s stuff, with like those like X beams and stuff going across them. So, yeah, that's really cool. So it'd be interesting to see how that game plays.
No, agreed. I think I think that's the thing. Like, I think there's a real chance that picking it up as a standalone game, it's probably going to be quite a fun little standalone experience. And maybe there's something to be said for that. Again, love to see maybe more of this from Necromunda within Hive Secundus. Maybe if they do a series of similarly kind of interesting encounters between quirky Xenos creatures. Because, Necromunda pretty much has every type of terrifying thing in it somewhere. So, the idea that you could probably explore the idea of maybe the Escher facing off against some kind of crazed load of, like, I don't know, Drakari or whatever. Like, I don't know. There could definitely be some really interesting.
Give me Chaos Orcs from back in the day. That'd be great.
That would be pretty incredible. Anyway, overall, genuinely, I think that's a great release. I think that's something that, again, if it wasn't Van Saar, it would be like a 10 out of 10 for me. But
I agree.
But it is, so it's an 8. So there we go. Moving along to the past, we've got Horus Heresy. We'll start with Legions Imperialis, just because, why not? Me and Phil tried to get into Legions Imperialis. We built some stuff, but we haven't really gotten very far with it at all, mostly just because of availability. It seems like with Legions Imperialis, if you actually want to get into it, you need to invest quite a lot in terrain, because the game relies quite heavily on having terrain to scale, but also, having the terrain that you can essentially put infantry in and bolster your defenses, etc. And we haven't got any of that yet. So other than the stuff that Phil's got hanging over from...
Yeah, I got the Adeptus Titanicus stuff still. So I built all of that over Christmas. I didn't get any of the Spire tops, but I did manage to source like a sprue off of eBay when they were absolutely sold out over Christmas and January. But I've not had a chance to build them because I've been working on other projects. Yeah. And then finally, about, I would say like 3 or 4 weeks ago, the new Ruins scenery turned up that I had ordered. I guess it was back in January or December from Element Games. That finally returned in stock.
Amazing.
What's this? Yeah, like 5 plus months later. So that's finally there. That's ready to be built. So yeah, I mean, it'd be great to probably get a little bit more in terms of the buildings, so we can have some like bigger stuff and bits of varying size. I'm sure we got enough to get going, and obviously you've got some terrain in your Adeptus Titanicus box set. I presume you've still got that.
Oh no, I sold that ages ago.
Oh, well, you don't have it. So if we want to do Adeptus Titanicus, we can't do it. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yeah. Well, we could just, but I mean, at this point in time, we're failing with Legions Imperialis, so
well, that's true.
But we'll see how we get on with it. I think, what would be nice for me is if, like, I feel like when Games Workshop releases, especially things like Legion Imperialis, it would have actually been really cool if they had just come up with a similar kind of concept to what they're doing with Combat Patrol and Spearhead now, where even if it's like a 200 quid box or 150 quid box, it was just like, this will give you enough as a player to build and play a game with another player if they also buy a 150 quid box. And I understand that 150 quid is a lot of money. I understand that even 100 or 50 quid is a lot of money. But if you want to take the plunge into these games, it always sort of feels like that barrier to entry is, especially with systems like this that require that upfront extra cost of terrain and all of that sort of stuff. It always feels like that barrier to entry is a lot higher than you need it to be. And I just feel like if they had just given us a much more kind of plug and play solution where they were like, this is a balanced force of Astra Militarum / Imperial Guard / Solar Auxilia. This is a balanced force of Legions, Marines, Legionnaires, Space Marines. Buy those each and then boosh, you're done. Whereas at the moment, it just sort of feels like this particular game has been struggling with stock issues and then just struggling with momentum, because I think when there was a time that people tried to get into it, they bought that box set and then realized, oh, I actually can't do anything with it because this is like a small portion of the whole game that I need. And then I don't really have adequate terrain. It's just that thing. It's like, I think Legions Imperialis is a bit of a victim of a lack of kind of 360 sort of sensitivity from the business of Games Workshop towards their customers and thinking to themselves, how do we actually lower those barriers to entry? Because to be honest with you, the gold standard for me for this kind of scale of game is still Dropship Commander. I think Dropship Commander was stunning. And one of the things that was so good about Dropship Commander is I bought it as a box. It came with loads of cardboard terrain, a really nice mat, and it gave me everything I needed to just start playing the game. I got one force of human somethings and one force of alien somethings and a bunch of cardboard terrain, and the game just worked. It gave me everything I needed to play it. Now, if I wanted to scale that up, I scaled that up, but I could play it out of the box. It feels like with Legions Imperialis, you can't do that. And I think that's one of the sad things about it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think having some sort of like battle boxes would be really handy, like faction specific. I think maybe not having the Warhound Titans in there and swapping that out for more Legion stuff. I guess it doesn't give you the sense of scale quite as much, but would give you a bit more of a specific force. Because actually, there's some great kind of bundle boxes coming with the different warlord, all the different Titans coming that they announced back in December, and they haven't come out yet. But because you'll get like one Reaver and like 2 Warhounds, stuff like that. And there's a bunch of different ones. So I'm hoping there'll be good value for money when they finally come out. And that should be the way to access the Titans. I think the biggest downside is like the piecemeal drip fed content in terms of both the miniatures and the rules. It's like, and you get your Space Marine pack of army card deck with the first release, but then that didn't have all the rules for all the Space Marine models. It's just the Space Marine models in that effectively wave of releases, and then subsequently, I think they've now shown off the 3rd book you need to buy, or 2nd campaign book, I think it is. So on top of the core rule book with a bunch of the miniatures rules in there, you need to basically buy 2 more campaign books just to unlock the rules for all your armies. And that kind of worked for Horus Heresy 1st edition when these black books came out pretty much like once a year, but you could convert and kit bash models from existing Forge World lines from when they did Bad Ab War, or from, some of the 40k stuff, and just sort of kit bash them. And that kind of works. It doesn't really work as easily here doing those kind of one big release a year, because you just need the miniatures, right? But then I don't want to have to buy 2 more campaign books just to access rules for drop pods and, whatever tanks they've just released now. It's like, it's just a lot of stuff that you got to buy. And I sort of feel like this would have been much better off if they could have just given you like a codex. And it's like, cool, here's the entire Space Marine range in one fell swoop, even if they don't do the miniatures for it, which I know they don't want to do because 3D printing will be rife for this. And, and we say it with all the specialist games, right? It will just get better once everything's out. Same with Blood Bowl. Same with when Necromunda didn't have all the gangs out. And it's like, you can get into it now, but I'd rather wait a year or maybe 2 years if it's still supported. Yeah. There's a big full range of miniatures that I can then get what I want. And the biggest kicker is I really wanted to do like a real drop pod heavy force. And the drop pods are the one kit where I think you get like 4 of in a box. It's so terrible value. It just makes me cry a little bit. So yeah, maybe I need to rethink that idea.
I think there's a thing, like, I don't want to just sort of suggest that Legion Imperialis has just been a bit of a miss, but I do think it's a miss because I think people who are obviously loving it, love it. I mean, when I was at Warhammer World a couple of weeks ago, admittedly, I was talking to a member of staff there, and they're somewhat incentivized to tell me good things about these games, but they were really waxing lyrical about how much fun they're having with Imperialis, and it's like, okay, cool, good for you, but I don't understand how you get into it unless you're really, I mean, there's always a barrier. Getting into any of this stuff is hard, but it feels like it's easier for systems like 40k and Age of Sigmar because, or even fantasy, old world, heresy, because the scale of it kind of works and there's transferable stuff. This is very, very specific. And I just think they basically made it a bit more difficult than they needed to get in. But in terms of the new stuff for Imperialis, you've got a bunch of Sakarans, effectively. So the forces of the Space Marines basically have a couple of new Sakaran variants. There's also the other tank that has like the hull mounted like laser cannons and other things. I forget what they're called.
No, not
Sabers. That's what they're called. Sabers.
Oh, sabers.
Yeah, so you get
the little ones. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got the sabers and you got the Sakarans for the Solar Auxilia. You have basically
exterminators and annihilators, Lehman Russ tanks.
Yeah, which again look great, really cool. But again, weird in a way because you can already access Lehman Russ tanks for your Solar Auxilia, and I kind of feel like at this scale, like Lehman Russes should just be Lehman Russes. I mean, maybe I suppose there's a value to making Lehman Russes have different weapon profiles and stuff, but it just feels like, I don't know, at that sort of level of scale. Because the thing that always shocks me every time I actually see Legions Imperialis is actually how small it is. Because when you look at the pictures of it, you think, oh yeah, but when you actually see it in reality, you're like, oh my God, that's tiny. Like the idea that someone looking across at your Lehman Russes is actually going to know that that's the Executioner versus, say, the Punisher is, I think it's a stretch.
I think there's two schools of thought. I think if people can see the detail of the weapons, they want them accurately represented. That's one school of thought. Totally valid. And if you're a complete guard, like tank head, you would totally want that to have different rules to reflect the nuances on the battlefield, especially if you want to do like a tank heavy force, because then you can have like little detachments of tanks that all do their own thing. But the other one is just sort of, for the sake of simplicity, it's like, cool, doesn't matter what that Lehman Russ is, I'm rolling the same dice, which is a lot more streamlined, probably a lot more sort of modern design philosophy. I wouldn't mind either way, to be honest. I think I wouldn't mind. It's weird because I think when it comes to combat, they've really simplified it, and then they have all the crunch in the shooting, which is a bit odd. But
you know, again, cool to get some nice miniature minis, and if you really want to, you can also get the Devastation of Toleran, which is their new kind of campaign book that expands some of the conflicts within the Horus Heresy, which again is always cool to see explored. So yeah, I mean, again, if you're out there and you're enjoying Legions Imperialis, salute you. Again, I admire your commitment to the cause. I think the level of investment to get into it is quite extreme, and for a system that I need to maybe consume a bit more information about Legions Imperialis before dismissing it outright, but I think it's going to take a bit of effort on my part to want to actually really dive into this system now. I had some initial excitement, but once I realised actually what we were getting, I was like, not nearly enough.
I think I'm still keen. I think I'd like to see more choice in the model range, and I think a lot of people's online discourse about it is like, is it a balanced game? And it's like, but you can't tell because most of the units that could balance the game aren't out if it's currently imbalanced because of unit choices. But then, you know, is it meant to be a balanced game? Is it much more of a narrative like campaign? I love the idea you can buy this book and you can play through like specific campaign settings that have, in air quotes, historical settings to them. I'm a bit like, this is what tabletop war games is about. I like the idea of either reenacting a campaign or retelling it with my own force that might be different to the one that was technically there at the time. I think that's great fun. I sort of feel like that's what 40k needs to focus more on, that kind of narrative play within a defined setting, with, you know, lore and history to it as well, which is always great. So that concept and that part of it, I think, is really fantastic.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Totally agree. Cool. Well, keeping it Horus Heresy, the last of the reveals is none other than the Mechanicum battle group for Horus Heresy in, the Warhammer 40,000 AOS Old World Horus Heresy scale. Plastic Mechanicum, Phil. We have often said that the Mechanicum range is the superior adaptation of the forces of Mars. Seeing these miniatures realized in plastic is quite impressive. I'm blown away by this. I understand some people are like, oh, there's some subtle differences between certain things, and maybe the resin sculpts have got a little bit more personality, and I might well agree with them, but this is exceptional. Like, Heresy, again, has done such a good job in terms of obviously exploring the Marine stuff. The things they've done recently with Solar Auxilia, utterly stunning. This is exceptional. This is beautiful. I'm utterly blown away by this box. I think it is stunning, and I can't really say anything more than that about it, other than really, really impressed. What's your general take on this one, buddy?
What do you think I'm going to say?
I don't know, mate. It's so difficult to tell sometimes with you. I feel like I've got a read on you, and then you throw a curveball at me. I thought we were on the same page about that Gene Stealer cult cover, and then before I know it.
I mean, I think when I first saw it, I was a bit like, it's not as good as the old one, but it's grown on me over the prevailing days. So yeah, sorry about that one. This one, you'll be pleased to know, I really like it. I like the look of it. I've always liked some of the Mechanicum stuff, like the Thralls and stuff, and the big robots. I've always thought they looked better than the Castellan robots. Although Castellan robots over the years is grown on me. These guys, pretty phenomenal. My two criticisms of it are, one, I'm not overly keen on the transport design, but I was never overly keen on the design for it when it was in resin. It's got a sort of very Art Deco vibe to it, and I guess that's cool. I mean, some of the other tanks I really like, so I'll look forward to when they come out, the more gun-based ones, even though they look very fragile, and that always was took me a while to get around why they look like that, because obviously they've got void shields for protection or they've got some kind of shielding rather than just pure armor, which is what all the rest of the other Imperium kind of relies on. And then the other thing, the Thralls, I really like the original resin ones, and these ones, I just don't like the shambling nature of it, because they just look like zombies now. And they did say they did that deliberately to reflect the lore, because they are meant to be much more shambling. I just sort of wished we had a few that were walking a bit more normal, and then a couple of shambling ones potentially. And the way they've photographed them, it looks like there's a lot more duplicate poses. I
mean, there's inevitably going to be, I think, with
true, but they've just sort of given you literally there's some duplicates side by side, and I'm a bit, with the exception of a different helmet, and I'm like, okay, could you have not mixed it up to maintain the illusion a little bit? Even though, yes, in a squad of 20, of course, you're going to have some duplicates. I've been looking at this box and going, it's so tempting to get.
I mean, the old resins had loads of duplicates, just to kind of play devil's advocate.
Oh, probably.
I love the Thralls. I think the Thralls are the best thing about this box. I think the Thralls and their shambling nature, I think this is a vast improvement over the old resin ones. I don't necessarily feel the same way about the Phalanx. Is that what it is? Yeah, the Phalanx guys. I think those cyborgy ones were better realized in the resins, but the Thralls are utterly fantastic in my opinion. I think they're just stunning. I just really feel like it evokes a very cool, interesting energy around the army that just makes it feel very uniquely, Mechanicum.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm there for it. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just having a quick look on the old interwebs where they had some of the old pictures, because they were gold originally. And correct, now they've done them in red. So I guess that's the other thing that I'm looking at, is there's something different to them. I mean, those ones were cool, but yeah, the new ones are good. They're just, a touch too. I just look at them and go, "Curse City zombies." Like that's what's being triggered in the back of my mind.
But they've not got trees coming out of them in every which direction.
Well, that is thankfully quite true. I mean, I do like them, and as you say, they are probably the best bit of the box, other than the what are they called? Macro constructs, the two big robots.
Oh, the battle automata.
The Castellax battle automata. I love those ones, and then the little ones. Not a huge fan of, but then I never were with, the Thalax ones. Haven't ever really ticked my box.
Really? I love those minis.
I don't know. They just sort of look like they've got jump packs on them, and I'm assuming they're not jump packs.
Well, there is a jump pack variant of them out there, but the jump pack variant's basically just got one giant, jet engine slapped in the middle of them.
I assume they're like sort of power cells or something. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they grow on me, but I do love the sort of the face plates and stuff that they've got on them, and like the real giant guys. Because what's interesting is with the battle automata, it's like you think the head is sort of the the bronze shell at the top, but actually that's not, because then you've got the little sort of servo head underneath. Yeah, which is quite cool. Visually I've always liked those guys, and then the jumbo guy looks really cool as well.
Oh yeah, like all of those. Yeah, it's stunning. Like, just really, really cool. I love all of that, and again the priest, the Archmagos.
Is it Dominus? Archmagos. Yeah,
Archmagos. He looks pretty cool.
Yeah, very different from the previous ones, which is quite nice. He's in quite a dynamic pose.
Well, again, when they were talking about it on the stream, they were saying how they really wanted this one to seem much less armored, much less bulky. They wanted to really kind of make it more appropriate of the era, where it's much more force fields and as you say, like a little bit more designed around the idea of something quite more kind of culty, religious-y, rather than
he's got priest vibes with his little hood on. Not hood, hat. He's got a big hat. Jez would be proud of that hat for sure.
That is it. I mean, honestly, this is spectacular. One thing probably worth pointing out to people though is if you are picking up the box set just has the thralls, the Valax, and the two battle automata and the transport. You're not getting the Archmagos
the siege
and the siege geezer. They're separate. They're separate things.
True. I mean, I still think that's a good, because in the Solo Auxiliary one, you got the Dragoon transport, a Malcador tank, and was it just like a bunch of Solo Auxiliary, and that was it, right? So. Yeah. I think this is comparable.
You got the Sentinels as well.
Oh, you got, was it one or two?
I think it was one, maybe two. But either way.
Yeah, I think this looks better, I would say. I mean, depends on your thoughts on the transport, but overall I
love it.
I mean, this I could be tempted to pick up, even though I don't need an army for Heresy, but.
Well, you're already working on one with your Thunder Warriors / Custodes, and you've already got militia.
I've got my Krieg, I've got militia, so I don't feel like I need another one, but if I was, I think this would tempt me more than Solar Auxilia, even though I quite like the Solar Auxilia minis.
And what's great for you, mate, in terms of Heresy now, considering that the Krieg really worked beautifully for the militia, your collection of Custodes that you're going to finish this year for Thunder Warriors. Again, like your collection of assassins, admittedly the Inquisitor stuff isn't going to really kind of jive with it because obviously not really era appropriate. But, again, like the idea that you have such an eclectic mix of different Imperial units now, you could build a really meaningful kind of Imperial army across Custodes, militia, and again, sprinkle in some of those Imperial Knight kits, armigers, and even the Questoris ones, the main kind of ones. You can't use the newer, chunkier Knights, but you can definitely kind of lean in that. So you can't use
you can't.
Yeah, they didn't have back then. They didn't have the Castellan or the triple flamer one, but.
Valiant.
Valiant, thank you. But across your entire kind of collection of things that you built up and painted, I mean, basically by the end of this year, once you got those Thunder Warriors ready for No Retreat, you'll be able to start playing Heresy no trouble. I mean, I don't think Militia are very good, but I hear Custodes slap. So between those two collections, you'll do fine.
No, that's good. Yeah, I like the idea of I sort of designed it with the Custodes being 30k compatible in mind. So yeah, that would be my goal, I would say, for now. And, there's always more armies down the road at some point.
Garfield's listening to this, rubbing his hands. He can't wait. He can't wait to break you in to the Horus Heresy world.
I know. He's like, what was it? It'll be RFW Horus Heresy 2 next year. Maybe I'll go along to that one.
It's certainly an aspiration for me. The local club that I play at is very heresy focused, and I'm desperate to just start getting involved with that now. I think I've sort of skirted around it long enough. I love the game. It's so good, and I kind of feel silly that I'm not playing it. It's just, again, Age of Sigmar has been such a big sink, and will continue to be so with AOS 4. And I am super excited about AOS 4. And obviously we got AOS 4 tournament coming up in July. So, it's one of those things, but I am genuinely really excited to get diving into Heresy. Are you doing that AOS tourney in July?
I am.
Fingers crossed your army will work.
Well, yeah, if I don't have 2,000 points, I'm in a bit of a pickle because I don't think I can really afford to spend more time painting
I wouldn't
models for it. I mean, it might be, if it's just a unit, I might be fine. I've got loads of characters, so hopefully I could just bundle them in, because at the moment I've probably got more characters than units. So depending on how a new detachment stuff works, that'd be quite interesting. But yes, in theory, I'm going there, and that should be really good fun.
Well, my mate Sam's just started painting loads of Nighthaunt stuff, and he's a good painter, and I'm sure I could get him to lend you some. I know it goes against the creed of it, but I'd rather you have an army and turn up and play than not. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Anyway, yeah, that's the reveals. Look, that Mechanicum stuff, 10 out of 10. How anyone out there is not intrigued or interested in doing Horus Heresy at this point, I just don't know. I think it's phenomenal. Well done, specialist game team. 10 out of 10. Utterly incredible. But yeah, that's it. Overall, that was that side of things. But we were talking about AOS 4, so I guess we'll move on to a segment where we talk about AOS 4. Right, Phil?
Let's do it.
All right. Transitional noise. Welcome back again, everyone. We are continuing on the topic of the Texas whatever it was, and talking about the Warhammer community reveals, specifically now AOS 4. We talked about this in the outro of episode 180, but we've had a little bit more time to let it percolate, and we felt like it was worth giving it a segment and just doing it justice, because it's a significant release and something you might be interested in as a 40k player, maybe intrigued by the idea of jumping into AOS, much like myself and Phil did just over a year and a half ago, right, Phil?
Yeah, and we haven't looked back.
Well, indeed. Maybe a momentary glance here and there, but no, I think we've been pretty happy with our foray into AOS. I think it's been a pretty positive experience for us as a group, and just a really good game overall. AOS 3 has definitely been really cool. AOS 4, I don't know. I reserve the right to be disappointed, but at the moment it seems like the game is solid. A lot of people whose opinions I really trust are saying as much. But at the same time, I do think Games Workshop continue to do quite a middling effort in terms of exciting 40k fans but into the prospect of potentially jumping over into AOS. And I think that is really a shame. I think really if Games Workshop were doing the job well, we would be in a situation where 40k fans majoritively were chomping at the bit to try and jump in and start playing what has been, in my experience, a really amazing game, or at least within the context of 3rd edition. But it feels like right now AOS is very appealing to those who are already within the AOS circle, but I'm not necessarily convinced that they're doing a particularly great job of making it appeal to people who aren't already on board. But maybe I'm wrong about that. If you are becoming excited by the prospects of AOS because of AOS 4, highly encouraged that you check it out. And I'm really hopeful that it's going to be a great game. But I don't know, what's your vibe on how the hype train's running for AOS currently?
I mean, pretty strong so far. The box looks pretty good. It's always a good value proposition, as I said in the outro of the last episode. So I'm not sure if I'll buy it for the components and some of the Stormcast that I need to convert to Thunder Warriors, as well as getting all the rules and stuff like that, or if I'll just try and get some splits of some bits that I need. I guess what we haven't seen is, because this is just the launch box, but they may well be starter boxes that will come sort of later down the line. So it'd be interesting to see what's included in those. But yeah, I think they've done a good job of talking about it. I think Spearhead looks a lot more exciting than Combat Patrol. And I think they put a lot more effort into it as well. There's some really nice mechanics around the battle tactics, that just work really well as like a mini game. Loads of cool content in the box. You got terrain, you got a battle mat. I mean, the battle mat is sort of just for Spearhead though. But yeah, it looks really good.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Going back to what we were talking about with Legions Imperialis, the idea that you and a buddy could pick up this box set and essentially start playing games of Age of Sigmar Spearhead, really compelling. At the end of the day, I think both of you are probably going to be fighting over which one of you gets to play the Skaven. I mean, they are stunning, but I think a real win. The fact that this is just a one-stop shop for playing Age of Sigmar is exactly what they needed to be doing, and I think that is a real win. Obviously, the hip skip and the jump that kind of the hop skip and the jump that sort of takes you from this to the fully fledged 2,000 point match play game is something that you'll need to kind of overcome should you want to. But the idea that you can just get a box and it gives you everything you need to be playing Age of Sigmar out of that box with obviously some assembly required is, I think, a real win, and definitely something that I'm really excited about, and a reason why I think this is actually a really compelling proposition, and something people should be considering, because I think the contents of this box is majoritively fantastic. I genuinely love it. I think my biggest disappointment is that we're just doing the Stormcast Eternal thing again. Stormcast Eternal, to me, are not Space Marines. They're super boring. I really don't find them very compelling at all, and I just wish that they would leave them alone in favour of giving us another more interesting force. Had this been Skaven versus, Lizardmen in the form of the... what's Lizardmen called in this game? I keep forgetting. Seraphon. Like, that would have been amazing. Or maybe Catron Overlord, some kind of other faction. Cities of Sigmar would have been... Chaos Dwarves. Cities of Sigmar would have been incredible. I align with others in the AOS community that suggest that Cities of Sigmar really should be the poster children of AOS. I think Stormcast were an understandable decision that GW took to try and kind of take the aspects of 40k that they felt like were most successful, they knew were most successful, which is Space Marines, and then apply Space Marines to fantasy. I totally get that. But, not everything is a Space Marine, and Stormcast Eternals, though cool in their own right, and I don't discourage anyone from playing them, I do think they're a perfectly fine faction. I just don't feel like they need to be the poster child of the game, but it is what it is. We are where we are, and what we have here in the SKAVENTIDE is, a pretty compelling box, I would say, overall. Probably one of the best starter boxes in terms of contents that GW has ever produced, I would argue.
You also, and this is something they didn't really make a big deal of, you get a magnetic ruler in, I think, 6 and 3 inches that snaps together, but also has little rats on the side.
Well,
super
there we go.
cool. I'm a bit like they tucked that one away in I think just what one of the images that they banged on the website. But yeah, I mean that seems like quite a cool concept and quite novel designs. Yeah, I mean there's some really good bits in it. I think the all-in-one spearhead is really strong. The fact that it's its own standalone book, in addition to the core rule book, makes it so much better than what they did with the Leviathan box. The fact that it's got a game mat and terrain that's compatible with it as well, and its themed terrain is really strong. I do hope that Spearhead gets its own kind of like launch box that includes all of this stuff in it as well. But I mean, I guess this is it, right? But all you're doing is this minus the core rule book. So maybe they wouldn't do that. But to me, it being sold as a Spearhead get starting box would be very cool, I think, even if they're just taking out some of the components and selling it slightly cheaper. And because they didn't do this with Leviathan, right? So with Leviathan, you got the 2 combat patrols plus a bunch of other minis. I don't know if this is each force is the whole Spearhead force, or if it's the Spearhead plus extra minis, in which case they could pare it down to be like, this is just the Spearhead range.
I believe it's Spearhead plus extra minis. I believe that in the case of the Skaven, the Giselles and the big rattling warp blaster are not included in your Skaven Spearhead. Similarly, okay. I think the what are they called now? The miserable ones, the Reclusians and the Night Quester, I believe. I'm not
the miserable ones.
They are the miserable ones. They're the misery guts. They've had a bit too much dying. You know, they've had enough.
No, that's true. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. So maybe there is scope then that they could do a Spearhead sort of get started box down the line. But I mean, who knows? I kind of like the idea that the objectives are on the battle mats, and that it's just makes it a lot easier. I like the design of it. When we were at the AOS weekend, Richard had some really nice looking objectives that were just. Was it you? I can't remember now. Was it you or Richie that had the nice sort of printed ones that didn't look like, you know, the normal horrible objectives that you see?
Oh yeah, that was me. I bought those ones from Deep Cut Studios, the ones with the skulls on them. Yeah,
they sort of look like actual, almost like terrain pieces. And they blended in really well with the mats, as does this. So I like that style of objective marker. That's very cool. I mean, one day my dream is to just have like a dreadnought sized objective marker with a cool piece of, plastic terrain on it. It's an immobile thing. You can't go over it, but each one has a cool diorama thing to show you what that objective actually is. And you've just got to be like in base contact with it. That's my dream of objective markers, but you know, that will never happen. But if it did, I would be super happy.
No, that's fair. I like that idea as well, to be fair. Much more evocative of what we used to get in older editions as well, where we used to have to turn up with our own objective counters and you couldn't actually It's weird, isn't it? Because I always remember with 40k when they said at the start of 10th edition, you can't go over the objective marker, people started losing their minds, being like, I know the ways you can game it. And I thought to myself, we basically did that for like the 7 editions prior to 8th, and it never caused an issue. But anyway,
but I think it was like you didn't have knights and super dense terrain tables, which is what we have now, and then therefore you could like move block stuff and things like that. And it's just like,
how far we've come.
Exactly.
So yeah, contents wise, you're basically getting 24 Stormcast, Eternal minis, 50 Skaven minis, 4 terrain features, 2 range rulers, which, as Phil has pointed out, involve little ratty rats, which is super cool. You get the core book for Age of Sigmar, 4 Spearhead Fire and Jade book, very clever, Fire and Jade. Double-sided game board, Spearhead card deck, which is essential for playing the Spearhead missions, and the General's Handbooks cards, which gives you everything you need to play full match play 2,000 point games. as I say, an exceptional box as far as I'm concerned. Apparently, it's going to cost about 160 quid. People have said that that's quite expensive, and they were hoping that for AOS they would have made it cheaper to try and lower the barrier to entry to get more people to jump in. I don't disagree with that philosophy, but at the same time, I really like what they're doing with this. But that being said, based on what I can understand from what is in the spearheads, if they could have removed the Giselles and the rattling cannon and the Reclusians and the Questor geezer and made the box maybe 120 quid, I think it could have probably have done it a better, opportunity for AOS to maybe reach more people, given the fact that those minis, by all accounts, are not included in those spearhead forces. So yeah, maybe there was an argument that they could have made it a bit cheaper, reduce some of the contents, and maybe got more people into it. Because I don't really feel like if you didn't know those things could have been included, you probably wouldn't have missed them, I would assert. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I mean, what do you think, Phil?
I think ideally it being a touch cheaper would do better. I mean, hopefully third-party providers, if you can get them from third-party providers, will be 20, 30 quid cheaper. So we'll hopefully get a bit of a bargain that way. Yeah, I mean, if they took a couple of bits out, would people mind? Probably not. I mean, you could have probably just gone with the two spearheads and, the terrain and stuff like that. Or they could have taken out, they could have not given you the battle mat, not given you the terrain, not given you the spearhead Fire and Jade book, and done that as a separate thing, potentially. But it sort of makes it feel like more of more of a value proposition by including it and onboarding more people to play Spearhead that might not give it a try otherwise if it was a sort of standalone bit of content that you got to buy. Part of me wishes they maybe do a little bundle deal for the sort of handbook cards and the other books. So let's say you buy one box between two people, so there's only one set of rules. So if there was a little bundle deal to buy all the extra bits for the second person, that would be nice. Because based on the Leviathan stuff, buying all of those books separately will be half, if not 2/3 of the price of the whole box. And then you'd be like, well, I might as well just buy the box at that point to get all the miniatures as well, which is maybe half the intention.
No, that's fair. I think, that would have been a really nice touch for sure, to basically have say if it was 160 quid, a 40 quid bolt on, bring the whole overall price to 200, 100 each, but you get all of everything you need to take away. So if I was to take the Stormcast and you took the Skaven, it's a nice entry point in terms of we can then start playing and engaging in the game. But yeah, I still genuinely, I don't think, for what it is, for me as someone who actually likes AOS, I look at this at 160 quid and go, yeah, that's fine. That seems good if that's what it actually is going to cost. Again, a lot of the time, being transparent, I buy launch boxes from Games Workshop direct. And the reason I do it is just because I know it guarantees that I'm going to get it. I don't think this is going to have the same demand that 40K does. But what Games Workshop tend to do is they tend to do a terrible job of stocking independent stockists. So if you want it on the day it comes out, there's always a chance that Games Workshop's warehouse system will muck it up and you'll be waiting unnecessarily. At least when I buy it from Games Workshop, I know I get it. So I tend to just pony up the full retail price. Sometimes Games Workshop also as well throw in interesting incentives and tokens and things to make it more compelling. So I tend to have some.
Yeah, they'll have some launch stuff. I don't think there'll be stock issues with this because it's a launch item. And, Dominion was everywhere when that came out. And in fact, it was everywhere for afterwards because they, I think, oversold it to stockists. So I hope it won't be a oh god, what was the one prior to Leviathan? Indomitus, where that sold out everywhere. I don't think it'll be like that, but I don't think it will be like Dominion, where it was everywhere for the wrong reasons, right? I think it will just hopefully just do well. And, you know, I think AOS is a good game. I think it's a good system. Obviously, I can't speak for this edition, but we're really enjoying it. I think the factions are really good. It seems like they're doing a better job at trying to make people understand the lore and the setting, because I think that's its biggest hurdle that people have had to get over with from the destruction of, you know, the old world. And, you know, they've finally done a really nice map in this edition in the rule book that they've shown off that sort of explains what the realms are, how you travel around the realms, how all of that works. And I don't think it's necessarily as a compelling setting from what the old world was, but I think they do a really good job of explaining it now, I think. And it's gives you more scope for miniatures. I mean, I've wanted to have a discussion with you at some point, and maybe we'll save it for a future time, which was, could have Age of Sigmar worked as a setting within the old world where they bring in these factions within the Warhammer Fantasy sort of timeline without needing to have had destroyed it all off? Could it have worked? I think that would be an interesting chat for another time, let's say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, I'm not necessarily confident I feel comfortable enough in my knowledge of the old world to assert one way or the other. But I would lean towards the idea that no, I think this is too fantastical and too high fantasy for it to work within the very kind of more restrictive setting of the old world. I think the old world is very kind of, it's kind of purposely made in such a way as to be a bit more limiting in its scope. You know, it's a little bit more grounded, I guess. A lot of the fantastical elements of this maybe wouldn't have synchronized as well with that. But again, that's just a hot take. I don't know for sure. We could definitely put it on the whiteboard of possibilities for future content. Let's talk about the minis. So first things first, you got the Lord Vigilant on Griff Stalker. I mean, overall, this is a pretty standout figure. I mean, again, Stormcasts mounted on fantastical beasts are always pretty compelling, and that's very much what you're seeing here. The Griff Stalker is a really interesting, very kind of wild and interesting monster. And obviously, the Stormcast Eternal sat upon it is, you know, a Stormcast Eternal with a cape and axe and stuff. Looks fine. Definitely the Griff Stalker's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, which tends to be the thing with Stormcast. I find that Games Workshop try and make them more compelling by going, look, a really cool dragon with a Stormcast on it. It's like, oh, great. And that's kind of what we got here. Really cool monster with a Stormcast on it. But what's your vibe on this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good model. I think it's not necessarily my taste personally is the way I'm going to defend myself on this one. There's bits it's a very fussy model. The Griff, whatever the mount is very cool, I would say. Yeah. The rider's just a bit overly ornate. I'm not sure I'm liking the chainmail bits on them. And it's not because I did it first with my Thunder Warriors. I just, even though it is very similar, but the chainmail shoulder pads, because they do just look like the Space Marine pauldrons, but with chainmail added to them, I don't particularly like. I'm not sure why I can justify it beyond that. And then the other thing that I noticed just now, which does look cool, but seems a bit odd. So his axe have these ethereal flames coming off of it, which implies he's swinging it downwards, which also implies he's just about to, you know, shove it in the backside of his mount, based on the direction of the axe, which I'm sure isn't the intention. But that's what visually it looks like he's doing based on the extra effects of that sort of magical smoke.
I'm sure it's coming to a abrupt halt where it is presently.
Yeah.
But,
yes. I mean, it's a cool pose and it gives it a good silhouette.
Yeah, look, the Griff Charger is Griff Stalker, sorry, is the star of the show. Maybe you can pry off that Stormcast and have a just cool monster. But yeah, overall okay. Not too shabby. The Lord Terminus with his little buddy. The silhouette of this mini.
You've missed one. The Lord's Veritant.
Oh, well, maybe I'm reading a different article to you because the Lord Veritant comes after the Lord Terminus.
I'll let you take the lead and I'll just follow along.
Alrighty then. The Lord Terminus. Interesting silhouette. Very stoic in its pose. Obviously very similar, I guess, to the concept of like an executioner and something like that. And essentially, the Lord Terminus is there to chop the heads off of Stormcast that have had enough. And I guess obviously he's got like a direct line to Sigmar via his fancy axe that basically says, "They've had enough, mate. Stop bringing them back. They're done." So again, very, very leaning into the kind of concepts of the Death Company. Same kind of deal with matey boy from the Death Company, the chaplain, Astaroth the Grim. Very similar vibe to Astaroth. But yeah, I just don't like the mini very much at all. It's not really doing anything for me. It's kind of, it's just, again, you know what it is? It's got an hourglass, and it seems like every time you create like a Space Marine type thing with an hourglass, it never really works out. It was the same for the what's the hour? Judicia, same vibe. Just not for me. But
do you know what? I didn't notice the hourglass, but I see it now. I think the problem with the model is the pose is the axe gets lost because it's in front of the miniature, and then the hands are kind of covering up his face, so you can't see his face properly. And then his pose with his arms is replicated with his little, not thrall, but his little servant guy is doing the same kind of pose with his arms and the braziers that he's carrying. And then all of those other guys have that same sort of pose as well. So there's a bit too much repetition when you see those two side by side, I think. And overall, the detail of it just gets lost. I mean, technically, his stance is very cool, but I think the axe is just a bit too big. If it was a bit shorter, the hands wouldn't be covering the face. But obviously, that's because we're looking at, completely side on. And maybe once it's in 3D and you get to see it in person, it's not as bad. I also am not a huge fan of all the parchments because it just reminds me of Space Marines and Purity Seals.
Agreed.
It's like they're just taking more and more elements from Space Marines and applying it to them, and it's rather than making them their own thing. But I mean, I guess they're just sort of like generic tropes, like, oh, let's put papers on them because that looks cool. So, but to me, it just harkens too much to Space Marines for my liking.
No, absolutely. I genuinely, I think it's a bit of a miss, this one. Conversely, the Variant, I think that's actually one of the stronger minis in this Stormcast collection. I think this is a really strong one. I like the cloak, the way that it sort of sits, the flame staff, the flaming sword, the blind figure, the overall silhouette is really strong. The addition of like the Griffhound is also really nice. Or the whatever that thing is, the what's it got with it? It's got a Griff Crow.
Griff Crow, yeah.
Yeah. So this is a great mini. I think that this one really is leaning into a lot of great elements and just creating something really quite lovely. So this, to me, the Lord Variant is definitely definitely the strongest mini so far from the hero range in this selection. I mean, what's your vibe on her?
I'll start off by being nice, and I'll say it's got strong silhouettes because everything's sort of nothing's overlapping each other. The arms are sort of separated. It's just too much, I would say. It's like, so she's carrying a staff that's flaming. She's carrying a flaming sword, and she's blind, which
It's a recipe
if you
for
think about
disaster.
it is like, well, yeah, why has she got a big flaming lantern if she can't see? Excluding that logic puzzle, it's like, just pick one of those three things, it would have been a cool model. Like, if she's just got a flaming sword, cool model. If she's got a flaming lamp, cool model. If she's got a normal sword and she's blind, awesome, cool model. I just think it's like all three of them is like you've just gone overboard with those elements. That's my sort of initial reaction to it. But other than that, I think it's got some cool concepts and it's a cool pose. But I would have just, toned it down a little bit, basically.
No, that's fair.
But
That's
I mean,
fair.
maybe that's not what high fantasy is meant to be about. It's not meant to be toned down. It's meant to be cranked up to 11.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with you, though. I think definitely a lot of elements in play there. But, I still stand by the statement that I think it's the strongest of the hero miniatures in this box. I think maybe I'm being overly nice to it versus where it's at, noting that, if it isn't already apparent, all this Stormcast external stuff to me really is mostly misses. I really am not gelling with the Stormcast stuff in this box. I just don't think it really works in any way like what I think they would want it to. But anyway, I don't know. I think, of the selection of minis, I think this is one of the stronger ones for the Stormcast, personally.
Fair enough. Do you think that her sword is unflamed and she uses the lamp to light it on fire? Is that what do you think she does?
That was my assumption. I assume that, she's kind of, just kind of brought it down. She's put it in and she brings it down. So it doesn't innately flame. She just kind of has to add it in every now and again for effect.
Like, I can't remember the name of a character in Game of Thrones. He basically does that, where it's like a bit of a parlor trick. He sort of just douses it in oil and sets it alight, and then the sword's all mangled afterwards.
What was it? What was his name? I keep wanting to say Mevis Peevis. Wasn't that what he was called when he did those shows back in the day?
Wasn't that Dennis Pennis?
Oh, was it Dennis Pennis, not Mevis Peevis? Where did that come from?
I don't know. Was that him? I think, yeah.
Yeah, it was. He was the one who used to go up to
but
celebrities on the red carpet and abuse them.
yes, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh wait, no, that was the guy that hung out with him. The guy with the blind swordsman on fire thing was. That's a different character. Anyway, we got the Knight Questor, Phil. The Knight Questor. Not the first Knight Questor, because obviously you remember the Knight Questor was a mini in Silver Tower. You remember that, don't you, Phil?
Oh, yeah. No, I do remember the name from somewhere. Yes.
Well, there we go. Well, now we got a new Knight Questor, and they've got a torch.
I know. This is, in my mind, the best hero mini in the box set.
It's
For
the second best.
Stormcast. I really like it.
It's the second best.
Again, doesn't necessarily need the lantern and the sword, but if you're doing if you're going into a dungeon, for example, this is your lantern bearer. Makes perfect sense if this was a Warhammer Quest miniature. But I like the more simplistic nature of the armor, more like the Stormcast we got in AOS 2 with that Thunderstrike armor without the more Reclusian over the topness. So yeah, personally I really like it. Really cool pose, great conversion potential for Thunder Warriors. Like that lantern could easily be a bolt gun that he's shooting. That's where my mind goes when I see this mini, or all the Stormcasts. I'm like, could I use it for my Thunder Warriors? So yeah, this gets top marks for that, basically.
That's fair enough. I think from my side of things, the only thing I'm not gelling with this one is that, again, it just looks like a knightly fella. Like, I understand that's what sort of the Stormcast Eternals are, but the range up till now has done a really good job of having a kind of supernatural, kind of super soldier type element to it. this just looks like a geezer in a suit of armor, which I admit is what Stormcast are, but like it's just something about it kind of takes away from the more exciting, more kind of supernatural elements of them. But overall, it's totally fine.
He's got some kind of Conan the Barbarian vibes with his hair, which is kind of cool. But, you know, when AOS 1 first came out, they were all wearing helmets. We were like, oh, what's underneath? Is there anything there? Are they just, you know, like Thousand Suns? Are they just like mist and sand? Are they dead people underneath? And then actually they decided to give them helmetless versions, and they're just normal people, which I think is a little bit disappointing. I think personally for me, Stormcast should have been these soulless helmets, you know, faceless monsters almost, like
that would be
automaton.
Cool. Or they could have been like Dormammu-esque and just flaming skull heads or something.
Well, exactly, yeah. That I think that would have given them a bit more of personality, but actually making them look more like humans gives them personality as miniatures rather than more personality as a theme to an army.
I totally agree. Next thing along is the Reclusians. So the Reclusians are the most sad and miserable of the Stormcast. They were put in a corner to have a good long think because they've just died so many times. But, you know, the need is so dire that these warriors on the fringes of sanity are sent out to, you know, stand for the mortal realms and to defend, you know, Sigmar's stuff from chaos, etc. But yet they just look like Stormcast. And I got to be honest, like, these kits really underwhelmed me when they first came along. I'm not super thrilled on them. And then when you read the kind of backstory on them, they become even less kind of relevant because they still seem to have that kind of stoic bearing and all of the usual kind of Stormcast stuff. I'd love it if the sculptors, similar to what we saw with the Mechanicum stuff, where they had those kind of like zombie Thrall-esque things. I'd love there to be a bit more feral energy in these guys. I'd like them to kind of be channeling something a bit more raw and a bit more powerful. Like, I think if you had changed the stance of them to make them more just aggressive and feral, basically, I think that would have spoken more to the idea that these are warriors, basically, that have transcended any kind of semblance of sanity and are now basically starting to transform into something altogether very different and becoming more bestial, I suppose, which I think would have been cool, but whatever.
Maybe that's a bit too close to Death Company for Blood Angels as concept, or like the Wolfen, but the idea that they've got, you see their heads, even though I just said I don't want that. You see their heads, but they've covered it in like war paint and they're just like, as you say, a bit mad. Would have, I mean, maybe that will be the next iteration of them. Like, I like the idea of, what happens when they go through this cycle too many times. And unfortunately, it just seems like, we just chop their heads off, the end. But like those that escape, like what then happens? Like, there was always this tease that there might be like a fall to chaos or some elements of that kind of corruption that I think would have been really interesting. And as you say, you don't see that in these models. Like, you almost want these to be like the slightly manic Gene Stealer cult in the Necromunda box, where the Gene Stealers are all a bit like corrupted from the normal self, whereas here they just look like super fancy Stormcast, which is a bit disappointing. But again, they're just like super ornate models. It's like, it makes me terrified if I ever had to paint these, because there's just so much detail on them. I wouldn't know what to do. And the little guys that hang out with them, I don't quite know how they're going to transport down to the realms. I assume also on lightning bolts, which is a bit disappointing.
They've got to trek it ahead of them. They have to turn up in advance.
I mean, maybe. I like the idea that they come on the thunder, like the lightning bolts, is a bit disappointing, because that should be a Stormcast specific thing. But obviously that's clearly how they do it. The idea that they travel for weeks in advance via the realm gates is quite funny if that really was the case. They're cool minis, but again, they're very similar in pose. Like, all their hands are in their chest, sort of next to each other. which looks a bit repetitive, I think. So, and as I said at the end of the last episode, they just look more like gaming pieces than actual miniatures. And I'm sure that's what they're meant to be. But yeah, and you can't see their faces or anything like that. So there's bits to it. Like, I like the concept of them. I'd really like to get these, little surf minis, for my Minotaurs probably, because I think they'd fit into 40k super well. I remember you saying you want them for your Dark Angels as well.
Oh, totally.
So yeah, they're cool, but there's an element of repetition in there which I don't like.
Well, certainly as well within the range, because there is this unit already in Stormcast Eternals called Praetors that are just guys with double-handed axes and capes, which look exactly like these guys. So it's like, oh, cool. Thanks for another version of the same thing. The only difference is the Praetors don't have shields, but whatever. Like, it's just, yeah, it's a bit whatever. But yeah, they're all right. I mean, they're nice sculpts for sure, but not for me. Prosecutors, probably the worst thing in the box in terms of miniatures.
How dare you?
Mate, come on. They look so dumb. Like, the old prosecutors weren't great, but like, I don't know, they had something about them which at least, I mean, you look back at them, they're quite chunky, but yeah, just the posing of them, they're really, no, I'm not into them at all. For me, this is a complete miss. Not a fan. But what's your vibe on them?
Well, I look at these and that these are my Virtus Praetors for my Thunder Warriors. So I think the base mini is cool. I'm not a huge fan of the wings and the paint scheme, because before it was like this mechanical lightning bolts, and I was never really, and with beams of light to them, which again I don't think really worked, but I sort of got that as a concept, whereas now it's like blue flame, and it's like, again, is that meant, I don't know what it's meant to be. Like, I guess they're trying to make it look more like wings, but the concept of them looking more like lightning bolts and beams of light sort of worked better before as a concept for the whole tying in with Sigma. Whereas this, I'm not sure. If maybe they just needed to give them actual wings, right? And just be like, cool, yeah, there's these weird dudes with wings now. Like, why not? You've merged it in with the demigryph somehow. But the little spears that they've got, like the tridents, I think really cool. The shields are a little bit chunky. The thematic bases seem cool. Like, I think the actual guy, the human part is very cool. The wings are a bit that lets it down, but I think I could convert these up quite nicely for Thunder Warriors. So that will be the plan at some point down the line.
Yeah, I just think before, when they had the double hammers or the big axes, I think it just sort of looked better. I think the sword and spear thing and the new head sculpts with the kind of almost like Spartan-esque kind of helmet really isn't doing it for me.
Yeah, almost like a mohawk. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, that's understandable. But they're all the bits I'll probably be swapping out. So
that's fair.
That's fair.
And then we got Liberators, which have grown on me a little bit since they first came out, but I still don't like them very much. They're, Bogo troops. But yeah, there's nothing really that compelling about them. But seeing the whole unit together, better than the first impression of the individual mini. But yeah, probably just a super boring looking unit. Just does nothing for me. But again, looks better when you see them all together, I guess. It looks all right, I suppose, in conjunction with the Force. But yeah, I'm not falling over myself to pick up Liberators anytime soon. What's your vibe on them?
No, I like them. I like the simplicity of them. To me, it makes them, they're going to be cool and easy to paint.
That's true.
They're going to be easy to convert up for my Thunder Warriors. Although, as I was saying in the last episode, I think the way they've been posed is actually somewhat problematic, because I need bolters in the right hand and chainswords in the left hand.
How you use the term problematic in relation to the I'm
converting them up. I mean, it just makes me, because I was looking at these originally going, oh, right, these will make super easy conversions, and actually it's a bit more technically different. But thinking of them as Stormcast Age of Sigmar models, as you say, a bit simple, but I actually quite like that element to them, basically. I think they're cool. I don't have any complaints. If anything, I would say the shields are a bit too samey to the Vindicators, and that's obviously the sort of the look and feel that this whole unit is going for. But I would have differentiated them a little bit more with the shields, to have something else a bit more different. But overall, they're pretty cool.
Fair. Well, going on from the good to the ugly, good golly gosh, they look so ugly, they're beautiful. And that is the Skaven range in this box. Starting with the Claw Lord on Gnarbeast. Utterly stunning. What a miniature. Every detail of this thing is utterly incredible. The feral rat beast that the Claw Lord is riding upon is just oozing in all of these really amazing details. The basing elements are really cool. I love the spear that the Claw Lord is wielding and the way that it's like a piece of jagged, poorly kind of constructed warp stone etched into a terrifying blade. I love his, multi-barreled revolver that he's wielding in his left hand. The armor details are incredible. The centrals, it's 10 out of 10, phenomenal. Spoilers, I love every Skaven miniature in this box. It's exceptional, and this is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good, strong model. I like how the paint scheme of the armor, I want to say, is inspired by Bram Stoker's Dracula when he wears the red armor in the flashback, because that's what's triggering my memory when I look at it. The gun's really cool. The two bits I don't like, so the rat is a touch too, sorry, the rat's mount that he's riding.
Gnarbeast.
The Gnarbeast is a bit too weedy, and it just reminds me of the Crawl Boys leader from the last Air West Launch box set. And I'm not a huge fan of like this weird like warp stone embedded in them. I guess it's sort of to power them up. It just reminds me of the Fire Slayers and how they put the ruins on, like they tap the ruins into their bodies to do a similar thing. So, whereas to me, it's like it's treasure that they want to obtain to power their weapons, not to just, I guess, put in them. I mean, maybe I don't understand the lore behind that, but yeah, I don't like it.
That Gnarbeast looks like a weapon to me, mate. So
he looks like he's gonna just drop down dead of a cold any minute. Like it just looks so ill.
He looks like that guy at the end of RoboCop that's been melted in acid, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool mini. He just looks a bit too ill and weak as a mount for a leader to be riding on. Whereas if it was a bit more of a muscular, like almost like a rat ogre, I could probably get behind that a bit more. I think.
I sort of love the idea though that this kind of this Claw Lord has kind of taken one of his kind of leadership rivals and outwitted him in some kind of dastardly Skaven way and mutated him into this horrific monstrosity that he now rides around as like the ultimate insult. Like I think that actually sort of conceptually to me, and again, this is all headcanon stuff that I kind of look at, but I think that's really kind of the cool aspect of that is the idea that this is sort of depicting some kind of power struggle or some sort of thing that's happening. Again, almost certainly not what has happened, but I think, the idea that maybe this is some kind of dastardly deed that this vicious Claw Lord has orchestrated and is now, parading around on his former business rival.
I like it. Great idea.
Next mini, best mini in the box set by far, the Grey Seer. Utterly stunning. The base, my God, he's standing upon a cracked bell with loads of rats spilling out of it. The cloak, the wispy details, the facial details, the weapons, the posing. Absolutely amazing miniature. I'm stunned by this thing. It dripping with personality. Love it. That is the best mini in the box, hands down, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would probably agree. Great silhouettes, as is the Claw Lord on Gnarbeast. Also good silhouette. This one, really strong. Nice sort of, it's got a great angle to look at it. So yeah, I'm sure it'll look great in person as well. And yeah, love the added detail of the basing elements.
The base is what really takes it over the edge, but yeah, phenomenal. Absolutely incredible. Next, the Warlock Engineer, equally spectacular. Love it. Not on the same level as the Grey Seer, but again, very different vibe. I love that kind of cold, calculated mechanical efficiency of this, crazed sniper engineer. I think it channels something really awesome. And yeah, again, just really cool. Like a very different vibe, but yeah, it gives me, just really cool overall miniature, I'd say here. I mean, what's your vibe on that one, Phil?
No, I really like it. It's probably one of my favourites. I sort of like his eyeglass. I like his armour. It's sort of almost sort of samurai-esque. It's a cool pose. Yeah, it's a cool mini. I really like it.
Yeah, it's tip-top. Rappling Warp Blaster, this is their big, war machine gun platform thing. Probably one of the weaker minis amongst the Skaven, but still really, really strong overall. Not many sort of particular details that really kind of call out to me, but again, just as a kind of, artillery piece, really, really cool and thematic. So, yeah, I think, again, just a really great addition to the Skaven collection. But yeah, it's difficult to really think of too much to wax lyrical about on this. It's good, but compared to the 3 miniatures we just talked about, not exceptional. But yeah, very, very cool, interesting, development for Skaven, I'd say. Really good.
Yeah, no, I really like it. It's quite spindly, I guess, and I sort of know what you mean about it. I guess it's got a good silhouette. It's just not got like a sort of action pose like the other sort of single miniatures have had because they're like hero minis. So and war machines are always a lot more sort of static looking, I guess. But I think this, is a great mini. I think there's not much they could have done with it to, I don't know what, like make it more dynamic or anything like that. It's obviously got some simpler basing details just for that reason. So for what it is, I think it's a strong new mini for the Skaven and for like their war machine style and aesthetics. It's got some nice mad elements to it.
No, I totally agree. Next along is the Rat Ogres. These are really cool. Again, some interesting poses. Rat Ogres, the last set of Rat Ogres that I was at least aware of, were released around the 8th edition of Warhammer Fantasy Battles. They came in the Island of Blood box set, and they were very two-dimensional by comparison to this. They've also incorporated some of the gun elements into them as well, so really kind of cool to see that. Although now that I think about it, I think Rat Ogres have often had that functionality based on those old 8th edition fantasy versions. But yeah, I genuinely think these are pretty strong. Again, not a standout versus the character units, but I think a really nice unit, a very, cool, monstrous, infantry for your Skaven army, and again, lots of really nice detail and personality. So yeah, really excited to see what those look like in 3 dimensions, but based on the photos, I think pretty promising, I would say.
I mean, for me, these are probably the weakest of the Skaven range in the box set. They're
in the bottom 2 of the Skaven, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, there's something about them I'm not a huge fan of, and I don't know if it's the poses or the mixture of like the flesh and the sort of the under muscle and the sort of skins peeling off, or the integration of the kind of the weapons with them, or it's definitely part of the warp stone being stuck in there as well, and that kind of being integrated into them. I would personally be cutting all of that out. It does make for a nice spot color when you're painting an army up, but it just seems like a bit weird as a concept. But again, I don't know the lore, so I can't really say. I think the one with the gun arm is probably the best one, and the other 2 that sort of like with the melee weapons aren't quite as good. But it'd be interesting to see what these are like in person, and that might sway me.
Yeah, I think likely when you see them in 3 dimensions, it will definitely hold up better than the individual kind of these photos. But yeah, I do agree with you. Everything you said is accurate on them. Definitely the weaker 2 of the models there between that and the rattling warp blaster. I think those are the 2 weaker units for this. The Giselles I think are really cool. Again, oozing in personality, really nice, cool, kind of uniquely awesome unit for the Skavens. The idea that you've got these, snipers with their kind of defensive team. I love the idea of these guys scurrying about the board looking for the advantageous positions to take, devastating sniper shots at enemy heroes. I think that's super cool. And I think they realized the concept really well between that kind of double act element of the shield bearer, that kind of mounting and creating a resting platform for the sniper. Again, kind of evokes a lot of really interesting ideas around how Skaven conduct warfare and how they sneak about looking for those dastardly advantages. So yeah, I'm really into the Giselles. I think they've done a great job with those. What do you think, Phil?
I think when they first came out, I was like, wow, these are awesome. They're great. I think maybe if I had to make one change, it would be that the Skaven holding the shield and the gun is resting on the shield. It would instead be like hunched. It'd be resting on the Skaven instead. So he's a bit more subservient to the actual gunner, and he's carrying the shield, but the gun is also hunched on his back as well, and incorporate him into the mount, because that seems a bit more decrepit. But then maybe the way they've done it is that he's holding the shield and can fight with his free hand. So I guess that's why they've done that. But that would have been a nice touch, I think, if that was at all possible. But I mean, I think they're great minis. So, no complaints there.
No, absolutely. And lastly, it's the clan rats. When we talked about this in the outro of episode 180, we asserted that none of these were, or they didn't look to be many duplicates. There definitely are, but very few. And at a glance, this looks like, a bunch of unique rat miniatures, which is an incredible thing to accomplish across the vast array of, miniatures that they are essentially bringing to life here. This is probably the star of the Skaven show. The fact that you're going to be getting, it's 40 of them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot. 40
clan rats and very, very, very low levels of duplication is utterly unbelievable. I think this is really, really amazing. And just, I think a great demonstration of what GW can achieve in this kind of modern world of sculpting and modeling that they operate within. I think the clan rats really, really stand out as a really, really great part of this box, and I'm genuinely impressed with what they've accomplished with this kit in particular. Love it. Really, really big fan of Skaven. Really big fan of the clan rats. Yeah, I just think this is great. But what's your vibe on it, Phil?
No, completely agree. Like, the really strong minis, the designs are all really interesting. They've got, some of the shields harken back to, some of the earliest iterations of Skaven. I think the main thing is the proportions are sort of still quite, weedy and small looking. They haven't bogged them up. They're not big minis by any stretch of the imagination. They're still scaled very well in comparison to the current minis. And the detail's just really, really nice. Oh God, there's one with an eye patch, Dan. That's amazing. They're just really great, core units. And 40 is hopefully all you'll ever need, because obviously there'll be so many other units that you can then lean into. It's a lot of minis to paint up, and there's a lot of detail on all of them. Not quite as much as those Reclusians, but it'll keep you busy for a while, I think, painting these guys up. But they do look fantastic.
Yeah, contrast the bejeebus album, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I genuinely mean it when I say it. Although I'm not massively sold on the Stormcast element, I still think this box represents a really great value. I'm definitely buying it. There's no way I'm not. As I said in the outro 180, Phil, you're going to have to take it up with Tom as towards whether or not you're able to claim any of the Stormcasts from me.
That's fine.
But yeah, I love it. I think it's truly spectacular, and I'll be buying it. No questions asked. Yeah, great job. I think it's fantastic. And again, despite my relative misgivings about all my, underwhelmingness of the Stormcast element, I think if you are out there and you're thinking of trying out Age of Sigmar and you've got a buddy that, wants to jump in and try it with you, this box represents probably one of the best opportunities to jump in and start playing the game and seeing what AOS is all about, and then, starting to then, expand your horizons and looking at some of the other incredible factions and systems within this game. Because, yeah, AOS has just continued to really delight me as a player throughout the entirety of the time I've been playing it. And I'm very hopeful that AOS 4 will continue in that vein. But again, I reserve the right to be wrong about that. You can't take my word for it because I've not played it. I'm just an optimistic fan hoping for the best. But Phil, in closing, mate, what do you think of Scaventide?
I think it's a strong launch box. I think it's better than Leviathan. I love that it includes terrain, which seems like it's the first box set that's done that in forever that I can remember. It's got everything in it. They've done a lot of really nice touches to it, like separating out the core rulebook from the Spearhead. I think that's really good. I think Spearhead's really interesting. I think it's got some great mechanics. I think the AOS in general has some great mechanics. I would say, yeah, I mean, obviously we've not played it. I'm pretty confident and positive it'll be good. There are some bits that I see and I'm like, ooh, I'm not entirely sure on this as a rule set, but I think that's purely because we're seeing the odd, data sheet in isolation and not fully understanding the rules and stuff like that. So I think, as you said, reserve judgment when we get access to it. In terms of what you get for models, pretty cool. It's a lot. If you both like one of those armies, it's probably worth getting. Hopefully there'll be some decent deals for people that don't want those two armies, but obviously want to get into AOS 4, and you can just pick up the individual bits that you want separately. Likewise, if you just want to get the Spearhead bits and then buy your own Spearhead box, I think that is probably the best way to get into AOS is via that Spearhead game and the Spearhead boxes. But yeah, really great minis. As you said, we've dunked on the Stormcast quite a bit, but they're still good minis, but they're just not to my taste for all of them, but some of them are fantastic.
Yeah, totally agree with you, mate. No, really good summary, and I think an adequate thing to end on. So, yeah, got to figure out, obviously, at some point between now and the future when AOS 4 is finally going to drop, but really hyped for where it's at and what it could potentially be. So, with all that being said, transitional noise. All right, it's the end of episode 181, although you know better than that, or at least you should by now. It's the outro, everyone. Essentially, the kind of podcast content that most people produce, albeit in most instances on a weekly basis. We are now doing on a bi-weekly or fortnightly basis. In addition to everything else we do. So aren't we just amazing, aren't we, Phil?
Exactly. It's the cherry on top of the icing.
It is the cherry on top of the icing. Assuming, of course, that you enjoyed the delicious bun that we gave you already. Some people don't like the bun, do they, Phil?
I mean, you'd be a fool to think that.
Well, that's it. Certainly, though, those of you listening now are, by all accounts, Big Bun fans. So we thank you for that. Obviously, your support is appreciated. And we hope you enjoy this outro segment where we're going to have a bit of hobby chat and talk about some other stuff that's going on in the general sense beyond what we've talked about in the main event of the pod. So I wouldn't mind kicking off with a bit of a plug, a bit of a promotion, a bit of a tournament report, if you will, because I was fortunate enough to participate in the first ever of Egham Tabletop Society. Hang on, I'm going to have to check. I go to this club all the time. They're my local club, don't you know, Phil?
Well, I do, because you've told me about it.
I do, because you told me about it, yes. So Egham, they have Egham Tabletop Society. There we go. They have a lovely club, of which I am a keen member. We meet every Tuesday in a building in Egham. For the life of me, I can't remember what the building is called. That's another thing. Egham. Right, hang on. Maps. Oh, Jeebus Christ. Where be thee? No, that's not it. I'll get back to that particular detail momentarily.
So professional, Dan. So professional.
Hey, as you well know, this is the tightest 12 hours in 40k. Is what I would say. Oh God, where is it? Oh, here it is. I found it, Phil. I haven't found it. Oh God, where is it? It's somewhere around here. I'll get to it.
Okay. Is it like above a pub? Is it a town hall?
It's next to a pub, so it's between the Red Lion and Papa John's.
Oh, well, I mean, you're fixed for your drinking food, aren't you?
Well, exactly. All of the mod cons you could ever desire. Anyway, it's on the high street. It's a building. It's between Papa John's and the Red Lion. And that's where we come together, play games. It's a good time. Good times had by all. And yeah, we hosted our first ever Warhammer 40,000 tournament. I took part, played in that tournament, and had a really good time, actually. It was really fun. I managed to come 5th overall. I won game 1. I won game 2. And I narrowly lost game 3. So, not a bad time, Phil. So, yeah, just basically putting it out there. If you're in close proximity to the Egham area, come along to the club. You might see me there. You probably will. Please don't hurt me. Unless, of course, I suppose you've got an axe to grind and a legitimate reason to do so. In which case, I guess, who am I to judge if I've offended you so deeply that that is the only necessary recourse.
All those people that are waiting on their 5-star review to be read out, they'd be like, come on, Dan, read it out.
Exactly. I'm going to smash your face in unless you do that. Again, please don't do that. That would really upset me, to say the very least. I'm taking a leap of faith here by promoting a beautiful club filled with wonderful people, just for the overall betterment of it, because I think it really is a lovely and quite exciting club to be a part of. And I'd love to encourage more people to come along to the events and, maybe even come along to the club itself, because I think it's really good. It's been one of the really cool things about moving to this part of the world, where I was before wasn't really part of a club or any kind of local scene. It was more me hanging out with the boys, Richie, Phil, Joe, Tim, not Sean because he lives in Nottingham, but, if he was there, I would have hung out with him. The point is that, I'm been really lucky to have such a great group of friends that I play with regularly, but it's also really refreshing and interesting to mix it up every now and again. And that's what that club lifestyle gives you. So, come along if you can. You were going to say something, Phil.
No, I was just going to ask you, what list did you take?
Well, Phil, I took a Blood Angels army. Phil. It consisted of a Storm Raven that was painted black, and in that Storm Raven that was painted black were 5 Death Company Space Marines with jump packs and Thunderhammers, and they were accompanied by Lamartes, who's really good, really good, and a Death Company Dreadnought. So that was the black one. And then the red one had a unit of 10 Stern Guard with a captain on foot and a sanguinary priest. That was really useful. And they were joined by a Librarian Dreadnought, also all within the red Storm Raven. Then a unit of 10 Assault Intercessors with jump packs, led by Commander Dante and accompanied by a sanguinary priest with jump pack. That was really good. And that's all of it. That's the entire army.
Was it mostly firstborn? Then it basically sounds like I'm going to say, like 2010 to 2014 Blood Angels army that you used to play.
That is 100% correct, Phil. It is basically my 5th edition, the only Primaris miniature on the table from my army is one of the Primaris captains that is leading a squad. And
so you're using old Dante then?
Yes, but I've got him on the right size base, Phil. I've got him on the right size base. Admittedly, I haven't glued him to the right side base. I just carry it around with me and put him on top of it. So
Bit blue tack.
No, not even blue tacked it. It was loosey goosey. Most of the time, I'd say to my opponents, like, "Do you care?" And they'd be like, "Nah, whatever." And I was like, "Yeah, that's the right answer," because I really can't be bothered with moving this Terminator base around and then putting him on it and being like, "Ooh." But yeah, no, sincerely, it was a lot of fun. It was some really good games. Death Company Dreadnoughts. I didn't really fully appreciate how good they are. They're OC0, which basically means you're not really getting much out of them from an objective perspective. But you just don't care, Phil. You just don't care. You just go hell for leather. Get it. If you can get one of those things in someone's back line and you've got enough command points, you can essentially create a daisy chain that is absolutely hilarious.
And why is that?
Noting that actually by enough command points, I mean, you can only have one command point because you can't do the same stratagem multiple times in a phase. But basically,
no, that's true.
What it does is it goes in, right? And it goes, I'm going to hit you. So, for example, in game 1, I swung into a big unit of Scarab Occult Terminators and I killed maybe like 5 of them with the attack. So, like, when it charges in, it's got loads of attacks. It's got like 8 attacks or something, re-rolling all hits because it's, Oath of Moment / Death Company Angry, re-rolling all wounds because twin linked. So you basically go blah, and then you kill like a bunch of them because they're 3 damage each.
Mm-hmm.
So basically you go, that's dead. And then they target you, they hit you back. And the rules of the Death Company Dreadnought is if you hit it or target it, if it's not dead afterwards, it'll hit you again. So basically, if you can get that thing into combat with like 2 units that likely won't kill it, like you can basically toe in on both of them, you'll probably and then focus on the bigger problem to try and basically ensure that it won't die. You can basically get hit by that, then kill them with the retort, and then the other unit will hit you, and you'll kill them with the retort because you just keep going. Anytime anyone ever targets you, you just go, have you? It seems infinite, which is crazy. And I keep reading the rule. I mean, shall I read the rule, Phil?
Yeah.
Just so as there's no doubt. I mean, obviously there's probably someone out there going, "Oh, Dan, how foolish you are." There's an FAQ somewhere that verifies that you're a cheating, scummy human. And if that is the case, I will withdraw myself from the leaderboards and, take about spanking myself on the bottom. But, it's called Frenzied Reprisal. Each time an enemy unit targets this model, after that unit's finished making its attacks, this model can either shoot as if it were the shooting phase or fight as if it were the fight phase. So there's no terminology in there that limits it. It just basically says each time.
Yeah, no, it specifically says each time, so it's worded to be many times. I guess the thing is, it does have to stay alive to
but when you're charging,
off.
When you're charging into, say, a unit of like regular infantry, so like, don't get me wrong, the Terminators should have been a bit scarier, but the thing is with the Terminators, especially Scarab Occult Terminators, is they've only got like power weapons, so they're wounding it on like 5s. So, and it's got a 2-up armor save and a feel no pain of 6+. And,
that's strong.
8 wounds, so it can stick around.
Yeah, I mean, I just got it up on the apps I was looking at. So it's got blood talons as one option, which is 7 attacks, hit on freeze, strength 8, -2, 3 damage, and also twin linked, or the Twin Furioso Fist, which is only 5 attacks, hitting on freeze, but strength 12, -3, 3 damage, which I guess is your more vehicle killer. Also twin linked.
Yes,
the talons as a anti-infantry, so you're wounding most infantry that's toughness 4 on 2s anyway, and anything tougher is probably 3s, but you're re-rolling all your wound rolls anyway.
And don't forget though, Phil, because you're a Blood Angel, when you charge in, you're +1 attack and +2 strength.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Jeez.
Yes.
Wow.
So even with Blood Talons, you're strength 10.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, a lot of light vehicles I think would be toughness 10, but most would be 12, right? So yeah, I guess your fists would be really good against them. But the fact is, they're both flat 3 damage. That's really good.
Yeah, and also -2 is the most annoying thing for like elite stuff, like Terminators, Custodies, etc.
Oh, because it just goes on their invuln.
On their invuln, yeah. So it's like, all right, cool, cheers for that. I mean, Terminators at least have access to like Armor of Contempt, so they could be rocking a free up save against it.
True.
But yeah, it's still pretty terrifying. And the fact that it keeps going. But that's the joke, right? So basically, if you could snooker people and get into a combat, so say you get into a combat with a good thing and a less so good thing, but you kill most of the good thing on the charge, and then response, they come back at you with the less good thing. You maybe kill that as a response to it, and then the thing you've damaged hits you, then you kill that. Then the funniest part of it is that Blood Angels have a stratagem that allows the thing to consolidate 6 inches.
Oh, wow.
So what you then do is consolidate 6 inches into something else, because with the size of the base, you're 9 times out of 10 in a situation where you're like, oh, I can easily get into something else with a 6-inch consolidate or pile in or whatever it's called. Yeah, consolidate. So you literally just go, cool beans, I'm going at you. Because it goes pile in, consolidate, doesn't it? Consolidate move is the
you pile in, and then you attack, and then you consolidate. Yeah,
correct,
and that's all part of the fight again. So every time you get to fight, you get to pile in, fight, and then consolidate. Obviously, there's the limitations on the consolidate, but it's
So what happens
is pretty good.
Because he's activated already, he wouldn't be able to attack after the consolidate normally. But obviously, the thing he consolidates into attacks him, and then he goes again.
Yeah, because that is because you're in engagement range, it's triggering them. Yeah, so what's interesting, he's also got Black Rage, so he has a baked-in reroll the hit roll.
Yes, correct. Yeah,
so he doesn't need those at the moment. So he always rerolls all hit rolls and rerolls all wound rolls in combat. That's really strong.
It's so stupid, man, because when you combo it all together, like I only took one of them, but it was like devastating. Like it's a terrifying thing. Like admittedly, like in game 2, I was up against Custodies. They were kind of aware of the threat that it represented and got rid of it fairly early on. Game 3, it almost got a kill count of like, it basically killed a unit of scouts and then got like a land raider down to like 3 wounds or something.
Oh, wow.
It was hilarious. It was literally like ran into the scouts, went, well, you're all dead. And then consolidated into the land raider. Land raider hit it, did nothing. And then it almost got it. It was literally, he got one save.
Pretty good. Well, if you'd had the other fist variant,
it would have been done.
It would have totally good. I mean, that's definitely worth having maybe a fist variant just for that reason. I mean, I have to say, I do like aesthetically the Death Company stuff. So the fact you can take vehicles and have infantry all in that black and red, that's a cool army theme for sure.
Oh, absolutely, mate. And it's just fun. I like the old both of the old dreadnoughts, both the Librarian Dreadnought and the Death Company Dreadnought. Super interesting. I have to be honest, I've never really given the Furiosa Dreadnought too much time and attention. But I'm pretty sure it's not Furiosa Dreadnought, is it? It's no, it is a Furiosa Dreadnought, isn't it? The double fist dread. Yeah? Furiosa?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm getting confused these days because there's so many new Dreadnought variants. I keep wanting to be like,
there's a movie out by the same name.
Well, indeed. But the point is that the Blood Angels Dreadnoughts are pretty cool. The Librarian Dreadnought's hilarious because he's got wings and sanguinius, which is really funny with this army as well. Because basically, Wings of Sanguinius is once per turn at the end of your movement phase, one psyker from your army with this ability can use it. If it does, roll a d6. On a 1, you suffer d3 mortal wounds, as in the thing does. But on a 2+, one friendly adversary infantry unit within 12 of the psyker of that psyker, you basically remove from the battlefield, then set it up again anywhere outside of 9 from enemies. So you basically on a 2+, you just pick up an infantry unit and put it somewhere. And that's at the end of the movement phase, right? So literally, you have to be within 12 of him to do it. So he's got a movement of 6 units of it. So you can usually, and he doesn't need line of sight by all accounts. So you basically just kind of get people close to him, and then he swings them off into the distance.
Nice.
Which is pretty funny. So when you got a big unit of Stern Guard, for example, which I did, it's like, oh, we're bunkered in here, hiding out of line of sight, and then before you know it, a big unit of Stern Guards behind you, blapping away. And it's like, brilliant. This is madness. So yeah, I really enjoyed playing Blood Angels. One thing I will say is big units of Blood Angels with Sanguinary Priests, very strong. The 5-up Feel No Pain that Sanguinary Priests give is a little too good, in my opinion. A little too good. I think me and Joe have talked about this a lot because he runs a list where it's like, we were talking about a list where it was 60 intercessors. So 60 assault intercessors, 3 on foot, 3 with jump pack, and all of them with Sanguinary Priests and captains. And it was literally like, there you go, that's 2,000 points. But that would be like a heck of a brick to get rid of. For me, I think taking a Death Company unit is essential. Truth be told, I think in retrospect, I probably wouldn't take the Storm Raven for the Death Company anymore because I think a big unit of 10 with jump packs and Lamartes is better. But I do think you need like a delivery mechanism for that Death Company Dread. So probably what I would do is take the Death Company Dread in the Storm Raven with the Stern Guard, and then have the Librarian Dreadnought walking around, basically teleporting stuff here, there, and everywhere. So I'd probably invest in more Death Company with jump packs, and maybe then put some other points into some more infantry.
True. I mean, the Flyers have got some good firepower, though. Would you not consider a drop pod for a Dreadnought drop pod?
The complexity of the drop pod is, one, there isn't Dreadnought drop pods anymore, at least not in match play, unless I'm mistaken about that. I believe that went Legends.
Oh, yeah, of course, because it would be a Horus Heresy unit now, I presume.
Yeah. And then the second part of the problem is the game really doesn't help things like drop pods be valuable anymore. I think if drop pods had the innate ability where they could arrive within 3, I think if they gave them that, I think that would be a really valuable unit, because all of a sudden you can put stuff places. You know, it's like, oh, this comes within 3, but it can't charge when it comes out of it or something. That to me is a trade-off, but then you're not going to want to take Death Company Dreadnoughts in that situation because you're going to want to lean into the whole, charging, and you want to lean into the whole shooting mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to arrive turn 1, or is it just that they
don't
can
have
arrive
to?
turn 1?
Yeah, they can.
Because if you could, not emergency disembark, if you can, oh god, my mind's gone blank. The stratagem that allows them to come down in your opponent's movement phase. Rapid ingress, that's it. If you could do that on a Dreadnought, so it can then move in its turn and charge, and then it doesn't really matter if you're outside of 9 when you rapid ingress them, because you kind of want it to be somewhere reasonably safe. That would be an option.
Thing is so many people now, and this is the big mistake with the army that I took, at least in terms of trying to be properly competitive with it, is I just didn't have that utility that you need, and Space Marines have in abundance through scouts. Scouts are basically, if you're not bringing scouts in a competitive game of 40k as a Space Marine player at the moment, you're just not doing it right, which is sad.
Interesting. What do they add that is missing?
Mobility, board presence, infiltration.
Is it also screening out?
Screening, also just loads of shenanigans. So if you look at the scout profile, which I am attempting to do right now, you will notice that they have basically every useful rule under the sun. So abilities, they're infiltrators, but they also scout.
Mm-hmm.
So you place them in no man's land, and they can still scout 6 inches after the fact. So what that basically means is that you can use them defensively to create lines where they are basically being oppressive, but you don't. But as long as you know that with the scout moves, they can retreat into hiding locations. So with obviously all the terrain, you can put them out in lines to block off areas, and then be like, cool. Before the game starts, they're now behind the wall. So during the deployment mini game, you get the benefit of being able to place them places to stop people from getting places, and then they get out of the way.
Does the scout move happen after you know who's going first and second?
Correct, yeah. So scout is done before the first battle round, but after you know who goes first and second. Also, they've got guerrilla tactics, which is at the end of your opponent's turn, if this unit is more than 6 away from an enemy model, you can remove this unit from the battlefield and place it in strategic reserves. Which is super useful, because basically it means that you can just have these guys all over the place. And the game at the moment is won by having scout units like sitting in corners going, oh, I'm cleansing, I'm investigating signals, I'm teleport homers, I'm behind enemy lines, I'm this. Just the scouts do everything you need to win the game. I mean, honestly, I genuinely think that a competitive Marine list just defaults now with 3 units of scouts in it, or at least 2. I think if you haven't got 2 units of scouts in, you're not trying to win with Marines anyway, which is a sad state of affairs in some respects, but it's also a bit mad, because what drives me crazy about that is that Games Workshop surely knows that this unit is super good at winning games, but they're pointed crazy cheap, because they're 55 points for 5 of them, and that's like the best 55 points you can spend in the army. So you're basically looking at 165 points for 3 units of them, but they will score you more points than a 200-point thing. You know?
Yeah, I remember back in like 6th and 7th edition where everyone took scouts, but it was because they were the cheapest troop choice that you needed to fill your CADs, your like combined arms detachment, because you always needed a minimum of, was it 2 troops, not 3, if I recall? Back in those days, or maybe it was 3.
Well, in 6th and 7th it was 2, and then in 8th it was 3.
Yeah. So, yeah, people just took them because they were a cheap way of filling out that slot, and then you can spend more points on your fancy elites, basically. Yeah, it is a bit sad that the game does focus so much on basically the ability to redeploy or re-teleport, for want of a better word, units mid-game, because it's all about either capturing objectives or, like you said, getting into table quarters or different areas if you're playing, like, Leviathan missions. And I don't think every army has a lot of those types of units. Most, I think, have maybe like one thing. Some have lots, some have none. And that sort of feels quite unfair for the ones that are sort of a bit shortchanged in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, Orcs have got the Commandos, and the Commandos are pretty good. They're not as good as Scouts, but they're good. Drakari have the Mandrakes. Mandrakes are arguably equally as good, if not potentially better, than Scouts for very similar reasons. Just super durable, super useful, really, really strong in that regard. But yeah, outside of that, there's not many. Like Custodes, for example, have
the Terminators. I was going to say the Terminators can redeploy, yes. Go into reserves and then come back down, but that's only once per game per unit, so it's quite limited. I don't think, off the top of my head, I don't think Guard has that can do that kind of thing. Obviously, I think Gene Stealer Cult are going to have that in there.
Oh yeah, they have that in spades.
Just generic almost. It'd be it's interesting that's sort of where the sort of winning the game lies at the moment, which is odd because it's in a way the most un-wargamey thing for a war game. But I do remember Frontline Gaming when they first did these kind of formats for the ITC back in 8th edition. They wanted the game to be less about just shooting your opponent and doing other things that seemed more thematic. And that's sort of how we've got to where we are, I guess, in that respect.
Yeah, it's interesting because I do genuinely think that where we are currently with the game is the, it massively prioritizes unit placement, deployment, and other kind of movement shenanigans in order to create intriguing outcomes. And again, when you're going to have a game where the key to winning is effectively mobility, right? Being where you need to be at the right times, having units that facilitate that is super useful. It's the same reason why everyone also really, when they're trying hard to win with Space Marines, also have a Kaladas assassin, because that's like
can do that as well.
Yeah, so that's like the last element of the whole thing is like you want probably 2 to 3 units of scouts and a Kaladas, because that again is just more utility. Because again, the Kaladas is exceptional at deploy teleport homers, for example. Because if you get deploy teleport homers, you're like, cool, Kaladas goes up, comes down in my opponent's territory or in their deployment zone, boosh, got that, right? And that's like a 5-point thing that many other people, non-Imperium armies, don't just have that, but Imperial armies do. And again, it's one of the ridiculous reasons why the Kaladas assassin is so much more efficient and in everyone's list, even as the most expensive assassin. You know, they make the thing 100 points, but it makes your opponent have to spend more resources, which is mad valuable, and it can guarantee that it will contribute to 2 or 3 meaningful secondaries, which again just completely ups its value. And that's the thing I think about scouts, for example, and why I feel like they're pretty underpointed for what they are. I said they were 55 earlier. I actually think they're 65, but either way, they are still dirt cheap. Yeah, they're 65, sorry. But they're still dirt cheap for what they do. Like, I genuinely think if Games Workshop turned around to people and said, scouts are now 90 points for 5, I think people would still take them. Because I just don't think there's a better... Like, sincerely, that's the one thing I'm kind of, like, aware of playing Space Marines at the moment is like, basically, if you want to win in the current climate as Space Marines and you haven't got at least 2 scouts and a Kaladas, you know, go home.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that's always the case when it comes to, trying to balance units and against their points, but it's often... They often unlock a utility in your army that no other units can do. Therefore, it's almost like invaluable, regardless of how much the points are. Obviously, there is a limit. Like if scouts cost 300 points for a squad of 3, that would probably be a bit ridiculous. But there's a limit where actually they can be ridiculously expensive, and people will still take them just because they're invaluable in terms of what their abilities can do for your army that no other unit can do. That's the interesting sort of tug and pull with the internal balance of Codex when you have these units that are really key, especially to doing, as you say, the things that win you the game. Yeah.
Again, I think it's a really interesting state of affairs though, because I do feel like in the times before, not to get all rose-tinted glasses on people again, but in the times before with the... And again, we can still play like this in the current edition. We just need to not be playing the Leviathan missions. So if you're playing some of the other campaign missions or some of the other, different types of missions that are out there, you can experience this type of gameplay. And I think that's the thing, like, in missions and scenarios like what we were playing 6 years ago in 8th edition, those missions kind of favored interactivity and plans for defeating your enemies or managing your losses and then ultimately capitalizing in the final moments to be able to come out as the overall winner. So there was a real decision to be made between having like a ultra powerful army that could potentially wipe someone off the table in a turn, but has some really bad matchups and can get overexposed in certain scenarios, or having an army that favored certain levels of utility, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas now it feels like you just have to lean into utility all the time because the way the game is played, certainly competitively, that there's just no other way of doing it optimally, which is interesting because it's just a different thought process, because you have to have stuff in the list that is entirely there to go and get your stuff and to go and score points, which, is how you win the game. So you can't really begrudge it. It's just quite different from what I experience when I play, say, Age of Sigmar, for example, which still feels like I have to solve the puzzle of what am I doing about my opponent who's trying to bludgeon me. Whereas in 40k, I'm like, well, my opponent's just stopping me from scoring points. It's not necessarily that they're trying to destroy me. It's just that they're trying to prevent me from doing something. It's very rare in 40k that everything dies.
True. No, I think I remember in 9th edition, it was a similar thing where you've got all these secondaries that obviously you would pick as well, rather than just, randomly via the Leviathan deck. And you literally, to do well in that, and it took most people a long time to realize it, it's like you had to build your army specifically to do those secondaries. You couldn't just take your normal list and then be like, oh, which secondaries am I going to pick against my opponent? It was always actually, no, you need to mentally pick the secondaries first based on what your army can probably do, and then just lean into that as heavily as possible. And if you're not doing that, you never did well in 9th edition. Whereas I guess now with the sort of random Leviathan deck, you've got a bit more flexibility and you're meant to have a bit of everything in your army that can do all of these things. But as you say, these kind of missions just do skew more towards movement. And I think, often even in older editions, movement was always quite key, but it wasn't essential for all the armies, because you did have things like static gun lines back in the day. AOS is an interesting one where the last lot of battle tactics, which was their equivalent of secondaries, were quite difficult to achieve, and there was only a couple that you could build into, and it was mostly, do I want to take wizards or not take wizards? That was your choice. It wasn't well, I've got to specifically take this unit that can get me across the board or can achieve this secondary. It was basically okay, cool, I'm going to take some wizards so I can do these ones, or I'm not going to take wizards, and then before it unlocks the anti-wizard battle tactics instead.
Yeah, I think, it's it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because 9th it's really funny you talk about 9th, because it's just about a year ago and you talk about it and I'm like, oh my God, yeah, 9th edition, madness, that whole, what are you picking? What are you trying to do? Type of thing. I totally forgot that's how we played it. That's wild, isn't it?
Mm.
That is wild. Anyway, yeah, overall though, mate, look, in summary, not to get too much down the 40k game rabbit hole, again, where credit's due to the guys at the club. For the first event, I thought they did a really good job. Chris, who kind of organised and oversees it and is kind of head honcho, super lovely human, he, I thought, did an excellent job. Again, the team that supported him, all wonderful human beings. They all did really, really great work. So credit where credit's due to all of those guys. Really great event. And I'm not just saying this because I'm somewhat emotionally attached to the club. I genuinely thought it was good. I think, if I look at the pecking order of events that I attend on a regular basis, I would say that, the three event organisers that I'm somewhat closely affiliated with and or regularly attend are Rapid Fire Wargaming, which is based down in Kent, 40k Brawl, which is down in Bournemouth, and now Egham Tabletop Society in Egham. I'd put them firmly in the middle spot at the minute. I'd say I think they're pretty good overall for what it is. Again, each of those events has its own charm. I think RFW is a really well curated event with a really great amount of attendances or attendees and really beautiful armies, etc., etc. And I think Tom does a pretty good job of curating a really good event. So I always encourage people to check out RFW. I think it's a great event. Similarly,
I was going to just quickly step in and plug them because I think they've still got some tickets for their Horus Heresy and 40k doubles event that's in the end of July.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, plug away, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Please come along. Me and Phil are going to... Are you doing the doubles? You're on holiday, aren't you?
No, yeah, we're both away, aren't we? Because you said you were away unless you've...
No, I'm not anymore. My circumstances changed. So I'm playing in the doubles with Richie, and you're
away
on a
holiday.
boat. No, you're not. Yes, yeah, okay. When are you getting on the boat? We're going to get into that topic. We were going to what they said, there was a segue time thing. We were going to segue into talking about No Retreat after this, but
oh yeah, you carry on and wrap up your chat.
Yeah, I'll wrap up my bit, then we'll do you talking about Thunder Warriors. Okay, fine. You've kind of blown it now, but it's fine. I'll forgive. You would think it'd be just easy to edit this bit out and, still have the smooth transition, but I kind of like it like this, so we're going to carry on. Anyway, RFW, I think really cool. I think 40k Brawl held it in Toyment. I think the real draw of that is just how great a store in Toyment is in Poole. I think it's really amazing going down there and just being amongst all of that kind of really great hobby. So much selection, such a really good space, really good facility, great gaming tables, just a nice, smooth operation. I'd say that, in terms of the way that those tournaments are ran, they're a lot more lean and kind of ragtag versus what I'm seeing with, say, RFW and Egham Tabletop Society. But again, I think, Adam does a pretty good job under the circumstances there as well, and I always have fun. And occasionally I do help out and TO those, and those events are probably ran the worst, so I can't really complain too hard. And this one is equal to and has its own charm. Egham's a really nice part of the world. It's got lots of really good facilities. It's in the centre of what is town, which is essentially one high street. It's pretty easy to get to. It's just West London essentially, or North Surrey, just outside of the M25. So really easy to get to, transport links, etc. And good overall vibe. So again, as much as I've plugged RFW and 40k Brawl over the years, you can now get used to me basically talking about the Egham Tabletop Society because I was pretty impressed with it. So looking forward to the next one. So good times. How about you, Phil? Segueing, talking about events that are very good. At least I hear they are. No retreats happening, right, Phil? How are your Thunder Warriors coming along?
Yes, so with Age of Sigmar out of the way, a month out of my schedule, I'm back on my Thunder Warriors. So I'm working on the jet bikes at the moment. I've got a unit of 3 plus a jet bike captain. They're near the end of being done. I've got some sort of green stuffing to do, and then I've still got to decide what weapons I'm loading out on the bikes. Although, personally, I think they look quite cool without any weapons on them. But I really should be WYSIWYG, so I should try and add on some weapons. But I might just do the generic loadout from the Necromunda bikes. So basically, they are... as a general description, you can check out my Instagram if you want to see pictures of this. But they are the Escher Cutter Necromunda jet bikes, and there's basically 2 of them smushed into one to make it much longer. And then I've got a Stormcast rider on top because that's the base models for my Thunder Warriors, and I've used the Storm Drake Guard. The Dragon Riders, basically. So I've used the male rider. I managed to get 3 of them via a bit site. And then I've added some Death Guard. I presume it's Mark II? Yeah, because they're mostly Mark II armor, the Death Guard from 40k. But it's the smaller armor type rather than the big belly chests that they have.
Yeah, I think that's Mark II.
Because I think it's mostly Crusade armor that the Death Guard wear.
I thought they were
Was it?
Yeah, no, I thought it was more Mark III, I guess. The iron armor.
Oh, maybe it is. Yeah.
Because Mark II... No, yeah, it's definitely Mark... It is Mark III for sure.
Yes. No, you're right, actually.
Yeah.
Come to think about
Mark
it,
III. Because Mark II... There's literally little or no Mark II armor sets out there other than the guys who who pilot the vehicles.
Yes,
in the
so
Heresy.
I've used that torso because someone, one of my buddies on Instagram, gave me one. So I've used that on the captain. So the captain is on foot. I've made him a little diorama. So the main riders are just riding their jet bikes. But the captain, he's on like a rocky outcrop. I basically got the Belladonna Volga Mini from AOS because I wanted the wolf, one of the little wolves to go with one of my future captains. That's probably going to be like a Valdor or Trajan character. But then I really liked the rock, and I was like, oh, that would be a perfect base for my captain. So basically, he's just stood by his jet bike that's floating next to him, and he's like holding his lance, sort of looking out. So it's like a mini diorama sort of aspect to him, which looks quite nice. I think it's a bit novel. I think there's a style, and then I've had to somewhat complicatedly magnetize the rock so I can transport him from a 40k base to a 30k base, which is the 30k jet bikes used for sort of large dreadnought round bases, the 50mm, I think, or 60, one of the two. And then, the 40k ones are sort of more oval cavalry bases. And then the other fun thing that I've been doing lately is I basically, did we talk about it before, where I use the bike spokes and the nipples?
We've not talked about nipples in a while, okay, mate. So please.
So there was a resource online, a YouTube video about custody jet bikes.
Nipple resource.
That talks about how you can, rather than using flight stands, you can use bike spokes. So bike spokes, if you buy them in a pack, they come with what is called a nipple, which is basically, if you think about a screw, like a bolt screw, and you get a nut, and it goes into that. It's basically the nut. It's like the female, portion of the screw.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
So it's basically a small.
You've butchered it quite a bit, but I do understand what you're saying.
But basically, you get your bike spoke and it's got a thread on the end, so you actually can screw it into what's called the nipple, because it's, I guess it sort of is a bit nipple shaped. But anyway, I can. You cut. The way I did it, at least, is I cut the bulging bit of the nipple off. So actually, it's just much more of a tube, and then you can fit it much more easily inside the jet bike, because otherwise that normal bulgy bit sort of protrudes out and looks a bit ugly because you can see it. So whereas mine are all recessed into the model, so it's just like a stem, and it looks quite nice that way. So that's what I've been doing, and then for the captain, I've basically had the rock piece that he stood on. I've magnetized that so I can swap him over. Whereas with multiple bike spokes, I can just unwind the jet bike squad guys onto the different base sizes. So that's slightly easier to solve as a problem.
I mean, they look spectacular, mate. I'm very. I'm not jealous in a way, because I know how much work you put into achieving these looks, and it is more than I could be bothered to do. But I am always impressed with the effort that you put into this stuff. And I think, although I agree that there is a necessity to kind of WYSIWYG stuff, I genuinely feel more and more now that the rule of cool is way more important. And again, we've had this conversation before, but a proxy or a WYSIWYG situation is essentially only ever brought into effect if you are a Space Marine, or if what you've done is ugly.
True.
And if what you've made isn't ugly, which I very much doubt it will be based on what I'm seeing, most people are very forgiving and very accepting of whatever you say. I do feel like, and I think in 40k particularly, maybe less so in Heresy, I'm not as well versed in the Heresy community. Maybe WYSIWYG will be more valuable to them than it will be to 40k, but I do feel like more and more within the 40k setting, people are becoming so much more accepting of just like, whatever you say it is, mate, as long as you know I know. Because I think the WYSIWYG situation came from a place where the game was smaller and everyone kind of knew what everything was, right? So like back in the day, everyone kind of innately knew what a plasma gun looked like and why that was important and why you needed to have a plasma gun in the squad to denote a plasma gun. Because that visual language, the way that the model would communicate to the player, both opponent and, the general of that army, what that model is and what it can do. I think more and more now that the rules have become more kind of obfuscated, just more complicated, and more of the war gear has become less familiar. I think people now are just like, just tell me what it does. I don't care. I think more and more now people care less about WYSIWYG, in my experience. I'm sort of coming round to that idea now, and I think in part that's due to 10th edition and the way some of the rules have, I don't want to say be dumbed down, but they have been. So some units, I think, I don't want to say it, but they did it.
Well, here's the thing. Games Workshop themselves don't do WYSIWYG in their rules anymore for 40k for some units. So I'm trying to think of them, like some of the Death Guard units, right? They just have, I don't think it's the shooting weapons, but the close combat weapons are now just generic plague weapons, regardless of what it was. But whereas in 9th edition, they all had individual profiles. And it does make sense from, speeding up the game mechanics that you just do that. It does simplify things. But it then makes it no longer WYSIWYG. It's like, cool, I've got this amazing flail weapon. Oh, it just is exactly the same as this guy with a knife. So in a way, I know I'm more disappointed by that than you, and you just don't mind. But it does make the game much more abstract. And in previous editions of the game, you had rules where you had to remove the casualty that was closest to the unit that was, shooting you. So therefore positioning, a flamer model at the front because you want the range of it also meant it might be one of the first to die. So therefore you would hide your special weapon units, models within your unit further back. And those, or you're being hit by a blast marker, and the template was very important. So in those days, it was very important that your opponent knew what everything was, because they were very proactive in killing that individual model out of a unit. Whereas since 8th edition, it's always been, the owner of that model gets to pick what models die. So it would always be, cool, the last model to die is going to be the specialist weapon, or maybe it's the squad leader because of his abilities and stuff like that. So in a way, it does sort of make less of a difference. And as you were saying, like, everyone, especially within the Imperium ecosystem, all those weapon profiles used to be exactly the same. And to an extent, things like bolters are pretty generic, but now everybody's las cannon or everyone's auto cannon is completely different, whether it's on an Imperial Knight or a Space Marine vehicle or an Imperial Guardsman. Those auto cannons all have different, slightly different stat lines. So no one's really going to be able to learn every single profile. You get a rough idea of what they do. I think you are right in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bring me any pleasure being right about that, because I personally preferred the game when there was a kind of visual language on the tabletop and what you saw was what you get. And it was obvious that unit with the big guns was good at shooting. And there was an advantage and genuine kind of consideration into putting the right guns on it. But I think that's the thing. I think the world has kind of moved on. I think the game... I personally think this is a consequence of the way that GW, certainly in the 40k space, designs their games, or rather how they design their miniatures. I think the studio and the way that they operate now has kind of enabled us as players to kind of divorce ourselves from that process, because ultimately the rules writers are just trying to come up with rules for things that the design team chuck at them. And then they just kind of have to make those square pegs fit those round holes. And I think the consequence of that, alongside things like Death Guard, alongside things like Harlequins, where they've just sort of standardized stuff, it just leads us into a place where it's like, and same thing with Space Marines, right? Because in 8th and 9th edition, it used to matter what type of magazine clip.
Yeah, the bolter
and
that you
scope.
had. Yeah.
Yeah, for what bolt? Now it doesn't. They're all just bolters.
Well, it was weird because it was almost like it was so granular. It was almost really difficult to be usable from a collecting point of view. So most people would, as you say, just be like, okay, cool. Tell me what type of bolter this is. Is it a stalker? Is it an assault? Is it a regular like rifle? Because it gave people the freedom to collect like 1 or 2 units, but run them as whichever one they wanted to try out. I tried as much as possible to always play it legitimately WYSIWYG, but there were some times where I was like, I just want to see what the assault bolters are like, so I'm just going to run them as that for the fun of it. And, it's a casual game, no one cares. And now it's almost like Games Workshop have embraced that in their methodology, because the bolter rule has all of those original rules wrapped up together, so you can model it however you want, and actually the rules are kind of reflective of that. So basically the weapon can be is meaningless how it looks, because the profile's the same regardless.
Yeah, totally. And I genuinely, in terms of going back though to your bikes and what you're doing with it, I think sincerely, because these miniatures are going to be so unique and so awesome, I think people are just going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You're going to move it up. You're going to have the right base sizes. And I think that's all that really matters anymore. It's like, is it representative of what it is? I.e., it's a geezer on a bike. Cool. It's got the right size base. Even better. And I'm just telling you from the outset that all my bikes have storm bolters, or rather hurricane bolters.
Yeah.
There's no weirdness where this one's got a missile and this one's got
no,
this.
I wouldn't. Yeah, so the captain will be armed with whatever the other squad has got, and I will just be like, cool, it's this, right? Just for the sake of it. One option I was going to do, that I did think about, is having these little, like, floating ball drones alongside the jet bikes that had the weapon on them. So it would be WYSIWYG. So it would be, almost like I don't know, like one of his little Fallout
an
TV
R-type
droids.
option.
Maybe. I'll say
played
yes.
R-type?
Not for ages, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, so in R-type, you used to get these things called options that used to just float around the ship, and they had like extra weapons on them.
Yeah, similar to that, or the very first video from Astartes where the ship boarding's happening. They're just it's flying through space, and there's these 2 little sort of drones floating in front of it, and they sort of go off to intercept the missile. Something that looks along those lines, or like basically like an old World War II sea mine, but floating next to the vehicle with maybe some form of gun or missile on it, basically, depending on the weapon option. I think that would look cool, but maybe I'm running out of time, so I might not do that. I might just stick on the Necromunda weapons for the sake of it.
I mean, my experience is that you really don't need to bother. Just, most players now, as I say, most players of 40k now just accept that the game's cuckoo bananas and everything seems to do everything, so you just sort of don't care anymore. Like, it is a shame, because I actually really valued the experience of being able to look across at my opponent's army and get a beat on what it has, but these days no one cares. Or at least no one I've encountered cares. I mean, it's hard enough getting people to turn up to tournaments and events with painted armies these days. Like, most events I've attended in recent memory have had at least one person in attendance without a fully painted force who, just because of convenience, the event has just gone, oh yeah, whatever, give them the painted score, who cares? Because it's easier just to let them play than it is to challenge it.
I would say let them play, but don't give them the painting score, and that's
I would agree
their
with
choice.
You. I would agree with you. I when I was running a tournament a month ago, that's what I had to do. I literally went. There was the one guy who hadn't done it, and I literally was like, "Sorry, dude. Like, it's just not. I can't let you have it. Like, it's just too much, you know." But, you know, it's difficult to have those standards when you're trying to, you know, draw people in and make money out of it and all the rest of it. I suppose my thing is I kind of just get brought in. I kind of like to run events as if I feel like I'm going to be judged by Reddit You know what I mean?
Right.
I like to run the event from that perspective. It's like, when it's all said and done, what would a Reddit thread say about this?
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean, it was quite interesting because actually at the AOS event, me and Richie was talking to the event organizer about the battle ready paint scheme, and it's like even though the models shown are like very intricately painted, and each item is painted in like the correct color, so like the pouches on the Space Marine are painted brown, the gun's black, and the Ultramarine is painted blue. The actual letter of the law for battle ready is every part of the model has paint on it, and that there's a texture on the base, and that's it. So in theory, you could just have like a primed model with some texture paint on it, and you've painted the rim, and that is technically battle ready. And the event organisers were saying they were actually hoping to get the battle ready definition updated to be a bit more within the spirit of what the rule was actually meant to be, not how it's technically worded. But then also you come across, and they were saying you come across these things of, so a guy with a Space Marine army could just technically have an all-white army because it's in a snow camo theme. It's like his theme could be that, or it could be covered in Nilex oxide because it's technically a ghost army of Space Marines. And it's like, who's to begrudge that person wanting that theme, even though it feels maybe a very low-effort paint job?
Oh, mate, well, this is the thing, isn't it, right? I mean, your Minotaur army, from a distance, is pretty bronze, you know? And maybe from a distance, you might be like, oh, he's just sprayed that bronze. But obviously the difference is in your cases is you get in and look at it and you go, oh, God, no, that's not just bronze. That's you know, layers and layers of detail and weathering and da-da-da-da-da. But, you know, across the tabletop, sometimes, you know, from a distance, you can look at it and be like, oh, it just looks bronze. And again, like, people can also have stylistic choices. And I think, again, you should be allowed to encourage that and do that. I don't see any problem with someone rocking up with an army where they've stylistically gone, actually, I've just gone for like this grayscale thing, and I've just done like a spot color where I'm doing some, you know, light source stuff to do some like ambient lighting or something.
Well, I've
like
seen
all of that's
people
really
do
cool.
that like sort of Sin City vibe where it's just black and white and they're painted like, I don't know, the blood red on the minis, and that's it. And it's like, it kind of looks cool. I mean, it's not what I would personally do for a whole army, but it's a cool concept, that's for sure.
I mean, but again, like, if the goal is to get it on the table and get playing, if there is an easy solution that you can, air quotation marks, get away with, is there any harm in that? I don't think there is necessarily, as long as you do it good. And this comes back to my original point, which is it all just comes down to rule of cool. Is it cool, or does it look like you've put in some effort? All good. You know, it's just when it's clear that no effort's been made. It's just like, you know, you can tell when you're looking at like barely painted stuff where someone's gone rattle can black, bit of Xenophol with a rattle can white over the top, and maybe just like smushed a paint on its face or something, or just like, I don't know, done like one of those like things where you flick the brush and just like a bit of sprays on it, and then you go, there you go, jobs are good. But again, you know, some people, and a lot of people that you meet at gaming events, their hobby is the gaming. So, you know, it shouldn't be begrudging them for not having beautifully painted armies. But you're right. I think there needs to be a sort of standard set. I was also going to say as well, Phil, just to sort of derail us ever so slightly again, I actually found out an interesting fact at that campaign weekend as well.
Ooh.
Can you guess what it is?
Oh, okay.
It related to Warhammer World prizes.
Was it the terrain trophies that they were doing?
No, Phil. No. It is possible for someone still today to win a Knight of the Inner Circle award.
Oh, yes, but isn't it a lot harder, or is it? What's the stipulation now?
So, in order to win a Knight of the Inner Circle,
Did you email them to ask? Because you're like, "Where's my award? I need it again."
No, I as a Knight of the Inner Circle, Phil, I'm privileged.
You're on the special mailing list.
Well, because I put the trophy in the key lock thing, and I go into the private place where me and the other Knights of the Inner Circle chuckle at you lesser mortals.
Ah, of course.
Yeah, we got a secret WhatsApp group and everything.
Brilliant.
Oh no, we're gonna get kicked out now because I've spoken of it. Anyway, my point is so Knight of the Inner Circle is still achievable in Warhammer World, but to get it, you have to get 5 out of 5 favorite game votes, assuming you're playing 5 games that weekend. You have to get 5 out of 5 favorite army votes, assuming they are doing favorite army. But yeah, you need to have achieved that. And Phil, you have to win all 5 of your games.
What? So when you got it, you just needed your favourite game votes.
Well, I don't know. I don't besmirch your lesson.
I'm giving historical context to the listeners. So when back in the day,
is as valid.
Yeah, no, it is, because back in the day, all you needed, not to say that was a terrible thing, but sensible. All you needed was 5 favourite game votes, which I think is what the Knight of the Inner Circle award is ultimately about. It's meant to be a sportsmanship award for being a nice opponent. And that stipulation is all you really need. Then I remember later on, because Tim came very close to winning it.
Very close.
But you needed 5 favourite game votes and 5 favourite army votes. And I think he maybe missed out on like 1 army vote, but he got all the favourite game votes. So he's almost like an honorary, old school. So now they've made it, you got to win all 5 of your games. It's like, that feels impossible, but at the same time, because we would say on average, you tend to not give favourite game votes to the people that beat you, or at least beat you quite badly. But then weirdly, the people that seem to go on to win the event always seem to get favourite game votes, and I wonder if that's because people in that higher, more competitive level don't mind, or because actually, in your case, you beat people quite soundly, but you're very nice and friendly about it, so people don't care. It's still a fun game, right? So, yeah, it seems like that's a hard one to do, though. Like, the fact that you need to win all your games is like, I'm out.
I think the thing is, though, is that it does at least now make it really feel like what I suppose it's supposed
super
to be.
Special.
Which is a super special thing. So, to win that in the modern context is hard to do. Not that it's ever been easy to do. I mean, getting 5 favourite game votes or 5 favourite game votes, 5 favourite army votes is still, it's still a mountain to climb in some respects.
Yeah.
Because,
it's so weirdly not wanting to throw shade on anyone.
No,
please. Not
please.
you, because you're a social media influencer. But I sort of feel, because early days when it happened, I think the game sizes, the tournament sizes were maybe a bit smaller back in the early 2010s, let's say, when we first started going. But that was also YouTube Warhammer people, and I would suspect that if you are someone that's remotely well known as a YouTube person, the tabletop tactics people of the world, you would go along, and I suspect because people know of you and like your content, that you would much more easily pick up favorite game votes than if you weren't well known. And just because there's like an inherent bias of, oh my God, I got to play this person from this YouTube channel. So I could see why, and I don't think that's the reason why they've made it harder, but I could see maybe that's one of the reasons. Because I think there was a point when, maybe it's because the games also got bigger, that more people were winning all 5 favourite game votes. And sometimes there'd be like 2 people that would get it, and they wanted to decide between those 2 people. So they said, okay, cool. You've also now got to get the best painted awards.
I mean, I will say it's a double-edged sword, though, because I think as much as a lot of people like your stuff, there's equal chance that a lot of people dislike your stuff as well, because
sure.
obviously putting your opinions out on the internet is polarizing, right? Like, not everyone who has listened to Lookout Sir over the 5 years that we've been in existence has immediately been like, I love these guys. I'd love to hear what they think. I would assert that as many, if not more, potentially have listened to it and gone, what are these two plonkers going on about? Not for me, thank you. Unsubscribe, or not even, dislike, move on. So, and the thing is given the nature of, we're quite guarded because of how we put out our content, because even though we are on YouTube, our YouTube algorithm is not in a good place. We're not really very well supported on that platform. So the majority of our audience interacted with us in places where it's not immediately accessible to voice their criticisms, which probably gives us this very strange blinkered perspective on how well we're doing, because everyone that ever reaches out to us seems to be lovely and really likes what we're doing, which is great. But anyway, I think, I'm sure there's plenty of people who've probably seen me at like a gaming event being like, oh, that's that idiot off of that Lookout Sir, what a pillock. And it's like, fair enough. You can't, but that's the nature of the beast when you do this sort of stuff. You want to share and be sort of passionate and enthusiastic about it as much as possible. But a lot of people then read into that enthusiasm as if you're shilling for it, or a lot of people read into the negatives overly and get annoyed that you don't like what they like, or vice versa. There's a lot of different ways that you expose yourself to frustrations, shall we say. So, you just kind of have to take it as it comes. But I do agree with you for the most part. I'm sure people who play Lawrence from Tabletop Tactics at Warhammer World events are highly likely to vote for him as their favourite opponent, because he's, broadly speaking, a well-liked individual. But, maybe not. Maybe some people find him annoying, or just, found playing against him irritating because maybe he didn't live up to their high expectations of him. So, I think it's more nuanced than maybe we've suggested.
True. I mean, I've played him a couple of times, at least once, and he is a lovely chap, putting out there, even though he completely smashed me, which was, I guess, annoying, but it was still he was still a great opponent and did it well.
So full transparency, I really like Lawrence. I think he's a really good guy. I've met him on more than one occasion. I think he's a really good dude. My first experience of meeting him, I'd never ever seen any of his stuff, none of it. And I was playing him at Warhammer Fest in 2017, last tournament of 7th edition, and I had no idea who this guy was. And it wasn't that he annoyed me, it was just the fact that while I'm trying to play the game, loads and loads and loads of people were crowded around our game because he was such a big deal and people wanted to be near him. So I'm trying to play a game of 40k, which is normally, even in a tournament setting, relatively one-on-one, right? Like, most of the time you haven't got to deal with spectators, or the spectators that you do deal with are fleeting. They come by and go, oh, what's this? And you have a nice chat for 2 minutes and they go. But yeah, like the game I played against Lawrence in 2017 at Warhammer Fest, it was round 1 at 2017 40k Warhammer Fest, and it was swarmed with his fans. And I had no idea who this guy was at the time. And I was like, what is going on? Like, this is mad. And I just found it really uncomfortable and really annoying, because I was like trying to play the game, and, he was like, maybe challenge me on like a rule, or make a question about something, or maybe not agree with how things were going in certain instances, because at the time he was playtesting for 8th edition. So I don't think he was completely on board with some of the 7th rules, and 7th was complicated enough as it is. So when I'm trying to kind of make a point where I was like, oh, this is the rule, and he's disagreeing with me, he's got all of his acolytes around him going, yes, Lawrence knows the rules. Don't question Lawrence. I'm like, whoa, hang on, guys. But he is wrong. So it was a very awkward experience. So I definitely didn't have a bad taste in my mouth from him personally, but I just found the whole thing very weird. And I think that did colour my early impression of him, because I was like, oh, that was odd. But since then, I've met him, as I say, multiple times, not name dropping or whatever, but I have. And as I say, lovely dude, nothing but lovely things to say about him. But my first exposure to playing an influencer in that setting was one of frustration. So, what I'm basically trying to say is the pendulum swings both ways, Phil.
Fair enough. Well, I think that's understandable. But in summary, good to know that the Knight of the Inner Circle still exists, despite its monumental achievement that it would actually be to get it.
Exactly. You won't be seeing it in a while, but if anyone out there does get it, well done.
That's a real achievement for sure.
Absolutely. I reckon you could do it, Phil.
Maybe.
One day.
Yeah, I can't see me winning 5 games at Warhammer World ever. I mean, it would be nice. I mean, I don't think I've ever gone 4-1 yet, so I'm still a way off.
That's fair. Right, we've talked for quite a long time, Phil. Are you satisfied you talked enough about your Thunder Warrior project, or did it go way off tangent?
I mean, the only thing to say is I think the No Retreat event is at the end of September. I've still got quite a few units to build, and I've still got to paint it all as well. So I'm probably a bit behind my target, thanks to Tim and our AOS campaign weekend. Actually, to be fair, I would still be behind regardless. So, I've got a couple more units I need to build, which I'll hopefully do once these jet bikes guys get done. And then, I'll give you another update down the line.
Mate, looking forward to it. And if you're not already doing it, guys, check out Beyond the Tabletop on Instagram, and you can see all of Phil's amazing progress on these rather special Thunder Warrior minis. I'm just excited, Phil, to see you get it done, and the fact that you're going to be able to take these and chuck them into Heresy as well. I think that's super cool.
Yeah. So I sort of designed it with that in mind. I should be able to do that, which would be good fun. Yeah.
No, I'm happy for you, mate. That's going to be great. All right, cool. Well, thanks very much, everyone. That's been episode 181. Again, appreciate you listening, and hope you have a good whatever it is you're doing. Cheers, everyone. Bye-bye.
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 Bye.